something you want to do in menus. And so we have a UL tag, and the UL tag is this list of things. And then you have an LI. And what we're doing here, this is a weird little bit of Django template language. We are causing the URL function to be called with a parameter of menu:main to give us a path. So, right? Menu:main is /menu. If you look at URLs, it's menu:main is this view, and it's the path that's just /menu. And so this is like an assignment statement in the Django template language, and it leaves the value in XYZ. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an if statement in. And all these if statements have been multi-line, but you don't have to make a multi-line. That is an if statement. If request.getFullPath is equal to XYZ, the variable I just computed, then emit class equals active. Otherwise, emit nothing. So again, now if we take a look at the source code, we view the source of this, view the source of the menu, and we scroll down, we will see that the home has a class of active and the other ones do not have a class of active. And that's why home has this little extra dark box, just to give a little clue to our user that that's the one that we're working with. And so this little pattern is repeated over and over to see if we're on page 1, if we're on page 2, and then we do the construct the drop down, and the drop down is just, again, this comes straight from the bootstrap, right? And so we have the drop down, we have another URL, we have a little page 3 link here, and it shows up, and this is just the text to make a cool drop down. Okay, and that's just bootstrap. Now we have a list that is the left side of the nav bar, and now we're starting on the right side of the nav bar, which is also an unnumbered list. So this is cool. So we basically have two versions. One is if the user is authenticated, and then else if the user is not authenticated. So if the user is not authenticated, let's go ahead and log out here. If the user is not authenticated, we are just going to calculate a URL to the login page, which is /account/login. Pass a next to say come back here, right? Now, come back to the main menu. So if you go to login, it will say next equals, and it's come back here, right? And so that you construct that and you pass that login in. So I can do DJ free and I can log in and it will come back to the main menu, even though I clicked on it over here. Okay, but now we're in this page, and in this case, user.isAuthenticated is true. So we're going to construct a drop down. And then this shows the drop down and takes the drop down out. And we're going to, in the drop down, we're going to say log out. But in the page, right, so this is the drop down menu. So that's the menu within the drop down that we turn on and off with a caret. But here's the gravatar. So this is an image tag, source equals, and then we have, undo that. Then we have a double curly brace user piped through gravatar with a size of 60 pixel gravatar. Okay, so that is making this little image. So if we do it, let's do a quick inspect on that image. Inspect, okay, just do view source. This image is www.gravatar.com avatar / this long thing, okay? And if you go read on avatar, Gravatar is a service. It's actually a Google service that you register your email, and this here is a hash of your email, and then that looks up and then gives you back this little URL. So if I was to take this URL right here, don't do that, just that's what I want. I take this URL and I put it https:// it shows a little tiny picture of me. Right? Shows a little tiny picture of me. But the question is, how did this get generated? It got generated by passing the user object, which is the same as user.isAuthenticated, except I'm piping it through a tag that I invented called Gravatar. And again, this is code that is going to run just kind of like this URL code or whatever these things are, right? So what we have is we have a thing where we've loaded these app tags, okay? And so app tags are tags that we as developers can create. And then we can do things in it. So here's what's in app tags. So this is how you make a Gravatar. You take the user's email, you strip it, throw away any white space, you convert it to lowercase, you encode it in UTF-8, and then you use the MD5, which is a hashing function, and make a hex digest. And that hex digest, this is an MD5, this long ugly string 2D0A2F51, that is a one-way hash of the email address. And if you go put that in to a thing, then if you know it, so that you can't figure out a person's email address from their Gravatar, but you can from an email address figure out what the Gravatar is. So this is not actually revealing the person's email address. So that's why we're using a one-way hash, an MD5 of the email address. And then I just construct the URL, put the hash in the right place, put the size, that 60 parameter. If you take a look, where are we at? This :60 is the second parameter to this code we wrote, so that 60 is size. So that's why it says 60 right there. S equals 60 right there. And then I'm going to, use the format. I'm going to use format, and I'll put the hash in and the size in, and return that as a string. And that goes all the way back here, and then replaces this double curly brace. So all those double curly braces and piping, that's just code somebody wrote. In this case, the Gravatar code is code that I wrote, and we wrote, or you could write, and that produces this URL. So it's a convenient way to put that URL in there, and it's really pretty, and it works out very cool. So you write this code, and it's in home template tags app tags.py, and then you basically have to load it in your menu. Where are we at? You have to go get app tags, and away you go. So that sums up how you can make a nice bootstrap menu and put it on your page through an extension menu, an extension mechanism. So we're going to extend it, and then boom, you make a page. Then you extend it again, and that puts it on the next page. So it's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. There's a lot of HTML, but luckily I hand that to you in the DJ free samples, and you're not going to have to modify that. It'll pretty much just work. You'll change what's in the menu. You'll be like putting different things in as the links and stuff. So you'll be working with this. But in general, most of the hard work is done. And as always, you can take a look at DJ free samples, just like we always do for inspiration. So I hope you found this helpful. Cheers. So now we're in the second half of our data modeling exploration. We've talked about one-to-many, and now we're going to talk about many-to-many. Just to remember, we are in the bowels of a Django application, and we're really very much talking about the model.py file and how we mess with that. We're talking a little bit about the shell and how we can sort of look at the model.py and store stuff in the database, how we can like migrate, make migrations and update the database, and then read and write data from the database through the models. And so this we're sort of narrowing in. Eventually we're going to see all the rest of the Django application, the views, the forms, the templates, and we've done a little bit with routing and a little bit with admin. But just remember that we're going to look at each of these pieces in turn and eventually make some sense out of them. So in this data model, which I think is a really cool data model because it shows two one-to-many relationships and two many-to-many relationships. One very simple and one a little bit more complex. Both the genre and the author are example of one-to-many. And just sort of foreshadowing, see the one ... asterisk there? on both ends of the links, well, that basically says one or more, up to an infinite. The other one's 0 dot dot, the line's kind of covering it. 0 or more and 1 or more. So the one-to-many has 1 on the one side, sometimes it has 0 on the, or 1, but 1 on one side and then 0 dot dot star or 1 dot dot star. So many-to-many is a different kind of creature. So remember how in the last modeling exercise, you'll notice I showed you genre and author, and then I kind of stopped talking about them. I only talked about language and book instance. So in this one, we're going to talk about genre and author, and that's because genre and author are kind of problematic, because really each book can have multiple authors, and each book can be multiple genres. And so in that previous lecture, I kept these really simple. And you see this syntax here where I'm just kind of making a spreadsheet, or another way to be thinking about it would be a single wide table with all my data in one table, but I'm starting to put commas in. And so when you have commas, in a user interface, you think of this as perhaps a multi-select, where you have a list of things and you can highlight more than one of those things. And so anytime you sort of see this pattern, it's another form of replication, and that is that the Raspberry Pi book can be of the tech genre and the kids genre, and the Wizards Stay Up Late book can be of the tech genre and the thinking genre, right? Some books have one genre, some books have two genres, some books have one author, some have two, but then the problem is they might have 10 authors or 20 authors. And so how do we represent these things? And if you're sort of looking at either a UI or sort of a UI or just kind of a flat data table, you start seeing these commas. And as soon as you see the commas, you think to yourself, that is an indicator that this might be a many-to-many relationship. So if this were a one-to-many, not one-to-one, this was a one-to-many. This was a one-to-many relationship, sort of like what we did with languages. We would have a book, and that would have a genre foreign key in it that would point to a row in a genre table. And that would make some sense, right? But that doesn't make sense because we have to have genres more than one. And you could basically decide for your application developers that you can't have more than one genre. But the application developers would say, sorry, we're librarians, and we know that there's more than one genre, so you, the programmer, have got to come up with a data model that represents that. And so if this was a one-to-many, you could have like a genre ID, and each book would be able to pick a row out of the genre, and so they would sort of mark themselves. Now, this is another moment where it's a warning sign. And you're like, well, maybe we would just have two foreign keys, and how about books are only allowed to have two genres, Maybe one's not enough, but two's enough. Let's make it three. And so, and people who are doing data modeling early in their career, they'll be like, yeah, I'll just make a genre ID 01, genre ID 02, and then later like genre ID 03, and away you go. And this is completely wrong. Because genres, of course, is a weird example, but if it's authors, there are plenty of books with 8 or 9, 10, 11 authors, right? And so when you see yourself thinking this in your head that like, oh, I'll just add an array of things here. No. And it has to do with it violates the basic notion of relations and connections and how you model stuff to the extent that you can with connections. And so that leads us to what's called the many-to-many. And so the many-to-many is a situation where you have sort of somewhere between one infinity and somewhere between one infinity on both sides. Now, what we need to do to model this is we can't really model many-to-many in a relational database. So what we do is we break it into two one-to-manys, and we have a junction table. You could call this the author book table. Later I'll call this the authored table, like, who are the authors of? You could call it authors of. And it's a table that's a very short table, and it really just says, this author authored this book, this author authored this book, this author authored this book. And then within that, you can say for this book, who are all the authors, or for this author, what are all the books, right? So we call it a connection table, we call it a join table, we call it a junction table, and in Django terminology we'll call this a through table. But its purpose is to have two outbound one-to-many relationships instead, and that basically is just our way of capturing a one-to-many. And that's why I said one-to-many plus one-to-many equals many-to-many. Two-to-many would sound good, but many-to-many. So here we are, and here are our two many-to-many relationships in our local library application. So a book can have many authors, and an author can have many books, and that's what we're characterizing with this little one dot dot star, one dot dot star. And the same is true, like a genre can have be associated with many books. And interestingly, the zero dot dot star, that's special, where the book connects to genre, and it's zero dot dot star coming out of the book. That means it's a minimum of 0. And all that's really capturing is that a book can have no genres, but a book must have at least one author. And whether that's true or not, that's what this data model is saying. This data model is saying all books have at least one author, but they have 0 or more genres, but they have 1 or more authors. And that's the subtle difference between 0 dot dot star and 1 dot dot star. And that's the kind of clever little application features that these applications can, these data models can capture beautifully. And we'll see in a second how that turns into a Django model that is then a business rule for the data. And so this is how it works. We're going to create two tables, the book table and the author table, and every row is going to have an ID, auto increment, primary key column. And then we're going to have these outbound foreign keys from authored. Again, the authored table is the start of the arrow, so it's the one that has the foreign key column in it, and the destination of the arrow is a primary key in that other table. Now, what we're going to do is, and we'll see how this works, is that Django allows us to create these kind of virtual attributes, and we'll name them cleverly. The name of them doesn't matter, but we'll basically say inside of author, we're going to have an attribute of books, which is automatically going to be populated by all the books the author wrote. And in book, there'll be this little virtual thing. It's actually computed. It's not stored. It's actually computed based on reading the authored table. It'll be authors, which is a list of all the authors. And so this is a convenient way, because in Django, they kind of want to hide this middle table. It exists. And as a matter of fact, you can write, drop my pen. Drop my pen. Pick the pen back up. Make sure the audio is still working. Is the audio still working? Yeah, it is. Audio's still working. Life's good. Sorry about that slight interruption. So Django tends to want to hide this through table, and you can actually define models where you don't even give that a name and it makes one up. It still exists. It exists exactly like it's shown here, but I would rather in my data model show you this table so you have a better understanding. But if you see other data models where they don't explicitly mention this and just have a many-to-many, and it actually makes this table up for you. So don't get all freaked out if you see a model that doesn't have the through table explicitly modeled. I like to do it. So here we go. So here we have some models. So we have the book field. The title is just a bit of the book. Then authors is a many-to-many field going toward the author table. That's the far one. But the through table is authored. So the intermediate table, the junction table, the through table is the authored table. The author is on the other side. The author has a name, and it has books, which is this kind of virtual set in there that's a many-to-many field derived pointing at the book table with a through table of authored. So the junction table, we mentioned the junction table the same in both of these, right? So this is going, from one to the other, and this is kind of going back. And these are like virtual, it's not data that's stored in the each row of the book table. It is data which is derived for you if you ask for it. When you retrieve a book, you can say, what are the authors of this book? It's a convenience in a way. And it also is telling Django about the foreign keys and where to store the foreign keys, and the fact that it's a many-to-many field. That's all setting up this stuff so that Django, when you start putting stuff in these tables, Django automatically puts the right stuff into those tables. And like I said, here's the through table I called authored. I thought that was kind of clever. And the through table is modeled as foreign key this way, foreign key that way. And so that's not a many-to-many. It's a foreign key, but I've named these and I matched these things up. Now, the on-delete cascade is the same as the other one. These are now these are two one-to-manys, right? The through table has a one-to-many going this way and a one-to-many going that way. And on-delete cascade, and so just the whole idea of a book-author combination is if the authors are deleted, if you delete an author, you want to delete all the entries in the authored table that correspond to that author. If we do delete a book, you want to delete automatically all the entries in that. And so that's what on-delete cascade means in the authored table, and that's clean this table up if things are deleted but from the outside two tables. So that automatic cleanup is done for us, which is quite nice, and we just request that with this on-delete statement. So I don't know. That's a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing. It's so pure and so simple. And I don't like it when you don't put the authored table in there, because you can sort of do this and then it'll make the authored table up, but then there's certain things that don't work as well, and I don't like that. Okay, so let's just say we created this models.py file. Of course, in DJ4E samples, if you checked it out and you ran make migrations, it makes them all. But let's just say this is the first time you'd run make migrations, and then you'd see that it's creating the migrations, and then you do the migrate, which of course, as we talked about in the previous lecture, that is what takes from the migrations and then updates the database. And so both the make migrations and the migrate are checking to see which ones have already been done. So make migrations is looking for changes or deltas in the models.py file, and the migrate is looking for deltas in the migrations. And again, remember that the list of the things that both of these is looking at is based on the settings.py file, and it's the installed apps variable in the settings.py file. So I put this note in because students are always saying, my make migrations didn't do anything. Well, there's one of two reasons. It either is not in the settings.py file, or it's already done. So I don't know which of those it is, but those are the two things to look for. If you think you're running a make migrations and it's not running, it either already ran, which is fine, that's totally fine, or you forgot to add it to settings.py. So, okay. So here's just a few things that we can do in the shell, right? Again, Python 3 manage py shell. You got to run this from the folder that has manage.py in it, which is the project folder. Projects have many applications. And so because the manage.py shell starts up and preloads, again, the manage.py shell reads all of the apps that are in settings.py, loads their models, and a few other things from those, preloads them. And so that's why bookmany.models exists at the very first line here, because Django, in a sense, has woke up and preloaded all of the classes and things that are there. So it's in a Django application, not just in a Python shell. So we import bookmany as the name of the application, and the models are book, author, and authored. So some of this hopefully is starting to look familiar to you. We create an object of type book model. The title's networking, and then we save it. Remember, save is a thing that transmits the in-memory object into the database and populates that ID field. And when you start linking these together, populating the ID field is very important. We do a Raspberry Pi book, and we save that. And now we're going to make an author for Kristen, and save that, and an author for me, and we save that. And so at this point, we have made two authors, and we made two books, but now we have to connect them together, okay? And so what we're going to basically say is we're going to create an authored record, a record in author, with a book connecting book B1 with author A2 and save it. Then book B2 connected with author A1 and save that. Book B2 connected with author A1 and save that. So that's throwing 3 records into the authored table, making those connections, setting the foreign keys. So like it's just reading the ID field from these A1, A2, and B1, B2, and that's like inserting records into the author table in the book underscore ID and the author underscore ID, right? Now, remember that in book we have this virtual set called authors, and in author we have this virtual set called books. Again, that's not actually stored in the book table or the books table. It is generated by reading through the appropriate things in the authored table. That's how it's generated. So, if we say for book 1 dot authors, this is like that little virtual thing, and it reads all of the corresponding authors from the authored table, and then values just says actually go retrieve them. And so now we see that the authors for book 1 is a list of just one author named Severance. Book 2 authors values is a list with Kristen and me. And then author 1, who's that? Author 1 is Kristen. What books did she write? Well, she wrote the Raspberry Pi book. We co-wrote that book. And then author 2, what books did he write? Well, he wrote the networking book by himself, and he's a co-author with Kristen on this other book. And there's all kind of other things that you can do, but you kind of get this idea that you don't have to do too much with the authored table, but and then once you got things all set up, you can sort of like walk the authored table without actually knowing it, because we preset these things when we made the data model and said what the through table was. And so the through table is sort of a magic thing that's useful, but we don't really explicitly deal with it too much. Now up next I'm going to show you a different example of many-to-many, just to sort of bring this home a bit. So now I want to show you another example of many-to-many from an application that's near and dear to my heart, and that's the auto grader that I use for most of my online classes. So one of the things the auto grader has to know is like who is in what course, so that we can track grades based on people in courses. And so this is the data model, and it's a little bit different syntax. You sort of see one-to-many. It's using this what's called crow's feet. And you see this little crow foot, and that's like a many when it sort of spreads out. And then you sort of have this one, and there's various little ways, and 1 or more or 0 or more. And so there's that's called a crow's foot diagram. But these diagrams ultimately are capturing the same thing, whether these relationships are many-to-many or one-to-many, and what the cardinality of each end of the relationship is. And this is showing a person table, a course table, and a membership table, and this is a very common thing that we have to solve in educational systems. And it's a little bit more sophisticated than the previous one, which I thought was beautifully elegant and simple, but I want to show you this one as well. And so what we have here is basically people are in courses, right? A person can be in many courses, and a course can have many people, so it's a many-to-many relationship. We create a through table, we'll call it a member table. We end up, just like before, with 2 one-to-manys pointing out, or many-to-ones pointing outward. So we have a person ID and a course ID in the member table. All 3 of these tables have primary keys of ID, ID, and ID. And then we put the little tiny sort of virtual set in here, so that at a person you can just look at a virtual set of their courses, and in a course you can say who are the members of this course. Now we're going to do one more thing that's a little bit different here, and that is often the simplest of through tables is literally an ID and 2 foreign keys. And as a matter of fact, some people, Django doesn't like doing this, but some people don't even include the ID field, and they just make the combination of the 2 foreign keys as a unique ID. And if you're doing databases directly, you can actually do that. But here's a thing that you can also do. So if you think about in a teaching and learning situation, people aren't just members of courses. They are members of courses, and they have a role. And is that role as a learner, a teaching assistant, or an instructor, or perhaps they're the departmental administrator, right? And that is an attribute of the connection, right? The connection between a person and a course is the membership, and oh, by the way, they're not just a member, they're a member with some metadata. Okay? And so sometimes we add data to the through table, and it's actually quite useful, and it's really the only place to model this kind of data, because somebody might be in a course as a teacher, and they might be in a different course as a student, So you can't just say this person is always a teacher or they're always a student. You can't say that. It depends on the context. And so that's why at the connection between a particular person and a particular course, we actually model the role that they have in that course. So here we go. So we're going to have a person in a course, and we're going to have a through table of membership. And so we're going to send these things back and forth to each other. And this membership is the tricky one. And so we have a foreign key over to person and a foreign key over to course. And we're going to model some information. We're going to model a created date at, and this is a datetime field. This is another feature that basically says, let's make a created underscore at, and dear Django, I'm not even going to set this value. Please, when I create this, a new record here, populate this at the current date and time, and if I make a change to it, change the updated at. And this is a common pattern in lots of tables to put these two lines in, and it's so common that we often call them the same field. So you'll look in somebody's Django model and you'll see created at and you'll see updated at. And so that's another thing we're modeling at the connection in the through table. And so the other thing we're going to do is have the role. Now, the example that you use in local library, they make this role, I think, a string, which makes me kind of like feel bad because I don't like vertical replication of string, so, even if they're sort of from a fixed vocabulary. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do something where we're going to create a set of integers and associate those integers with meaning and use them in the admin interface, etc. And so what I'm going to do here is these learner, IA, GSI, instructor, and admin are just integer numbers. And then I'm going to say, I'm going to make this little a tuple of tuples, or a list of tuples as it were. And you know, the learner integer maps to the string learner, so we can show that in the user interface. This here is a lot of UI stuff. So in the admin UI, this whole member choices thing affects the admin UI. When this is all said and done, we basically say the role is an integer field. And I like that because it's short and I love integers. How many times have you heard me say I love integers? Integers are short and efficient. And instead of this just being any number, it really is the choices are pulled from this thing, which is these possible numbers, which is 1, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, or 10,000. And the default value is learner, which means it's a 1. So this is a nice, this is basically not, you could make it an integer field and we could code in our Python code these numbers and these strings, but there's a lot of value in using the administrator interface now and having these values known inside the data model rather than just coding them throughout all the Python code that we write. So when this is all said and done, what we have is two foreign keys, you know, two outbound foreign keys like you would expect, a created at and an updated at that's totally maintained by Django for us, and then modeled at the connection a role, like are you a teacher, are you a student, okay? And so that's a little more sophisticated kind of many-to-many model. And we can talk to this in the Django shell, Python 3 manage.py shell. You know, we import the models from the application models. This is really reading the models.py file from the many folder. Import the person model, the course model, and membership. Those are Python classes. We're going to make a person and save it. We're going to make a course and save it. We can check the ID to prove that. We can look at all of the members values. That's a query set, and then with nothing in it. And then we can create a membership, and we give membership.instructor. This is that number, right? I think that was like 1,000 or 5,000, I think what that was. And then courses C. Oops, how come it's not right? There we go. Courses C and person is P. That's taking from the P and C variable that we just created. We are basically populating the through table with the two objects from which we'll figure out what that foreign key is. And then we save it. We can see that it's been saved by looking at ID. And so we can see these things like C members values now. we can see that this is the person who is a member of that particular course, and we can see what courses Ted is in, and Ted's in Woodcraft. And so this is just another example using the shell to talk to some many-to-many relations. So up next we're going to show how we do these shell-like operations, but we're actually going to just write Python code rather than typing Python code. So we've been working with the Django shell and typing commands in to insert records and populate fields and create the both sides of many-to-many and then link them together. And so some applications that we're going to build, you're going to put up your super social ride-sharing thing that you just built, and people are going to start filling it with data. But other times you're actually building a website for which the data is already known. You might actually be reading a bunch of data and putting it into a database from some source. Maybe it's an API, maybe you're scraping or whatever. And so you have some source of data and you want to put it into the database. And you don't want to put it in by hand. And so we're going to talk a little bit how you can write a script to load data into your Django database, into your Django models, after you've defined those Django models. And so we're going to actually take some CSV data, we're going to read it from a file, and it's just comma-separated values, and we're going to use the course person membership model from before, and we're going to say basically, here's a person with their email address, their role, which is instructor or learner, and then the course that they're in. And what we're going to do is we're going to write a script to read through all those things and then insert and populate. Because you gotta, when you're making a many-to-many, you gotta like put both sides in and then connect it together. And so the code will be in DJ free samples scripts manyload.py. That's the code to load it, to read this file, and then create it, put it into DB-SQLite, informed by the data model in the many-to-many example that I gave you with the course stuff. Okay, so that's what this is. Now, running scripts is part of a feature of Django called the Django extensions. Now, if you've already done this through when you installed DJ free samples and you ran pip3-r requirements.txt, you already put this in. But it doesn't hurt to go into your virtual environment and type pip3 install Django extensions and make sure it's already there. Because if it's not already there, then it will get installed. Otherwise, this whole script thing won't work, right? After you install it, you do have to put a little link into your settings.py. That's Django _ extensions in your installed apps. And there's documentation on how all to do this. So that's the first thing you've got to do. Once you've installed it with pip, you have to pull it into your Django application. So when Django first loads up, which is python3manage.py, at that point that says pull this in, pull all these other things in. All your apps, your extensions, the Django features you need, etc., etc., etc. And that's in the project settings.py file. So Django extensions won't work if you don't put it in this file. Now, if you're running on Python Anywhere, of course, after you edit this file, you gotta reset your web. But I think you probably figured that out by now. We wouldn't have got this far if you weren't resetting your web server on Python Anywhere. The next thing you do is within your Django project file, you make a scripts folder, and you put this file, empty file. Touch is the Unix command to create an empty file. Scripts /_ init__.py. This is just kind of a thing you do, and what it is an indication as Python is reading through these folders to say this folder contains modules that are suitable for importing, and that's just a signal. And I think later versions of Python make this less important, but we've always put this in. So if you're going to put like classes that are intended to be imported into some other application, we always put this empty file __init init_.py. So touch says make an empty file of this name. So our data file looks like this. It's just a CSV. Python has a great CSV reading thing, and it has 3 columns: the person's name, their role in the course, and their course. It's pretty small just because I want to show it to you. So here's the code that, that we've got. And we'll see in a second that you can't just run this in Python. You got to run this after that whole Django extensions says load up all the Django stuff and then run my code. As compared to just run my code. If you run your code, if you just run your code, that import of many.models person code membership, course membership, is just going to blow up because it hasn't run the settings.py first. You can't do that, but Python 3 manage.py does do the settings and loads all these things and makes it so that this import works. Because that's how you access the data models. And there's other things like it's made the connection to the database, the DB SQLite, and figured all that stuff out. You don't write a single line of that, right? And that's all magically done sort of before you start. And all you have to do in the script file is make a method called run. It takes no parameters, and when the script starts, it's going to call your run method. So your first line of code is right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to open the CSV file. And we're going to use the CSV library, CSV reader fhand, and we're going to get a CSV reader. This is just an iterable thing that you can go read your way through this. And it parses the CSV and gives you a nice array out of the CSV, and if there's quotes in there, it knows about that, and escape characters. And CSV files are kind of complex. The one I showed you is super simple, but you may quickly run into a CSV that's got UTF-8 characters in it or who knows what's in it, and you want to use this CSV reader rather than just doing a split on commas. The one I gave you, split on commas, will work, but you don't really want to count on that. You really want to use CSV. And again, it's all built into Python, so Python's awesome, so away we go. Now, the first thing we do before we get going is we take the person class, .objects is kind of like a thing we say after the class, .objects all, that's like a filter, and then .delete. That is kind of like a delete from person table. And then we're going to delete all from the course table, and we're going to delete from the membership table. Now because we have, so if you go to the person table, the membership table, and the course table, if you recall, there was a on delete cascade for both of the foreign key relationships coming out of the membership table. So probably, if all was well, after the person objects all delete was done and the course objects all delete was done, the membership table would likely be empty. Because if you empty out the course table, empty out the membership table, and you have on delete equals cascade, those deletions in those destination tables will percolate back into the source table and cause those rows to be deleted, just like so this is kind of redundant. Membership objects is kind of redundant because of on delete cascade that we put into that data model. Okay, so we open our data. Let me clear this out. We open our data, we get a CSV reader, we wipe out the data, the old data that's in those two models in our database. That's in the DB SQLite file. And then we're going to read all the rows. Okay? We're going to just print the row out, which just is a tuple. It's a list actually. And then we're going to call person.objects, and this is really cool. A method called get or create. This is either going to retrieve a row that matches the email of the email address, because the email address is the 0th element because it's the first element. If it's not there, it will create it and then retrieve it. So this is kind of like Python's, this is very much like get in dictionaries, where if you use get the right way, you can basically increment or create something. In this case, we're loading it if it exists, and if it doesn't exist, we're making it and then we're loading it. And part of what we did is we declared this email as unique, and so it's going to load it up. And we do that for both the course and the person. And we actually are returned a tuple. The P and the C are the objects that we're going to get back for person, and created is a Boolean that tells you whether or not the getter create did a get or it did a create. If created is false, that means that there was one and we loaded it. If created is true,
that means there wasn't one, and we created one. Now, in our situation, we really don't care whether it was created or not. And so when these two lines are done, we know that we have a person associated with the email, the first parameter, and then a course associated with the course title, which is the last parameter. And if you look back at the CSV, you see there's redundancy, right? There's redundancy or replication. Python, Python, Python. Django, Django. SQL, SQL. Jane, Jane. Ed, Ed, Ed. Sue. And so we're only going to insert Python once, and then we're going to use the same Python over and over. Because even though there's vertical replication in this data file, we're not going to have vertical replication in our person, membership, or course tables. So there's no vertical replication allowed. No vertical replication allowed. The world is full of vertical replication. Good data models are not. That's pretty profound, actually. Okay, so at this point, we have the two records in the two tables on the sides. P and C have those values. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to figure out what the role is. Now, membership.learner, learner was just a constant. That was the number 1 if you go back and look. And then we say if row sub 1, which is rows a list, which the row sub 1 is the second thing in the list, is I, i.e. it's an instructor, then we're going to make our role be instructor. And then we're going to create a membership object using the role. That's just a number. The person is an object, and the course equals C, it's an object. So we're going to make that. It's still, and we get the variable m back. That's still sitting in memory. And then we save it, which then sticks that through table record or the junction table record into the membership database. So this is either going to retrieve or create, and then this is going to add the membership record. And before we started it, we cleaned everything out. So it's a pretty simple loader. There's lots of things you can do. I mean, I think if you were going to do this yourself, you would probably play around a little bit in the shell to make sure that statements like this would do what you want it to do. And then you'd write a nice little Python script, and so that you could automate it so that you don't have to do it by hand for 20,000 records. Right, here is just to remind you, this is that model, right? Learner, instructor, those are just constants, and that's what that did. So you run it, and recall that it prints the row, and so the row is just after the CSV reader parses it, it's got the three things, and one at a time it inserts or retrieves, and then it looks at the middle one to see what the role is, and then it creates a membership record and stores that membership record in the database. And so it's a pretty easy pattern to follow. I'm sure the stuff that you're going to write will be a little more complex. I kept this simple so that it would fit nicely on the screen. So here's just playing a little bit after all that stuff's been loaded. We can take a look. Again, just so we can type interactively, we got to go into the project file, the project folder, GJ free samples, and run the shell using manage.py. We can import our models. We can say person objects values. That basically says select all the records from the person table and give them to me. We can retrieve pk equals 1. pk stands for primary key. Say get the first person. What's their email? That'd be Jane. We can say for Jane, what are the courses? Courses is that virtual set that is querying the join table, the through table, and pulling it out, but we don't think about it that way. We just like, oh, this is a magic set that's always there. So x.courses.values says what are the courses that Jane is a member of, and Jane is a member of Python and SQL. So let's go to get a course, right? The second course objects get pk equals 2, so that's the Django course. And then we say, oh, let's go look at the members values. And so that says who are the members of this course? Well, Ed is a member, and Sue is a member, right? So this is the members of the course, right? There's course members, and then user courses. And so we've looked sort of from the outside, we've kind of looked through the through table to this list of things on both sides. So that's a thing you can do, but sometimes you want to actually see that data. The one thing we did in this membership is we actually modeled data in the through table. So what we're going to do here is we're going to grab a course, right? And we're going to say, okay, go ahead and get course number 2, and then membership set. That basically now we're looking at the through table. Give us all the things of the membership set that are associated with this course, course Y. Get them all and get the values. And so that basically is going, now we're going to see the records that are in the membership set. So we see them all, right? We see that person ID 2, course ID 2, the created date dat, the updated date, remember updated at, those are automatically put in there. Remember we talked about them. You just say auto add equals now and auto update equals now. But you also see the role value, so we can read the role value. So this is the way we see, oh, we're in this course, and now we see who's in this course, and are they a teacher or are they a learner? And so we can dig into the through table using this kind of syntax. So that's quite a bit of a romp through one-to-many and many-to-many relationships. Data modeling, like I said, you can learn data modeling basically in a few hours, and you can spend your life crafting amazing data models. And I love it. I just find it really rewarding to build cool data models, and it's not that hard to build really good ones. I mean, it just amazes me how many people who are really smart that can't even build a basic good data model. Again, don't replicate string data, especially when it means the same thing, right? We have the concept of primary keys, which are in each row. We have foreign keys, which point at a row in a different table. And then we have the one-to-many relationships and the many-to-many relationships. And our local library application is a simple data model, and yet it does a really good job of giving us examples of each of these things in action. Hello and welcome to our lecture about JavaScript. JavaScript is another programming language, and if the Python is the only language you know, it's quite a bit different than Python. So JavaScript was originally designed as an addition to HTML and CSS, and it really started as a programming language inside of the browser that runs right in the browser. Even though it's named like JavaScript, like Java, it's really more like Python in how it works, except that it has a C-like syntax. And it's really an amazing language, and for a lot of people, it's their number one language, their favorite language. And so it's worth learning JavaScript even if you love Python. So JavaScript is an interesting language in that it was built very quickly in 10 days in 1995 by a fellow named Brendan Eich. Brendan was a PhD in physics, and he knew a lot about programming languages and formal languages and how to build compilers really fast. And so the idea was to make a sort of a subversion of Java, like a lightweight version of Java, and put it in the browser. Today, it's gone through a standardization process, and it's called ECMAScript. And so if we were to take a look at the history of programming languages, you know by now, you know Python, right? And Python is a great language, and JavaScript is the other language we're going to learn here. And this just sort of puts them in some context so that you understand a bit of the influences. So in the very beginnings, in the 1950s, we programmed in assembly language. And then most computers, all they could do is numeric calculations very well. And so languages like Fortran came along. There's lots of languages, and sort of if you go back to the 50s and the 60s, people were inventing languages all the time. But a language that really, for me, changed everything was the C language. Invented in 1972, and I still want to do a really cool class on C. C is not a good language to write everything in. It's very much like assembly language. It mirrors how computers really work, which is kind of different than how we program computers in a lot of ways. But the other thing that C was doing was it was acknowledging that computers were less and less about numerical computations and more and more about strings and words and messages and things like that. So if you it's probably 95% of the calculations in computers have to do with moving data around, not numbers around. And C was great at that. So all the languages I used up till I started using C, they were kind of a numeric system that was sort of fighting to do characters well, and the C was a very well done character system. And so it became the language. C is the language that's a kind of the mother language of all this. It's the Linux is written in C, Python is written in C, PHP is written in C, JavaScript is probably written in C. And so it's like the lowest level language that we go to these days. And when you're writing a language and you want it to be fast, the implementation of that language is often written in C. C++ came from C as an object-oriented variation, and we talked a lot about object-oriented Python. We're going to talk about object-oriented JavaScript coming up. And so C++ influenced a whole lot of systems that had to do, in a sense, C++ influenced Python as well. And so C++ has added an object-oriented layer. It's actually probably the least object-oriented of any of these other languages on here, but it had object-oriented concepts. C# was Microsoft's version of that. Java was open source, the thing that became the sort of progenitor of JavaScript, but again, they're not as related as you might think. It's really, JavaScript came from C more than it came from Java. There's a few things that are imitating Java. And so all of the things above this line are semicolon and curly brace. They use semicolon and curly brace to end lines and to begin and end blocks. Curly brace, beginning curly brace, and end curly brace. And then there's this other set of programming languages that don't use semicolon and curly brace. And C was the first language that did the semicolon and curly brace. And so these languages that are kind of below this line, Bash, Perl, Python, and PHP, are really, actually PHP is a semicolon and curly brace as well. Python is the language we've been learning, and it's really the odd language. So we're going to learn a language that's in the category that makes it easier for you to learn C or C++ or Java or Objective-C. And so this is worth learning, even though you know Python. There was another movement that was sort of C as a very high-performance language and really aimed at computer scientists to build complex systems like Linux. But then there were languages for like the end user that just got work done but weren't seen as like super performant for professionals, etc., etc., etc. And so Bash, which is the Linux shell where you're typing CD and LS if you're familiar with that. Perl was a report generation language that introduced the concept of associative arrays, and most people joke about Perl. I don't like Perl because I can never read my code after I write it. I can write it, but I can't read it afterwards. But it introduced a lot of wonderful concepts like associative arrays, which we would call dictionaries in Python. And Perl, it really definitely influenced Python because of its ease of programming. So what Perl was really good at was allowing a person with very little formal training on data structures to be able to use associative arrays and nested associative arrays to create pretty sophisticated data structures. And Python came along with that, and PHP also. Original PHP stood for Perl Hypertext Processor. Now it doesn't stand for that, but Perl and Python and PHP are in this category of sort of interpreted, easy-to-use languages with strings that work really nice, and they just make life a lot easier. In languages like C, strings are very difficult. So, if we take a look at this, right, we've learned Python, and we're going to learn JavaScript next. And so we're moving in, but again, JavaScript you can think of as unlocking a whole bunch of other languages, and so it's worth learning it a little bit. Even though in this class we're not going to go into any great detail, because mostly you're going to be cutting and pasting JavaScript and then tweaking it and reading it and debugging it. So we're really not focusing on writing too much new JavaScript. So there's a couple of situations where you'll find yourself writing some JavaScript. One is augmenting HTML. That'll be the first thing we'll do. There is this thing in the browser that runs JavaScript, and the way it interacts with the browser's UI is through the document object model. You can add a library like jQuery to make that interaction easier, because the document object models aren't as portable across browsers as we would like sometimes. And then if you keep going, you find that you're building more and more of your application logic in the browser. And so they say, you know what, I just want to write the model and view part, the controller and view part in the browser in JavaScript using a templating language. And you can use like Vue or React to do that. And then if you keep on going, you can act JavaScript as just a language, and they've implemented it inside the server using as a server-based language. And we would use Django and Python as our server-based language, but you can actually write your entire application front to back in JavaScript and use something like Node to run the server side of it that's actually talking to the database. So there's lots and lots. JavaScript is just like you're opening the door into a lot of really wonderful capabilities. So like I said, it is in the syntax family of Java, and that is that it has semicolons to end lines, white space doesn't matter, open curly brace and close curly brace, start and end blocks, whereas in Python you just end a line and you indent to indicate a block of text, and you de-indent to indicate the end of that block of text. Now, I will admit that Python is not my favorite syntax. It is my favorite language in that I like its libraries, I like how it thinks about things, I like its object-oriented patterns. I like a lot about it, but I do like my curly braces, because for me, I like to see the beginning and end of blocks, whereas in Python, you only see the beginning, but that's okay. I'm just saying that now you're going to see some of this syntax, and it's going to look, if Python's the only language you know, it's going to look quite different. If you know Java, it'll be like, yeah, of course I know that. I've been programming that for a long time. So up next, we're going to talk about how we work with JavaScript when we're sitting in a browser. So now we're going to talk about how you use JavaScript in a browser. And as I said before, this is just only one of the possible ways that you might use Java. But this is pretty much what we'd call vanilla Java, or basic Java, or Java without Vue, or Java without jQuery, or Java without Node. This was the original JavaScript purpose, right? It was to be in the browser, augment HTML. So here we have a happy little bit of HTML. We got some HTML, you got a body, you got a paragraph tag, and we got this script tag. So the script tag says we're moving out of HTML as syntax, and we are then writing some JavaScript code. And we are talking to the document. Document, the DOM, is in a sense that part of your browser that's like the pixels that you're seeing. And so this JavaScript code can write to what you're seeing on the screen by going through this constant, or this variable called document. Document.write writes onto the screen. And so if you take a look at this code, it's coming down. Out comes the title, out comes the body, the paragraph comes out, then it drops into JavaScript, and then this little string gets written out, and then it goes back in. The no script tag is in case there's no JavaScript, which is really rare these days, and then the paragraph comes out. So the point is that this has created a 3-line web page. The first and the third line come from HTML, and the second line comes from JavaScript. Not that this is a particularly useful example, it just points out that JavaScript has access to the screen when it's running inside of a web page. That's powerful, and we're going to drive a truck through all that. So whenever I learn a new programming language, the first thing I got to do is print a debug statement. And the debug statement is called alert. And you say alert, you put a string in it, and it stops the program, and you have to press OK, then it continues on. So that way I'm like, did that code run or not? And I just put a little alert hello world in there, and then poof, up it goes. And then it just pops up a little dialog, and you press OK, and it continues. So that's really quite nice. And so here's a little example of that, where we're cruising along. The paragraph is written out. And one of the things that you'll notice is that this alert box actually stops the JavaScript. So we switch into JavaScript. the browser is still parsing the page. And you'll see sometimes the little spinner is still spinning. So it stops. It puts up the alert dialog box, here I am, and waits until you press OK. And in a sense, your browser is paused at that point. Because literally, it doesn't know what you're going to do. And this JavaScript has every right to change every bit of this page because the JavaScript is in the page using the document. So it pauses until you press OK, and then it picks back up, and then it will write hello world, and the second paragraph will come. But alert, you just stick it in your JavaScript, and whatever's happening, bang, it stops right there, and everything stops. And so it's a pretty cool thing. And so you can't use it too much, you can't use it in a loop, and if you do it too many times, your browser will like, why is this page throwing up so many alert boxes? But in a pinch, it's the simplest thing. So there's three ways to get JavaScript into your web page. One is inline in the document, and that's what I just showed you with a da-da-da-da script, da-da-da-da slash script. It can be, we've done this before, it's part of an event and an HTML tag. I'll show you that. Or you can put the JavaScript in its own little file, usually ending in .js. So here's the second one. This is the one where we're putting in an onClick method. And so we've been doing this, right? We've been doing onClick methods where we'll have an href and then onClick and then say something. And in this one, this part here in the middle, that is just JavaScript, and that's why it has semicolons to end each line. White space doesn't matter. This isn't Python. Don't need new lines, etc. So when we click on this Click Me button, that is going to start running this code. Now the page is already fully rendered, and the Click Me button is waiting to be clicked. And on click, that's when a click happens, event-driven programming. Then it runs the alert, pauses. Better change the color there. It runs the alert. How come I can't get it to be yellow? There, it's yellow. Clear it. Go back up and be yellow. Thank you for being yellow. So you click on it. It runs this JavaScript, which runs the alert, which pops the box up. Then you press the OK, and then it continues on this code. Now the return false is telling the anchor tag not to follow the link, right? And so that basically says, I, the onClick method, have processed this particular click. And so that's what the return false does. So we are basically just have JavaScript in the middle of a tag that's triggered when an event happens. So event-based programming. The other thing we can do is we can make this in a completely separate file. So we're going to have this file called script.js. Now it doesn't need a script tag because it knows that it's JavaScript, so that's just code. This happens to be one line that's got a document.write hello world, and now we embed it with a script tag and a slash script, but now we just say source equals script. It pulls it in, it loads and runs and parses that whole thing, and as a side effect, it writes out, one paragraph hello world and the second paragraph. And of course, usually this isn't doing work. Usually this is defining a bunch of functions that we're going to use later. And so usually this is script.js is a function. So we're kind of loading a library of functions that we're going to use later. But I just put this document right so you can kind of see when it's happening as the document is loading. So in any programming language, we can make errors as a programmer, right? We can make syntax errors. The problem is when you're looking at a web page and in that web page there's a JavaScript syntax error, they decided a long time ago not to bother the poor user with a JavaScript syntax error. Because really the person, unless you're writing it in the first place, the person looking at the screen of, Amazon.com or drchuck.com, if I got a syntax error in drchuck.com, why tell you that there's a syntax error? So what it actually does is it just like, well, I guess I'll stop running the JavaScript because it's got a problem, but I'm not going to tell the user, which means my page is broken and I don't even know that. So it stops. And so syntax errors happen and it just stops the execution. So let's take a look at a little example here. A little example where we have two chunks of JavaScript. We come in, we got the first one, and this first one has a syntax error, okay? And that means the alert's not going to work. Now what happens is it in effect ignores everything after that point. If it's executing through a script file, it might be defining a bunch of functions. If it finds a syntax error a third of the way through, the other 2/3 don't matter because it has stopped parsing that file until the end of the script tag. And then when it sees a new script tag, hope springs eternal, and it starts parsing it again. And so that's why when this page runs, you see first paragraph, this goes, blows up, which means it skips down to here. Then you see 2 paragraph come out, and then you see the alert second time. You never see any of these alerts because that error is on the first line of the JavaScript, which invalidates the rest of the JavaScript, but until another script tag. And sometimes what you're doing is you're like including one library, another library, and another library, and another library. If you have a syntax error in that library that you're including, most of that library won't actually be activated, right? And but it doesn't mean if you have like 5 libraries that you're loading with 5 script tags, just because the first library has a syntax error, it can still load the other four libraries. But it's just, it punts. There could be hundreds of lines of code here, and it all is for naught because it saw a syntax error and ignored the rest of it up to the end of that script tag. Now, the end user can't see the error, so when you're doing software development, you got to put in extra effort, because when you're like writing code and hitting refresh, writing code and hitting refresh, well, yeah, that's the user hitting the refresh in the browser, but if you're writing JavaScript, you want to see what's wrong. And so we have places that we have to look to see if there are actually JavaScript errors in our code. And once we start developing JavaScript, I assure you that there will be errors in your code. There's always errors in my code. And so all of these situations, whether all these browsers, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, they all have some kind of a web developer console that you unlock. And then you can go, there's always one of these tabs that says console. And console is all the error messages that are coming out. And so if you made that same bit of code and you had the console turned on, you would see a happy little error that says syntax error on line 3 of that file. I mean, it would just run the OKs later in the file, but it will tell us that. So you'll find that once you start developing JavaScript, you're making a big mistake if you don't have this little developer console open almost all the time, at least to the JavaScript console, because that's how you debug your JavaScript. It'll literally just like silently, you're like, I changed something and nothing happened. I changed something and nothing happened. I'm going crazy. Well, look at the console. You changed something, but there was a syntax error above it, and so it didn't matter what you said after that. It really ignores everything after that. So that's why it's so important to have the debugger console doing all the time. Thankfully, all modern browsers have a good debugger console. In the old days, Firefox was the only one. They had a thing called Firebug, which was this console, but you had to install it and add it. And it's a person wrote it as an open source project. And it got so popular that people just put it into the browsers rather than making you install it. So it was pretty cool. So back to debugging, there is a function called console.log, and it allows you to log variables and strings and whatever. And unlike the alert, it just shows up in that console. So you can put it inside of a loop. You don't have to press OK. It doesn't stop anything. It's really more of a debug print, right? And so in this particular example, it just runs. It doesn't stop. The alert stops everything. And so I use the alert like, what is going on? But if I'm really debugging something like in a loop, I'll use console log. So it comes in, console log comes out, it says alert, I clicked on it, so you don't see that. The second log comes out, and away you go. And so this is a better debugging mechanism. And if you look at systems that I've built, when I have a really complex JavaScript, I will sometimes leave console log statements in it. So if you use Sakai, and you're at a school that uses Sakai and you do console log, you will see error messages in your production system that I left in there because of the parts of the code that were the JavaScript was so tricky. I'm like, I want to be able to talk to you if your stuff breaks, and I want any developer to be able to pop this window open and get a clue as to why some of the JavaScript stuff is breaking, because there's just so much complex JavaScript in it. And so I leave a few little debugging clues, and if you go into the auto grader, you can watch this, and I just like debugging, and it's sort of not all that costly. I don't put a ton of them in because then it looks a little sloppy. But yeah, I do put a few console logs in. So so you can use a debugger. It's a full-featured debugger. You can view the source. You can inspect. So you probably by now have figured out how to inspect elements, so you can look through and what you're looking through there is the document object model. But they also have a full-featured debugger, where if you're looking in the source code, you can go onto the line that you're interested in and click, and then that will set a breakpoint. But usually the code's already executed, so you have to set the breakpoint, then you got to refresh the page, and it remembers where you set the breakpoint, and then it stops it. Okay, and so you kind of set the breakpoint and then hit refresh. You'll figure it out, because by the time it's all done, it can't go back in time. It's past that line, so you have to see the line, set the breakpoint, refresh the page, then it knows to breakpoint, catch the breakpoint as it's going by, rather than going back in time, because it doesn't remember. It can't run time backwards, just forwards. So that gives you a little sense of what it is like to do JavaScript in the browser. And now we're going to just look at JavaScript as if it were a regular programming language. And this applies whether it's in the browser, in the server, in Vue, or whatever. So now we're going to talk about JavaScript as a programming language. Now we're just going to talk about like the syntax. So we'll start out, say, with comments. So I love the comments in JavaScript. There are two kinds of comments, and they have to do with what languages did the influencing. And so the / / is a multi-line comment, right? So this is all comment from here all the way to here, and you can have new lines. This is great for writing documentation. That comes from the C language. Java also supports it as well. And then the C++ language has / to the end of the line. Well, that's much more like the # comment in Python. But I like both of those styles. I like using these for documentation sections, and I like these for short comments. So nice. Thank you very much. White space and new lines do not matter. Statements end in a semicolon. It turns out that that's not technically true, but if you just pretend that all statements end with a semicolon, then if you move to Java or C++ or C or PHP, then you're not like, oh, when do I have to put the semicolon on? Well, in those languages, you have to put it on just about everywhere. So just put semicolons at the end of every line, and you can just pretend you're writing C. And then when you get to C, you'll be like, oh, this is just like JavaScript, even though on the implementation, it's very different, very, very different. So here's just an example of some really nasty JavaScript where, x equals 3 plus 5 times 4 on 2 lines, and then this line's jammed up and console.log. That's okay. It just doesn't matter. I mean, JavaScript and these C-style languages just don't care what the white space is. They're looking for characters, blah, 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 semicolon. That must be the end of the line. Blah, 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 semicolon. That's the end of the line. So just the new line is just like another space-like character ultimately in these languages. Variable names are kind of normal. They can start with letters. I mean, they're letters and numbers and underscore and $, but they're not supposed to start with a number, and they are case sensitive. Just please. We use case sometimes as a signal because different kinds of variables, we like either camel case them or all uppercase. I use case to signal things. And it turns out that because JavaScript sort of saw what PHP and Perl looked like, they allowed $ at the beginning of variables because PHP and Perl are the places where $ are allowed. But when people started writing JavaScript, they wanted to be more like Java. Java doesn't allow $ in variables, and so there was kind of like this unwritten rule, which we will come back to, of just don't start a variable with $, even though JavaScript allows it. Just kind of don't do it. It's not cool. String constants, single quotes and double quotes function the exact same way. I like that a lot. stylistically, what I tend to do is I tend to use single quotes as much as I can in JavaScript, because ultimately double quotes are part of HTML. And when I'm mixing my HTML into JavaScript, I tend to want to look at it and say that single quote is a JavaScript quote versus a HTML quote. So if we take a look at this little code, you see like this text equal JavaScript, that's in double quotes, and it has to be. So the 1 line and 2 line, I could use single quotes or double quotes for that, but for me, I try to use single quotes as much as possible when I'm in JavaScript, so I can take a look at this code and know HTML, JavaScript. If I'm in double quotes, I'm generally dealing with HTML. And because JavaScript is sometimes writing HTML, it's writing double quotes into the document because it has to, because that's how HTML requires it. So I have a single quote string that has a double quote in the middle of it because I'm writing HTML in JavaScript. That'll make more sense to you later. So you can do either one, and you'll see examples where JavaScript just uses double quotes, but I prefer single quotes as much as I possibly can. Numeric constants are pretty much like every other language, but there is only one number type. In most languages, there's like an integer and a floating point. Sometimes there's double and float. There's different kinds of long integers. In JavaScript, I think in a way they were smart, and they basically had made one type, one numeric type called number. And so, for example, if you take 5/3, that is a floating point number, 1.666 repeating forever. If you want to turn that into an integer, you just truncate it, like math.trunc. Math is a library that's in JavaScript. Now, when you get back in X, it's still a floating point number. It just is shown as an integer because you've chopped off the decimal part. And so you have to be careful because they're really floating point numbers. Every one of them, some of them are shown as integers when you print them out. But in general, there are no integers in JavaScript. So there's a whole bunch of operators: plus, minus, multiply, divide, truncate. You know, those are pretty much like every other programming language. More operators like the modulo operator. Modulo operator is the percent sign, and that is the remainder operator. So 45 divided by 7 is 6 remainder 3. And that remainder, you know, 45, 7 is 6, 42, 3, remainder 3. That 3 is what goes there. So division with truncation will give you the 6, but the remainder will give you the 3. And it turns out that that modulo is really quite useful. Like if you want to do something every 100th time through an iteration, you take the iteration counter like 1, 2, 3, and if you modulo 100 and the result is 0, remainder is 0, it's an even multiple of 100, and that means every 100 times you can do something. So we like modulo. There are side effect operators. Oops, come back. There are side effect operators. K++ says retrieve K, have it be part of an expression perhaps, and then add 1 to it, store it back down. So if I say K++, it says 3, but then afterwards K has become 4. So after it retrieved the K and printed it, then it turned it into 4. There's a very few places that we actually use these, and then we use them all the time, but in general, you can hurt yourself if you write too much of this stuff. There is a pre-increment minus K, and that says subtract 1 from K, and then print it out, which is 3, and then the 3 goes back into K. Okay. Then there are some side effect operators. J plus equals is the same as J equals J plus 5, and the same is true for all these things. Actually, that's a typo there, slash equals. And so most people do not use these formats. I just show them to you in case you ever see some code. I always prefer to write my increments and decrements and divisions out. It's not particularly faster that way. It's a syntax. This comes from C. All of these fancy bits come from the C language, and JavaScript and Java do the same thing. And so those two languages are represented here, And so that's why these operators are here. Comparison operators. All C-style languages, one of the trickiest things you got to realize is that the single equal sign is an assignment statement, and I like to think of that as changing. So the 10 is being stored into the J. To say, is J equal to 10, this is like a question mark. I wish this was like question equals. That would be like, is it equal to? But that's not what they do. They decided double equals was the one that was the question mark. And that's asking the question, is J equal to 10? And it returns a true or a false when it's evaluated. So J equals 10 is true. J not equals 17, that's exclamation equal. Again, I wish this was question mark equal, but you know, that's going back to 1972. I had to catch them and say, no, don't make double equals, make question equal. Not equal, less than, greater than, less than or equal to. Now, there's a special operator, and you see this in Python in the is and is not operator. So the double equals is a comparison with type conversion. So it says, can the left side of the double equals, the J, be converted eventually to become equal to 0? And so in this particular case, J is false. So it is of type Boolean, but a false can be coerced into 0, so false is equal to 0 with some conversion. But then if we want to compare two things in terms of both their type and their value with no type, implicit type conversion, if I say is J triple equals 0, that says is J the same type as 0, which is a number, and has the same value. Well, J is a Boolean because it's true or false. And so this turns out to be false. So J is not triple equals, right? And J is not triple equals true. And so you have triple equals and not, it's like not equal equal, but I call it not triple equals. So there's a whole series of logical operators much like that return for you true and falses. And so we've got our greater than. So we've got double ampersand, which is and. So for the whole operation, for the whole expression to be true, both sides have to be true. So is k greater than 1 and j less than 10? And in this case, the answer is yes. Is k greater than 10? No. And is j greater than 10? So that's true, but this one's false. False and true become false. Or is k greater than 10 or j greater than 10? No, neither are true, so the result is false. And then there is a unary not operator that you can put in front. That's like saying k greater than 10, well that's false, but then if I apply a not to it, it becomes true. String concatenation is a little different than Python. It uses the plus operator, but it will convert things to string, right? So x equals 12 is a number, and I'm adding a number to a string, and it's like, I'll convert that into a string. And so that 12 becomes a string, and you end up with a string that's hello 12 people with 1, 2 characters. The number 12 is long gone at that point. So there is a conversion. Normally, if this were in Python, you'd say stir, parenthesis, to force it to a string. The plus is smart enough to automatically convert it. You can debate which of those things you prefer, and I can come down on either side of it. There is something to respect about Python that basically says if you want it to be a string, you as the programmer should say it. Languages that are sort of loosey-goosey, that do things to make it most convenient, like PHP and JavaScript, sometimes can get you into a trouble. And this is where you can always tell that nan. If you see nan in a user interface anywhere in the web, you're like, oh, somebody did a JavaScript calculation just like this, and something went wrong. Because that's what happens when additions go wrong. We'll see that in a second. So variable typing is a little confusing because we're using plus. Sometimes we're using it for concatenation. Sometimes we're using it for addition. So in this particular case, where we take the string 1, 2, 3 and add 10 to it, it sees that as a concatenation and gives us back a string. But if we say the string 1, 2, 3 times 1, then it converts that to an integer times 1, and that's 10. So it becomes 133, but that is a number. But what happens if we take something that's not even a number? Well, multiply it by 1. That is not a number. And then we add 10 to it, and it's still not a number. And this is the not a number. And that's why you see nan on all these web pages, like percent complete, nan. And that's because it was adding 1 to something like a fall, that wasn't a number and couldn't be converted into a number, like a string or something. And once you get something that's a nan, it's very, very, very sticky. But it doesn't blow up. It just keeps running and shows you nan in your user interface. So, if a string can't be converted because of mathematical operation, you get a nan. There is a function called isNan that gives you a true false, like is there a nan? Nan is a value. It's not the lack of a value. Something like null, or null would be a lack of a value, or empty in Python would be the lack of a value. IsNan is an actual value. It's just like a value that's the indication within a number that it's a number. If you divide by 2, you get another value that's not really a value. It's a special value called infinity. And if you add 1 to infinity, you still get infinity. If you subtract 1 from infinity, you still get infinity. There's no amount of 1s that you can subtract from infinity to get anything less than infinity, because it's like infinity. And there's a function called isInfinity that lets you know if the variable you're working with is infinity. So this seems kind of silly, but it turns out that in some ways JavaScript has one of the coolest number classes, because it uses this internal number format called IEEE 450 something, 455 or something. And it's actually a scientifically thought out, really good way to do number calculations. And so in some ways it does a better job of floating point numbers than some other programming languages that just kind of do unpredictable things at things like infinity and dividing by 0 or multiplying by an undefined or something. So you got to respect JavaScript, because they stuck to their guns on numeric calculations, and they're pure. They're the way computer science researchers suggest this is the way you do it, and that's exactly the way you do it. Seems a little weird. I make a little fun of it, but it's actually pretty cool. If you're in an untyped language and you're passed in like a variable and you want to know, is this a string, or is this an array, or is this an object, there is a unary function, which just takes one parameter, type of. That's typeof. That's the function. That's like multiplication or minus sign. Type of x, and that returns a string. So type of a number is the string number. If we say what is y, well, the string wy, it's a string, and you can ask for a variable that doesn't exist yet, and that will be undefined. And so you can say, is this variable defined yet? It's not defined yet. So this is where you're writing code and maybe passed a parameter and you don't know what it is, and you say, is it a string, is it an array, or whatever. So it's good to be able to, in an untyped environment, to take a variable that you might have been given by somebody else and check its type. So up next, we're going to talk about functions and arrays. So now we're going to talk about JavaScript functions and JavaScript arrays. So functions use the function keyword. Unlike Python, this would be like in the def. This would be like def in Python. And so we basically say, function, and then give the name of a function, and then the parameters to the function, and then you have a curly brace to start the function, and then end the function. Let's move this over here, and then you have return to return the resulting value, and that return defines the return value that's going to be used in some expression. So you're cruising along, you're in the middle of an expression, you encounter a function, it calls the function, runs the call, and then the return value is what is the residual that's placed in that plus. So whatever that value is, in this case it's going to add 4 and 5 and end up with 9 as the result, and prod equals 9. So the functions, other than that, are like most programming languages, except when it comes to global variables. And so most of the time when you're working with a function, every variable that you define inside the function is local to that function. And so if you use the same variable outside the function, now I'm doing this 2 lines away, but really often this function's inside of a library and it doesn't even know what variables are being used outside of it. And so by default, these two are the same. And that really, I'm not really familiar of a lot of other programming languages where the default is that that's kind of a global variable if you don't make it worse. It depends on whether this global variable is defined before or after too. In this case, I'm defining the global variable before, and I say nothing special about GL, and so it's global. And so I set it to 123, then I call this function, and it sets it to 456, and when we're come back from the function, it's 456. So that's kind of weird. It's this weird kind of super global by default, which is not the way we usually like to run functions. So what we do, and it's really weird, there's no other programming language that makes you say, don't be global. Most other programming languages, if they have a global capability, and not all of them do, they're like, this is the weird one that's global, and everything else is local. What you do is, if you don't say it's local, it's going to be global. So the var keyword basically says it's local. It's just, this is a variable and it's local. And so I can say, var GL equals 456. That means that that variable has no effect outside the function, i.e. the function lives in its own little silo, which is the way most functions usually work unless we explicitly bust out of the little silo. So in this case, if we do GL equals 123, then we call a function check, and we look at GL, even though inside a function there's a GL that's 456, not the same GL, and so we get 123 when it's all said and done. So that's really quite nice. But you do put a lot of vars in, and one of my biggest bugs in when I write JavaScript is to forget to put the var in. So I now just kind of been punished enough to know, always put the var in, so you get what you kind of expect as a default in most other programming languages, that all variables that are defined inside of a function are local unless you're very explicitly doing otherwise. JavaScript has arrays. They look a lot like Python lists. So here we have an array that's 3 strings. JavaScript has an associative structure, but it's not an associative array, and it's more like a dictionary, but it's not. It's an object. Objects can be many, many things, and we'll talk a bunch. We'll have a whole lecture on nothing but objects, but right now they kind of look like a dictionary. Key, value, pair, key, value, pair. Key is name, value is Chuck. Key is class, value is DJ Faree. And so that when you print that out, away you go. Now, you can say a sub 0, which gives you x, which is that first element, and you can say b sub quote name quote. You can do that. Another way to say that is b dot name. Those two syntaxes, and this confused the heck out of me when I was first learning JavaScript, those two syntaxes mean the same thing. They both are saying look up an attribute of the object b that's named name. And again, equivalent, they are the same thing, even though for every other language you ever look at, you think those are very different creatures, but not so in JavaScript. And it has to do with the fact that B is an object. It is an object. And so objects are the associative structures, but they're even more powerful than associative arrays are in some languages, like directories. Linear arrays, you can make linear arrays. You can fill them up a couple different ways. You can either fill them up, we start and make an array and we can push some elements in. I don't like the name push. I like append better. That would be what we would say if we were in Python, if this were a list. But it works. Push kind of pushes onto the end. Normally push means push onto the beginning, but in computer science, push usually means push down, not append. So I think Python has JavaScript there where we say append in Python, we say push in JavaScript. Or we can just fill it up with the array, array sub 0 and array sub 1, and then we can fill up a nice linear array if we want. And remember, In JavaScript, arrays are arrays. They're not dictionaries. They are lists. In Python, Python has lists and dictionaries, and JavaScript has arrays and objects. There's other syntaxes for making arrays. You can say array and then just have a list of things that make up the array, and you get an array, or you just use the constant form, that's square brackets. And this looks exactly like how we would do it in Python, and so that works. So in that particular line, you can write Python in JavaScript if you so desire. Up next, we're going to talk about control structures. Now let's talk about control structures, logic, loops, and all that kind of stuff. So the first kind of control structure we're going to deal with is an if statement. And every language has an if statement. We have a whole bunch of logical operators that we just got done talking about. Equals, the double equals is the question mark. Triple equals is the same as and same type as. Not equals, the not, and then the and the or. Double ampersand is and a double vertical bar is or. And so triple equals and exclamation double equals and curly braces are the way that we talk about the begin and end of the blocks that are affected by the if statement. So other than that, we say if parenthesis answer equals 42. This is kind of the question that we're going to ask, and that's going to lead to a true or a false. If it's true, of course, the first block is going to execute, and then there's an else, and then if that result is false, the question is false, then the else section is going to execute. And there can be more than one line in here. I'm just showing one line to keep it small on the screen. So when this code all runs, it basically comes in, answers 42, then this is true, answer equals 42 is true, it runs console log hello world, then skips the else clause and is all done. So the output of this is indeed hello world. There's multi-way ifs, and you can hang them together just like with else ifs, just like in Python. And it does it in order. If this is false, if the first if is false, it checks the else if, and as soon as that's true, it runs that block of code and then hops out to the end. It doesn't check all of the if questions simultaneously. And you can optionally have an else clause so that if none of the else if clauses are true, then it just falls through and runs the code in the else block. You can have an indeterminate loop, a while loop that runs until something becomes true. It's a zero trip loop, which means that it runs a minimum of 0 times, which means it effectively functions the first time through like an if statement. So while fuel greater than 1, do this thing in the block, is really like an if fuel greater than run, if fuel is greater than 1, do this block. Although in this case, I've built myself an infinite loop because fuel starts out at 10, and I say, while fuel is greater than 1, console.log vroom, which means it's just going to do that forever. And that's because I didn't change the iteration variable, in this case fuel, and usually we construct these in a way that they terminate eventually. And so I've done a much better job in the second one where I set fuel to 10 and I say while fuel is greater than 1, and inside the loop I console.log vroom, and then I subtract 1, and I go up and up and up and up, and then it's going to go, and then fuel will eventually get to 0, and then it will exit out the loop and finish. And so this here is an infinite loop, and this is a finite loop. While loops are always a little tricky because you've got to construct the iteration variable or make sure you know how to get out of the loop. The for loop is a counted loop, and it's going to run, and so there's 3 parts to it, and they're separated by semicolons. It looks really complex, but it's not. So you make an iteration variable. The first part up to the semicolon is the code that runs before the loop starts. So I'm going to set this variable count equals 1. The second part is like a while, and it's a top test 0 trip loop, and as long as count remains less than or equal to 6, then the body of loop is going to execute, and then each time at the bottom of the loop we're going to add 1. So this is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When it's equal to 6, it's going to run the 6th time, but then it's going to come up and be 7, but then the loop is not going to run. And so that's what's called a counted loop, where we have some variable that's just running through a set of numbers. In Python, we would use range to do this kind of a thing. Now, like in Python, we've got the break statement, and the break statement just says I'm going to get out of this loop. So if this line executes, it looks at if there's more than one loop, it's the innermost loop, and it just basically escapes the loop and moves on to the line of code that follows the loop immediately. Just if it's done, get out. Don't execute another line. It doesn't run the rest of the iteration. It just skips out of the loop completely. Continue is another very useful thing. You can basically say, I want to give up on this iteration and go back up and do the next iteration. But the thing is, this increment usually is this third part of the for loop. If you say continue, that actually runs. So it actually continue goes and does the plus plus, and then it does the check, and then it either continues to run back here, or it jumps out if count is now greater than 10. And so continue works pretty much the same in loops in JavaScript as it does in Python. So you can also loop through objects. And so here's an object that has three attributes: golf, tennis, and ping. And I can say for ball and balls, and then that means that this iteration variable is going to walk through the keys or the attributes. So it's going to be golf, ping, and tennis. And then I can use the lookup syntax to look up balls sub golf, balls sub tennis, and balls sub ping, and then print all those things out. So that's what's called a definite loop. That's looping through an object that we're going to see. Now, when you're looping through an array, which is a linear list, you actually use a counted loop, not a definite loop. But objects, which are like dictionaries, which are like associative arrays, we use definite loops to loop through them. So that is a quick romp through JavaScript, not so much to get to the point where you can write a bunch of JavaScript, but so you can read it, and then when you get a syntax error, hopefully you can fix it. Hello and welcome to our lecture on object-oriented programming in JavaScript. I teach object-oriented programming in Python, in PHP, and in JavaScript. And I use the same slides over and over and over again. And that's because object-oriented concepts are the same. So if you've taken other classes from me, you've seen some of these slides. They're adapted a little bit for JavaScript because JavaScript's object-oriented pattern is particularly awesome, right? But there's this concept of a class, which is like a template. There's a concept of code and data in a class. Whether you call the code method or message is up to you, whether you call the data attributes or fields. And then an object is an instance of the class. And so the cookie cutter is the shape, that's the class, and the cookie itself that can be specialized, and it's an instance. Millions of cookies come from one cookie cutter, and that's object-oriented. So the key is the craft of it is building the cookie cutter so that it makes awesome cookies. So the class, like I said, is the template. It's a blueprint. It's not the actual thing, but it is the precise instructions on how to make the thing. An instance is once you make the cookie, you can have different frosting on it. You can have all kinds of other things. You can make subclasses, which is what we do for inheritance, which makes specialized versions of the class. Now, the methods are the code. So in classic programming, we think of like code and data structures, algorithms and data structures. Data structures are the shape of data, and algorithms are the shape of the code, the way the code is made to work. The methods are the algorithms that make up the code part of every object. Every object has code and data, and often the code works on the data that's inside the object. Some object-oriented sort of schools of thought use method, and some use message. The more purist folks tend to use messages, like you're sending a message, here's the object, not the class, you're sending a message to the object. I tend to use method because method is a bit of code that lives in there, and that's just because I think of things from like a Fortran or C, very procedural way of thinking. So objects in JavaScript are a little different, and if you've seen me talk about objects in Python or objects in PHP or even objects in Java, which I taught a long time ago, or C++, they're very different. And the key thing is it certainly is a store and reuse pattern. It is a mechanism to create data and code and put it into one kind of reusable thing. But the key thing is that the function keyword is actually, in a sense, an executable statement. And you can take and call and use the function keyword, and the function is, in a sense, calling a function that causes code to come back to you. So you can have the function create code and then assign it into the variable. These are called first-class functions. And it has to do with the fact that in first-class functions, you have this symmetry between code and data. The code is just data. And of all of the modern programming languages, Lisp really was the original code data kind of duality. JavaScript is very, very, very much throwback to the Lisp tradition of data and code look the same way or can be treated the same way. You can have x as a variable and you can assign it to be 42. You can have it be a string, or you can have it be a function that adds two numbers together. And it's just x. And that is kind of elegant. So that's called first-class functions, in that functions themselves are the code. The code in systems is manipulable as data. Copy around, use it, reuse it, etc. So up next, we're going to take a look at how we put together a sample class in JavaScript. So now I want to show you a little bit about how we build classes in JavaScript, so how we build our own classes and how classes work internally. You may have noticed that the coffee cup that I'm using during this JavaScript lecture has code on it, and the code is somewhat JavaScript-y. I think it's JavaScript. It's C, Java. I think this would be C or JavaScript or Java, because again, these are all related languages. So let's take a look at a sample class here. And so the first thing to notice is that it uses function as the keyword to define a class. Now, you might see what's called ES6 classes, and it's a like syntactic sugar that layers on top of this that makes the syntax look more like the other languages. And so this is kind of like vanilla, the underlying actually how they work. And so I guess I'm glad that they've made syntax that looks like everything else, but it really belies the elegance of the original way it works. The syntax doesn't change how it works. This is how it really works. And the things that's super excellent about this is that it uses the function keyword. There's not a different keyword, okay? Every other programming language, pretty much when they go into an object, they use a different than they're in their procedural. So a class is a specialized function that, as a side effect of its execution, returns code and data. Okay? Now, we'll see that we invoke it a little bit differently. So let's start and take a look at what we got here. We got this function party animal, right? So party animal is the name of the class, but it's code. And again, we have a curly brace to start it. And the thing that's different is there's this notion of this. So we make sort of an empty vessel that is going to be the object that we're going to use this class to populate. And then by running the code, we're actually populating that empty vessel. So this .x is going to create a member variable called x inside this, which is the empty vessel object that we're creating, and then we're going to fill up, okay? And then we have this.party. This.party is also a piece of data in the this object that we're about to create. And you'll notice that we're saying equals and then function. But this one is a little different. You'll notice the function is unnamed. It is what we call an anonymous function because it doesn't have a name. So the function's name is actually called party, but it just happens to be called party because we're storing the function's code in an instance variable called party. But that's how we're going to call it. So in the party variable, we have the code that is those two lines. And then within that method, now I'd call party a method to use the terminology. Within the party method, this is the instance that we're talking about. In Python, we use self for this, right? And different languages have this concept of the current object that we're part of. This.x is referencing, remember how we talked about global and local inside of functions? Well, this x is actually outside of the function. So this is an advantage. The this.x is defined inside the function, and because this is defined before the function definition, it sees that, right? And so we're going to add 1 to that member variable, and then we're going to put out a console log message, and that's our entire object. It's got one attribute called x and one method called party. Okay? So we could just call this function party animal, but that's not what we do. We have a new keyword called new. And it says, look, don't just run this code. Create an empty object and then use the party animal code to sort of fill out that object with a bit of code and a bit of data. And so that says, run all this, but instead of just running it, give me back the thing that eventually it produces. It's as if there's like a return statement at the bottom of this thing, at the bottom of party animal function. And then give me back the object. And now I have an object, and it's got an X in it, and it's got a party in it. Then AN is where I store that object. So AN is my first instance of a party animal object. But now I can talk to AN.party and call it again and again. So I call AN.party 3 times. So I call the method party. Okay? So that is the basic mechanism. And so if we were to somewhat trace through this part here, the function just is a template that it's remembering the template and naming it party animal. And at the point where we have an equals new party animal, JavaScript constructs this object, and it's got two things in it. It's got an X in it and it's got a party in it. X is data and party is code. And then that's what it looks like, but it's got, well, actually no, the construction, got to change here. The construction also put a 0 into this.x. And so it, as a part of the creation, it ran all this code to construct party animal, and this got set to 0. So when we're at this next line of code, before we call an.party for the first time, an.x has got a 0 in it. Then we call an.party, and it runs the code. an.party, this an is an alias for this. And so in a sense, when it says this.x, it really is an.x. Now we'll see in a second how when we do multiple instances, how that works. So it runs the code, and then it adds this to be 1, and then it prints out the first line, and then it does it again, and then it becomes 2, and it prints out the second line, and it does it again, prints out 3, makes it 3, and prints out the third line. So that's how this code works. This is the constructing, or creation, or taking the little cookie cutter and poof, making a cookie out of cookie dough. You got a bunch of cookie dough. That's like a little object that doesn't exist. It's got no form, and then we take the template and we make the thing. So I mentioned the word constructor because there is this moment where it's actually building the object and filling it up with all the little pieces. So objects are created, used by us, and then discarded. And there is this concept of a bit of code called the constructor in object-oriented theory that says, look, I'm going to start an empty object and then I'm going to fill it with stuff. And the constructor is the sort of filling it up so it's ready to do its job once you're done constructing it. Destructors are a common concept, and we talked about those when we talked about object-oriented in Python. You don't get to get a hold of the destructor inside of JavaScript. That's something that they just don't let you do. And I think it philosophically has to do with the idea that you're in a web page, you're not going to be there for very long, and that's really the earliest of days, right? These days with things like Vue and React, some of these JavaScript pages last a very long time, and maybe it'd be useful to have destructors in there, but JavaScript didn't have them in the beginning. Okay, so the constructor is, in a sense, the moment where this new is triggering the constructor. And what it basically does is creates basically a blank object that has nothing in it, and then runs the code inside a function party animal to give some form to that object, right? And so this right here is the constructor, right? And so I just put a console.log so you can kind of see where that happens. It says I'm in the constructor, and then this thing works the exact same way. It's just I've kind of instrumented the moment that we're in the constructor. Okay, And the purpose of the constructor in object orientation is to set the initial conditions of the object so that the object is ready to be used. And like setting x to 0, setting x to 0 is apparently for this object a necessary condition. So once we have a template, cookie cutter, we have a class, party animals are class, then we can make many different objects. And then those objects have each independent data. That's the key to this, right? And we call this having multiple instances or multiple objects that implement a particular class. So here we go. Here's our same old party animal that we've been talking about all along. The only difference now is we actually give a parameter here. And so one of the things that this is going to do is, as part of its construction, it is going to copy that first parameter into one of the instance variables. So we're going to have two instance variables, this.x and this.name. And we're going to copy whatever that is. Now, where does that come from? Well, it comes from the moment of construction when we're saying, make me a new party animal. Oh, and here's a constructor parameter. So that Sally goes in as nam. So this.name equals Sally. This.x equals 0, and then this.party is exactly the same way. And so when we run this, it comes in, it constructs Sally, setting that, and it says built Sally, that's that nam, and then we call Sally s.party. So this is the actual object is in the variable s, we call s.party, and this.nam is Sally, and it's equal to 1. And then we make a new one. Going to make a new one, but this one's we call Jim. So we make a second variable. A second instance variable. It's going to have a second copy of X and a nam and actually a copy of party, right? And so then it'll say built Jim, and then we say j.party, and then we set Jim to 1, and then s.party, and it sets Sally to 2. And so now the j variable and the s variable are completely independent variables. And so halfway through, so when we're down to here, we've got this object, s.party, well, x starts out at 0, and the name here is Sally, right? And then s.party comes and runs in here and prints out Sally equals 1, right? And then comes back, and then we're going to create a second one. So we created a second one, and that'll be in the name j, in the variable j, right? So we've created one. Oops. We've created one. Create Jim. Out comes built Jim. And then and then this is 0, this is Sally, this is 1, this is 0, this is Jim, right? And it says Jim equals 1. And then we're going to call s.party here at the very end, and so it's going to run this party code again, except now this is an alias of s. So you can see how when we call j.party, this is an alias of j, and we call s.party, this is an alias of s. These are instance. So s is one instance, and j is another instance of it. And so that's how we take one class and make multiple instances, and each instance has their own independent copy of the variables. So that's a real quick introduction, mostly to get syntax. I'm not going to ask you to write a bunch of objects, but we're going to use a ton of them. And when you start learning about jQuery and document object model and all that stuff, this dot syntax and the methods and the member variables, the attributes, away you go. So you got to know all this stuff. So class is a template, a method or message is the code that's inside of objects and classes, and then attributes is the data inside objects and classes, and then constructor is the code that runs as one of these things is created. So that's a real quick romp through object-oriented JavaScript. It's actually in some ways one of the I debate with myself whether I think that the Python or the JavaScript object-oriented pattern is more prettier. I mean, there's other ones that aren't as pretty as these two. So in Python and JavaScript, I think we're fortunate to have two very mature and very advanced thinking in how to really build beautiful object-oriented systems.
Hello and welcome to another code walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this we're going to walk through the how to handle pictures, and in our DJ free samples I'm going to walk through the code. So first let's walk through just how it basically works. It's a CRUD application. This is CRUD, and now we have this browse thing to upload a file. And so we'll upload that file, and then when we look at it we're going to see it. If I click on the picture I get kind of this overlay view. That's all JavaScript, and then I hide it, and I can upload it. I can edit and delete it. So let me kind of walk through how this works. So first off, let's take a look at urls.py. There's nothing particularly special. The whole pattern is kind of the same. I'll come back to this particular URL, the actual picture, the thing that in a sense serves the picture. So if I could open this, view the image in a new tab, well, it's this URL that's actually serving the image. This image is stored in the database, and so we'll come back to that particular one. It's the stream file view. Okay, so let's go back to all pics, and let's start taking a look first. Let's go at the model first, because this is where everything starts. Sure, let's go put the model here, put the views there, and the forms there. Okay, so let's start the model. We'll start from the back forwards. So if we were to go look at the admin, I think I've got the admin hidden in this particular one. Let's take a look at admin.py. Yeah, this is one of the things. Let me show you how the admin works. I hope I got admin going. Probably don't have my admin account. Oh, there we are. We have admin. So if I'm to take a look at the pics, so it turned out that I didn't want either of these two things to show up, because it turned out it made it difficult because I couldn't update things. So you won't see picture or content type here in admin, and I do that by excluding this. And instead of doing the shortcut, I am going to register for the model pic this particular class, and it allows me to have this class-wide variable called exclude so that I don't show those things. And so that's just a little trick on admin, so that when you see it, when they're in the database, they're just not there, because the admin interface is not smart enough to update these pictures the way I want to update them. So I'm going to hide that. So in the model, we've got a binary field, which is like a blob if you're into databases, and I'm allowing it to be null and blank and editable. And then there is this thing called the content type. And the content type is, I'm going to open this in a new window, copy image location. So if I were to do a view developer console network, one of the things when you're serving images is that you've got to set the MIME type. So this is a GET request, and it sent a bunch of data. But if I look at the headers here, the response header includes this header called the content type. Oh no, that was the icon. What am I doing? Persist logs. I'll clear this. It's not the icon. That was the icon, but let me refresh this. And so this is the actual PNG, and then the icon comes as well. Of course, the icon's that little picture, but the content type is image/PNG, and that's really important. When you're uploading the file, you get to have it, and then you have to send it back out. Otherwise, the browser will not know how to properly format this. So that is what is here, right? That's the content type. It's just a string field. The content type is just a string, but it's very important to track it. So when I am in an ad, when I upload the file and I pick it, it's actually communicated to me as part of the uploaded data, but I got to remember it. I got to, actual pixels go in here, and the content type goes in its own character field. The pixel goes into the pixels of the picture, the actual colors and stuff go into this binary field. And I'm going to use the owner. So we're going to have this, we did this before, we have an owner, and that's just going to be automatically created when there's a owners.py, there's a owners.py. So there's owners.py, and I mean the owner.py from the previous thing, and that gets all taken care of in the views. So all we got, it's pretty much a standard thing, except we've got these two things, and those are hidden from the admin. So now let's take a look at the views. And so we're going to use the owner views again, and those are automatically handling all of the detail of setting the owner field, and there is just not a single line of code in here that has anything to do with setting the owner field. I have this owner field in my model, and then I just extend for all of my other views, I extend that, okay? So I have an owner list view, an owner detail view, and you'll notice those do not require login. I'm going to specify the template name. I'm getting a little tired of just remembering. I don't necessarily like their naming conventions, and so I'm going to have my own template names here. And pick create view. This one you're going to make one. Okay, and we're going to have a get request, just like going back because I can't quite make this one complete, and my post request. And so the post request. Yeah, I'm gonna. So I'm just this. I might have been able to extend something or put inside, but I'm just going to do all the work. You'll notice I'll walk through this. This will be a good review of that. So let's just look at the. Let's look at the pick create view next. So let's take a look at forms.html. So. Well, now let's look at forms.py. So the create form. So if you think about it, if you recall, right, there is the views in the middle, views, and then the thing that talks to the browser that really controls our relationship with the browser is the form, and the thing that controls our relationship with the database is the model, right? So the view is interacting with the form to get what it needs to do, and then it kind of transports it to the model. So that would be kind of like a controller function if we're thinking a model view controller. This would be, but that's okay. So the form is what determines all of what's going on this screen, and then the model. Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks really not good. The model is what is going on back here, and so you can think of the view as like manipulating both the form. Escape. Both the form and the model. So it's interacting with them. And so you'll see when it's doing things in the beginning, like clear, escape, boop, boop. Okay, so you'll see that in the view, when it's doing its work, it's working with the form, and then eventually it's working with the model toward the end. Okay, and so to some degree, this post request is to get data from the form and handle everything when it's doing it. So let's avoid to some degree the hardest bits. We'll come back to that in a second. So let's go and hit cancel, and then add a pick. Add a pick basically runs this get request. So we're going to grab the form. It's the create form, and there's a little bit of work in here. There's the create form. And we're going to jack into, just object-oriented ways, we're going to jack into the clean, we're going to jack into the save. But for now, all it's doing is this bit right here that you've been using for a while. And so we're going to tell it we're going to make a picture form. And so here's a thing. So there is a file field. And so we're asking the form to include a file field. Okay? And so that's what puts out this file to upload less than or equal to 10 megabytes. We've got a little bit of code to both have a numeric limit of the size, max upload limit, that's just a class-wide variable, and then the max upload limit text, which is that in text, and that little file to upload less than or equal to 2 megabytes, that's because I'm doing this in the form. So I got a little bit of logic in the form, and it is a model form, which means that it takes its input from it. I don't have to put these things in there, but I do have to tell it which things I actually want to do. And so I want the title and the text, I don't want the owner, and created, add, and update are kind of automatically. So that's why I've got the fact that inherit from the pick model, which is this model, inherit from the pick model, and include title, text, and picture. Now, title and text come from the model, and picture comes from right here. So we're not, if Django were our friend, it would understand this would be a file field, but it's not. And so we have to actually manipulate it and convert it. It's not hard, but in between the the form and the model, we got to do a bit of work, and we do it here in forms.py. Okay, so meta. Okay, so this part here in the top is all that is affected to create this screen, right? So that's what the get is doing. So if we look at the get, it makes a form, and then it renders it to self-template, which is pics.form.html. And here we go. It's pretty straightforward now. We're just going to load our crispy form tag, extend our base bootstrap, put out the CSRF token, pretty up the form in crispy, and that's sort of everything from title into file upload. And then we have a submit button and a cancel button. So one of the things that we're going to do is we are going to add some jQuery. And that is we're going to connect into this form. And when the submit button is pressed, we're going to run this JavaScript code. So that this line right here, upload form submit function, that makes it so that whenever this submit button here is pressed on this form, this jQuery is going to run. And so we will do a web developer. Well, it's not going to do us much good because actually we can. So I'll show you how that works. So what we're going to do here is this is a bit of code. I got this off Stack Overflow right there. And what I'm going to do basically is I'm going to read whether or not this file is greater than or equal to 2 megabytes. So if it's greater than 2 megabytes, I'm going to stop and complain with an alert statement. So this is JavaScript. And returning false here says I'm not going to upload it. So let me create one with some stuff and let me browse. Let me find a really large file. Okay, so now I'm going to do a web developer JavaScript console. Oh, and by the way, let me do a view source on this so you can kind of see that you can see all the stuff that came from base bootstrap, and you can see there's the CSRF token, there's the file input types, and then here's submit, and then here's the JavaScript at the bottom. And this JavaScript is running code out of jQuery, and we'll talk about jQuery right now. We'll just look at it as JavaScript, and we happen to be using the jQuery library. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press submit, and I'm going to watch this console. I'm going to press the submit button, and code is going to run, and you're going to see the JavaScript run, and it's not going to be happy with this file, Sakai, Ladies of Sakai, because it's too big, I think. Yeah, so there you go. Look, it said checking file size, and it complained that this Ladies of Sakai camp type must be less than 2 megabytes, which is exactly what I wanted. And so that I enforced that rule right here. Okay. Now it turns out that I got to also enforce it in the server because somebody could easily just override that and force it to be uploaded. But you see that the JavaScript is running in this browser, and it's kind of protecting it. Other than that, this looks pretty much like a standard CRUD thing, except very importantly, if you're uploading files, you've got to say enc type equals multipart/form data, and that has to do with the format that the data is sent. If you just have like a few text fields, then you don't need this, but if you have longer things like files, you need that. And so that is how we get through the GET request. Okay? So now, let me pick a better file. Pong, my favorite. Where's my Pong? Oh, that's dangerous. one of my earliest, I don't know. I got so many little files. Apple iPhone, Sakai JPEG, what I don't know, whatever. So this one's nice, less than 2, and I'm going to hit the post. So I'm going to hit the submit. Now the post is going to come through, and it's going to run this code right here. And this is probably the trickiest part of this code. So if you recall, we can construct a create form and get it back, and we pull the data request.post. Now it turns out that these little attached files, like Apple iPhone Sakai JPEG, comes in request.files, and or none just in case it's not there. Okay, and so what happens is this is where we're going to do some of our work. We're going to actually pull data from this request.files, and so we're going to jack into the clean. So clean is one of the life cycles of a model form, meaning once the data comes in, it's going to ask to be cleaned. So what we do is we call the super class, the model form class, and do the clean there. It doesn't know anything about picture because we're the one that added that. Okay, but then we get the data in cleaned data, and it's a dictionary at that point, and so I can get the picture. So remember that the form is the part that's coming in from the browser, right? And then I can make the picture. I can get it from there. And if I got no picture, I don't need to do anything special, right? If I do, I am checking to see if the amount of data that I got from that upload is greater than that upload limit. It's good. So this is mostly here to check to make sure I'm cleaning the data. I'm not actually saving it, but I am grabbing the picture from the form, and I'm checking to see if it's greater than 2 megabytes. And then I'm going to add, this is what you do in clean. Clean is just to say a nasty message. Now in this case, the nasty message I showed you before came from JavaScript, but if you somehow tricked my JavaScript and sent it, this clean would catch it. And so if I'm in my view here, clean is happening right now. Form is valid happens afterwards. So as a side effect of clean, you're saying, is the form valid? And if there was an error from this, or if there was an error like my title was too short, right, then boop, it would come back and say title's greater than 2 characters. Oh, we love crispy forms. Look how pretty errors are in crispy forms. That is running this little bit of code right here. If the form is not valid, and it could have been, and in that particular case, the super got upset, right? Because this min length validator triggered, and so the super got upset and set form was not valid. Now mine looked good, right? So, but now the picture's gone, so I can make a slightly longer title here and browse completely. I don't know what I'm doing. These are really old pictures of mine. So now it's going to pass. It's going to pass. This is going to pass, and I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to do my own check. That's sort of a double check on this less than 2 megabytes, because even though the client protects you, and that's the more user friendly, because this is catching it after the upload happened, and that might be long. 2 megabytes doesn't take that long. But now it's going to come, and it's going to pass this and skip, and then it's going to come here. Boop, and it worked. So here's what's happening. So you've got the form. The form has took all that data, including the file, right, and cleaned it all up. And I'm going to call form.save, commit equals false, and then I'm going to set the owner field because I'm not extending owner view here. So I got to set that owner view because I'm going to ultimately override both this post and the get, and I wasn't going to get much help out of owner at that point. And then I'm going to save the model. So form.save gives me back a model. If I don't say commit equals false, it actually does the pick.save also. So if you save the form without commit equals false means don't store it in the database. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on here in form.save. So I have also overridden form.save, and I'm just behaving commit equals true as a default. But when I say commit equals false, then commit will be false. And so I have got to call the super, right? Actually, this is really not right. Oh, no, actually, no matter what the commit is, this is the end user's wish for commit. I am going to do a super, and I'm going to run a save with commit false. No matter what this person wants it to be commit true or not, I'm going to run commit false. Then what I've got to do is I've got to grab the picture from the form. I'm in a form, and I check to see if this is an in-memory uploaded file. And there's all kind of cool magic that's happening right here. It's got this it's in memory, it's got this thing, it's an object, it's really nice. And then what I say is give me all the data, the byte array, which reads all of the pixels of the file. And then f.content type is that image/png. And I then need to put that in the instance, which is the model. I've got to add to it the byte array of the text and the content type. I've got to store both of those things, and now I'm talking to the database. The picture and the content type are being set as part of the save. Then what I do is, if commit is true, now I'm trying to mimic the save behavior. Now I'm only using this one way, right, with commit equals false, but someone might leave this out and call my form. I'm supposed to actually save the model if commit is true, but in this case commit will be false, so I'm just going to return the instance. At this point I have an object model, and in that object model all these two fields are exactly the way they want to be, and the only thing I've got to do is set the owner field, which I'm doing right there, and then I'm storing it in the database, and then I redirect. And that's how it works. It's pretty cool. You got to kind of get your object-oriented Zen thing going, and pretty awesome. So I'll just go through the update view because it's not that different than the create view. So it looks the same on the get. We're going to go grab the old copy out of the database, and then we're going to make a form and inherit all the old data. Now in this one, it's not going to put the picture out there. It'll just put out a new one. So if I'm in the edit right here, it's not going to put the picture here, but it'll let me put a new picture here because that's in the form. But all the old data is sitting right here. And then that renders the update form, and then I make my changes, blah, 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 blah. Actually, blah, 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 right? Blah, blah, blah. And then when I post it, it's going to do this create form, and the difference is it's going to do a get object or 404 so that it pulls that old data from the database. And then it does the validation automatically. It calls this clean to do that validation, and then we save it, etc. And so that's how it actually updates all of this stuff. So the only thing left to take a look at is the detail page. And so some of these things we don't have detail pages and some we do. So let's take a look at this one, right? So this detail page looks just about like every detail page. Let's go take a look at the view. And so it's pretty good. I mean, we're using the same code that we've used for everything, and we're using owner detail view. We're telling it what model to use, and I'm going to use pix detail. And most of this, like again, humanizes to make times and dates look better. I'll get back to that CSS in a bit. Here you have, we'll come back to this too in a second. I'm just showing you the parts that are like the way you've been doing it. It's got the buttons for the update. This is part of the owner code, right? If the owner is the user, we're going to write a pencil and a trash little icon, and then print out the title, and then the text, and then some all, right? Some all stuff. Okay? So that's what's familiar. Let's now talk about what's different. So let's first talk about the HTML that generates this little picture. So if I do an inspect element, we'll see that what we've got here is image style, float right, max width, that's some CSS. But the source here is pick picture 3. And so if you look, what I'm doing here is I'm going to the pick picture view and then the pick ID. And that pick ID is just the pick that came in. And if we go back to URLs now, that's this one. And it goes into stream, views stream file, and it passes in, an integer number as the variable pk. So let's go take a look at that. So that's this one. And you'll notice that this is not a class-based one. It's an old school one, mostly because, hey, I'm just going to do get. With class-based ones, we can do def get and def post. But this one, I'm just going to do an old school thing. Passes in the request, and the first parameter, which of course is that number 3, that's the primary key of the image that we're trying to see. All right. So I'm going to do a get object or 404 and of type pick, and I'm going to look it up by its primary key, which is that 3, and now I have it. And so I'm going to send an HTTP response, but this is not a text response, nor is it HTML response. This is where that content type, going back to the model, remember this is the MIME type, that image/PNG. And so, oops, come back. So as part of the response, so now if I can get this guy to open in a new, can I make that guy open? Come on, open a new page. Can I do that? Come on, open in a new page. View image, is that gonna work? Well, okay, I guess it sort of worked. I want to view image in view image in, okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. I'll just go back and put this in by itself. So now I can see that this is the URL that generates the picture. Now the picture is sitting in my database, right? But if I do view web developer and go into network and clear the network and make sure I've got, oh, it's already cleared. Persist logs and disable cache. Now if I hit refresh, you're going to see that it's coming back and the response content type is image-png. So to set this, and that's essential so that when the browser is seeing the pixels, it knows that this is a PNG, not a JPEG or a GIF or an MPG or a PDF or whatever. So this content type is something that we stored. We got it when we were doing the post, and we pulled it in. We took all that stuff, and if you look at forms.py, it was grabbing it here in the save method, and we got it from the form, and then we stored it in the database, and now we've got it back from the database. And so we're just saying the content type, which is a header, is pic.contentType. That's a string. And then we also have to tell it how long it is, but pic.picture is the actual pixels that are the picture, and you have to tell it how long it is. So if you look at content length, right there, 470,152, yeah, 470,152. So that's content length. We knew that from the database. And then we actually write the pixels. And the place you see this is when you click on response. Now it's basically showing you, yeah, that's a picture. But if you really looked at it, it's just, bits and bytes and complete gibberish. And so that's what it takes to send that stream out. And so that's what makes it so that when I have an image tag, when I have this image tag, I can source, but I'm actually feeding that picture. Okay? So that's how the picture gets there, but then I'm going to show you how when I click on this picture, I get this overlay, and then when I click on the overlay, it goes away. Now there's all kind of fancy things, and Bootstrap has modals. I did this with the simplest and crudest of CSS and JavaScript tricks. Okay, so let's take a look at how I did that. At that point, now we're in JavaScript. So first thing I've got is a CSS, and it's this overlay position fixed, and you'll see that I have a div tag that has the picture in it, and it's got a whole bunch of CSS in it. The width is 90%, the margin top, the border is 3 pixel with a solid black. So you'll see this. It's 90% of the width, it's got a 3 pixel margin. It's the margin top is 50 pixels, so there's 50 pixels here. And so that picture is there, but because this class equals overlay, all this other stuff is there as well. So that's not the picture, that's the rest of it. So you can see that this is fixed which means it overlaps. This div and the rest of the page, this div right here and the rest of the page are like two layers. Z-index is 10, puts it on top. 100% width, 100% height. Display none means it starts out hidden, and then I've got kind of this little gray. You see this little gray bit? Right? And then the image has this style, the width 90%, margin top, 50 pixels. That's giving me the border and the margin and making it 90% wide. Okay? Well, let me get rid of it or hit refresh. So it's not there. It's not there. But if I do a view page source, view page source, it is there. It is there. It's just hidden, right? It's hidden because I told it to be hidden here. So it starts out hidden. So how does it unhide? Well, if I look, I've got this image here. This is the actual image. That's this image that's really showing on the page. And I've got an on-click, bit of JavaScript. And so on-click. So what I'm doing is I got an on-click there, and then I say document.getElementById overlay, which is looking for whatever tag has ID equals overlay, and then I'm changing its display from hidden to block. And so when that on-click happens, when I click on goodbye. So when I click on this image, I've got an on-click event anywhere in this image that is going to show this other div. So this other div, poof, pops out. Now what I've got is an on-click method on that div so that I can click anywhere in here, including the picture or the background, because that's part of the overlay. The overlay is the entire div in the background. So I can click anywhere, click, and then that triggers this document get element ID style display none. So it's still there, it's hidden, so I can bring it up, I can hide it. I can bring it up, I can hide it. I can bring it up, I can hide it. And I tried to make this one as simple as possible. There are prettier ways, and people put little X up here and it hides it. They make a whole modal, they use Bootstrap, they use all kinds of clever things. This is like the least clever way to make a full screen, semi-full screen pop-up of an image using a bit of JavaScript here and a bit of JavaScript here, and then some just slightly clever CSS. And I'm sure I found most of this on Stack Overflow somewhere. So I hope that you found this particular walkthrough of how to add images to a CRUD application useful. So hope you found it useful. Cheers. Hello and welcome to another code walkthrough on Django for everybody. We're going to walk through some sample code today. It's the code that really starts using the many-to-many work a bit, and it's our forums code. Okay, so let's just walk through how it works. The idea, I've got two users logged in here, just two different users. This is also going to demonstrate the owner pattern again. So let's add a forum. Forum 1, hello. So this is just CRUD at this point. And so this looks like most of the CRUD things that we've built. I won't go through edit and the delete because the interesting part is here in the detail page. And so I can put a comment in. This is person. This is Firefox. Comment. So I got one user logged in on Firefox. Submit. And then I will refresh here in the other one, and I see forum 1. So, well, let me just make a comment. And this is Safari. So you can see that this is the Firefox comment and the Safari comment. And now if I hit refresh here in forum 3, you can see the Safari comment and the Firefox comment, which I didn't even get my typographical error done right. Well, the key is now you see the delete button is appropriate. So the comments are owned. And what's even more important is, sorry about that typo, is there's multiple of them. Right, so now if I just hit refresh here, you can see that and see these things happening. And so for one forum, each user can have many comments, right? And so this has to be a many-to-many relationship. And so, and then if I go back to all forums, well, this guy sees the edit and the delete, and then this one does not see the edit and the delete. So you get the idea that that's pretty much what it does. So let's take a look at the code here. There is not too much tricky in the urls.py. Most of the urls.py is like all CRUD things we've built. But the comment is yet another table, because there's really two tables here. There's the forum table and the comment table. And so we've done stuff like this where we've got two tables involved. There's actually three tables involved, but one of them is the user. So we'll come back to this a little bit. There's not too much outrageous or new in that. But we do have two models. Oops, let's get that back on. The first model is the forum model. And this is, other than this new many-to-many field, this is really very straightforward. It looks like almost everything we've been doing that's CRUD. It's got some fields and it's got an owner key. And so again, there is a table out there. There is a model out there, the user model that's out there, okay? And we're in effect drawing a picture. This is a one-to-many, so that, oops, let's try this. Is the pen working? Pen, come on, pen. Hang on. There we go. So owner is a one-to-many relationship. That is that there is a user table, and then there is a forum table, and each user can have many forums, right? So each user can have many forums. So that is our table. Now, what's going to happen is, the interesting part is here, but let's first talk about the comment table. So the comment table is down here, and the comment table has one user can have many comments, and one forum can have many comments as well. And so because, in a sense, there is a, let me change color here. Come on, change color. Let's go violet. Because there is a many-to-many relationship between users and forums with a little bit of comment data sitting right there in the middle, we have to model it as, that has to be modeled as a completely separate table, right? So there's only two tables here, but really there's three tables here because the user table is participating in both of these models. And so we'll come back to the many-to-many field. So this is the comment, and like connection tables or junction tables or join tables, it has two foreign keys. It's the most important thing. It's the keys in each direction. I guess I shouldn't have changed that, right? So come on, give me, can I draw? Yeah. Right, so we got the user table, we got the comment table, and we got the forum table. So forums can have many comments, users can have many comments. These are forum, and so a user can have many forums. So this this side of it is a foreign key, and this is a foreign key as well, right? Coming out of the comment table, there are two foreign keys. And look at that. There's a foreign key aimed at the forum model, and then a foreign key coming out of the comment to the user model. Now again, we've talked about in the lectures, we've talked about modeling data at the connection. So the text that we're getting is the text that we're getting at the modeling point is this text right here. It is the actual comment itself. And you could make a different table for it, but it's just as easy to model it right in the middle of the junction field. Okay? And so that's pretty much it. And we have to, in the forums field, we are basically saying, look, we're going all the way through the comment model, and we're coming out the other end in the user model. This related name is really, really important, and that's basically a name. Let me draw my picture again. I should have probably just drawn this picture and kept it. The user table, the forum table, and the comment table. Forum has many comments. User has many comments, right? And so, in a sense, what we're seeing here is this basically says that there is a relationship between forums and users, and it is in the comments table. The table that it goes through is the comments table. That's what the through means. And then the related name equals forum comments is actually you're installing in the user object a method, an attribute, something in this user model that says forum comments. So we're actually extending the user model. If we were looking at the user, we could say, hey, what are the forum comments for this user? And that would give us it would come over here and it would give us a list of all the forums. Actually, no, sorry. It would come over here and give us a list of all the comments. But this related name is the name of this attribute. And you don't necessarily need all the time to be able to do this. But the problem is after a while, when you're plugging so many things into the user model, you can end up with you can end up with name conflicts. And so it's good to name this thing even though we might not use it. So I hope that helps. So this is a pretty straightforward thing, other than the fact that the user model is our third table, and we're using it in both places. So there is that. So the forms. So the only place I'm using a form in here is this comment form. So I just made it, and the reason that I made a comment form is that I wanted to be able to make it look pretty. I wanted to be able to use crispy, and so instead of just making this comment form on the detail page out of HTML, I just made a form so I could use crispy in the detail page. Okay, so that's the forms. The views. The views are pretty straightforward. The create, the delete. We'll come back to comment create and comment delete. They're not all that tricky either. Probably the trickiest thing going on in here is the forum detail view. And we're extending owner detail view, and we're gonna have the template name and the model and all that stuff. And we're not gonna post, actually. You'll see in a second. We're not gonna post back to this, so we only need to get. And so if you look at owner detail view, I guess I should open up another tab. This is my arts owner. Owner detail view extends detail view, which basically demands a primary key. And so there is this primary key value. Ooh, don't do that. Don't do that. Undo. There is this primary key value that's going to come in, and that's going to come in from the detail view, which is the second parameter, which is forums, forum 3. Right? So we're going to go grab and load that object. I could have made that a getter 404. I probably actually should have made that a getter 404. So that's going to load the forum object. And the forum object is the title and the text and the owner of the forum itself. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, go get me all of the comment objects filtered so that the forum value in the model equals the current forum. This forum, that is the forum we just loaded. That's the forum key in the model. So the first one is this forum in models, and the second one is this variable. I could have changed this to be, I'm not going to change it, but I could have changed this to be X. I could have changed this to be X. I'm not going to save it, although it might be, maybe I'll just save it. Make sure I got all of comment forum. Oh, let's just make this be X2 because that's the variable. I hope I don't break the code by doing this. I'm trying to show you that this is a field in the model, and this is just a variable in this view, right? Okay, so this is going to give us a list of comments. In a sense, this is kind of like a list view. If you're dealing with a list view, you got to write a for loop to go through it in the thing. So we got all the comments for this thing, and we're passing in the comment form. That's simply constructing it. It's constructing this comment form. And then we're going to basically render the request. So we'll close that one. And so let's take a look at this detail page. This detail page is what generates this forum. A lot of it's pretty much the same. Check to see if you're the owner before you put up the little button, little pencils. That's quite nice. Print out the forum title, print out the forum text, print out this stuff is all the forum title, text, and how long ago with the natural time. So that's pretty straightforward. So that's really not all that tricky. So then what we're going to do here is if the user is logged in, and so it turns out that this does not require login, and so the only time we're going to show this comment form is if the user is logged in. So this part right here is if the user is logged in. BR clear equals all is what brings this stuff back to the left margin, even though I floated these things over using CSS. Load the crispy form tags, and then I'm going to build the form. That's this comment form that goes from the word comment, the text, the submit button, and the all forums, which is just an on-click JavaScript that sends us back to the all forums page. And that is the end of the user authenticated, because it turns out that seeing all this stuff, seeing the actual comments, that's okay. Non-logged in users can see it. And then if you recall, going back to the views, we sent in the comments, and the comments is a list of comments ordered by, in descending order, most recent first. And I guess you don't see it there, but they are most recent first. But at that point, we are just going to write a for loop to loop through all the comments, print out the comment text, print out the comment updated at, and if the owner of the comment is the current logged in user, put out a little trash icon. Okay? Put out a little trash icon. Got it? So that generates the output. That generates this page. But let's take a look at a couple of things that we're going to do. So you see first two things, right? We are actually going to post with action equals this form right here, the comment form, blah, does not post back to forums detail page. This is the forums detail page. If you look at it, it posts to forum comment create. So let's go back to that. Forum comment create is right here. And so it's just going to run this comment create view, passing in the primary key of the forum. Okay, so then if I go into my views, forum create, comment create view. So comment create view is what's going to happen when I get this post, right? So The post is going to come in. There's going to be a comment field, which is this text field. And there is the primary key of the forum, not the comment. So now we are going to make the connection. This is where we're actually making the connection. And you'll notice that I'm just saying login required view and view because I don't have an automated way to do this. And so I'm going to do it by hand. So we're in the post. We're going to go grab the forum object by a primary key. There I am using a getter 404, so at least I blow up in the right way. Then what I'm going to do is I am going to, let's go back to models. I've got to fill out the text field, the forum field, and the owner field. And the owner field are the two foreign keys. And, oops, come back. In the many-to-many, we have to have those objects available to us. So we are going to build a new comment. This doesn't store it in the database. The text field comes from the request post. The owner field is current request user, and the forum field, the foreign key in this middle connector table, is this forum object that we just loaded. And so that fully populates a comment object. It fully populates a comment object in that post method. And then all we have to do is we have to say save it. So the comment.save takes that in-memory comment that we created with the two foreign keys in the comment and sticks it in the database. And then all we have to do is redirect. Now what we want to redirect back to is we want to redirect back to this detail page because we don't want to redirect back to ourselves and we don't want to redirect back to all forums. And so when we hit submit, we want to come back here. So it just looks like that thing showed up, but really it was a full request response cycle where it posted to comment create view, but after the post was done, it did a redirect. And we're doing post redirect, so it's cool anyways. And so this is a slightly different version of the reverse. It is the same concept as what we've seen all along, where we have like a forum ID inside a second parameter to the URL, because the reverse in this URL thing, I wish they'd call this reverse because that's what it's doing. The URL is just kind of a wrapper for reverse. Well, this is the two parameter form. So we have a one parameter form of URL, which is this one, which says go URL forums:all. It says give me the URL to the view that is named all within forums. Here I'm saying URL forums forum create forum ID. This is saying this one needs a primary key because if you go into urls.py, the forum create demands a parameter. And so we're feeding it. But you can also feed that in a reverse. And you do it with this funky format. I wish that was by position, but no, it's not. You have this args keyword and it's sending in a list of variables, and the variable is the primary key, which is the number, which is this 3. So we're redirecting to forum/forum/3, and that's where the 3 comes from. Okay? Okay, so the only thing to look at next is what happens when I hit the delete button. So let's take a look at the detail page. So remember that we cannot delete in a get, but we have to delete in a post. Okay? So in here, this is the trash can. The trash can's not going to do the deleting. The trash can is going to link to forums comment delete with comment ID. And so there's this number 3, but each of these comments has a comment ID. And so let's just inspect. You can see in the bottom, it's comment 7. This one is comment 4. And so that is the comment ID, because we're looping in this code, we are looping through for comment in comments, so each comment has the primary key. So with all that, I am just going to click on it, and of course we're going to have a verification page that turns the get into a post in a sense. I mean, it's just a page. And so we've gone to comment delete view. So forums comment 7 delete. And if you look at the urls.py, forums comment 7 delete, right? And we give it a name, and we're going to route through to comment delete view. So if we take a look at our comment delete view, well, what's pretty cool is that we can mostly use owner delete view because by now we know it, the object, we know that we're in the comment model. The template we're going to work with is comment delete, which is pretty straightforward. Okay. So it's going to go find, and so you'll notice we don't have a get in here, we don't have a post in here, and that's because we're inheriting all that from owner delete view, the owner delete view. Now, the only thing we're overriding is the get of the success URL, because the success URL, when we're all done, we want to go back to the forum, not 7, but 3. See how we're going to go back to forum 3? And it looks like that just went away. And so the success URL actually needs to be computed based on the current forum. And so we are overriding the get success URL, which is part, not exactly of owner delete view, but the models, the generic delete view. We are returning a string. And if you go and you read self.object.forum, self.object points to the current comment. So if we're in the middle of comment for delete, while we're running in this view, self.object is the comment, right? That's number 4, comment number 4. But comment number 4 dot forum is the primary key of the forum that this object belonged to. By the time we're here getting the success URL, it's actually been deleted, but we still have an in-memory copy of it. So we're going to go to the forum's oh, no. I do not intend. Where was I? Yeah. I was dragging it by mistake, trying to highlight it, right? So it's been deleted, but we have it sitting here in the memory, and so we can get its former primary key. We can get the forum's primary key. Object doesn't exist in the database anymore, but the memory copy does, and so we know what that number is. So then we go to this fancy reverse again with a parameter, and so that's how we get back. Let's see what happens in the cancel. Cancel. Oh, so it's the cancel, right. So the cancel does this. The cancel generates the URL forum detail with a comment, which is the current object, and then a foreign key into forum and the primary key of the forum. So comment forum ID is what generates this URL. And there is that URL. It goes back to the forum detail page. So if I go cancel, it goes back to the right page. And that's because comment, you're walking the foreign key in this particular situation. So I think that we pretty much have covered let me just check the views. Yeah, we've covered pretty much everything that's unique in this particular bit of code. And again, the new part here is to have a connector model and then have a many-to-many field. The rest of this is very much similar to many of the other things that we have talked about. So I hope this has been helpful to you, and now you can start playing with many-to-many kinds of connections. Cheers.
Welcome to our lecture about jQuery and the document object model. So we've already been talking about some vanilla JavaScript where you have a script tag and you do document.write, and we've already seen how that can update a web page that in the process of being downloaded. Now with jQuery, well, that's been around for a long time, since 1995 when JavaScript was first created. But ultimately, we are starting to see more and more of the interactivity of our application being done in the browser. And so we're writing more and more code in JavaScript. Our classic request response cycle, we do a click, it goes in through urls.py, picks a view, maybe talks to the database, pulls a form in, and out comes some sort of HTML plus JavaScript comes back. And if you do a view source on a page, that's what you're seeing. And so the browser, when it receives that, is it parses it and turns it into what's called the document object model. And that is a data structure that in a sense lives 1 pixel behind your screen. And then you see the results of the document object model. And so if you do a view source, you see the response. But if you do an inspect element, you see the document object model. And so what you see is you see how the document object model can change. And the way the document object model can change is by you writing JavaScript code that does something to the document object model or reads the document object model. And so there is, the JavaScript comes in as part of the response from the server, but then it starts to run. And then when it's running, in a sense, you're completely cut off from the rest of the server. You've got your response, but your JavaScript can still be doing work in the page. It can have events that trigger, it can modify the DOM, it can intercept clicks and run some JavaScript, etc. So like intercepting a click is like, that's an on click, which says run a little bit of JavaScript and then come back, right? And so we can even intercept a click, do something to it, and then stop the actual sending of the data to the server. So JavaScript is in a very powerful position in your browser. It's in your browser, and your page can be sitting there. And increasingly, we're starting to see folks build more and more of their application in JavaScript and less of their application in Django or in backend. And so what we're finding over time is that the JavaScript is kind of talking to the models directly, and we'll talk about that in the next lecture, right? The JavaScript talking to the models directly and then putting stuff up on the screen rather than going through the entire request response cycle to get a page back. And so this is hybrid application. So now what we're going to do is we're going to really talk and focus much more on this interaction between JavaScript and the document object model. So document object model is a concept that's been around for a very, very long time. When JavaScript was created in 1995, in order for it to have access to what was on the screen and change what was on the screen, which was its goal, we needed a way. And so they create this variable called document. And the document is always there, and then you call methods and change attributes, and then you get back elements, like a paragraph is an element, and then you can change the color of the paragraph, and you can do all kinds of things. You can even insert new paragraphs. And in 1995, as the browsers were saying, do I want to add this JavaScript, they actually already had document object models, but they weren't the same. And so the idea that all the browsers would agree on one document object model, that just was not practical at that time. It caused for a lot of pain from 95 to 2005, 2006, and we'll talk about that. But the document object model has never been, every bit of it is not forced to be a standard. And so we have parts of it that we make be a standard. So in the first part of this, we're going to talk about not jQuery, but instead what the world kind of calls vanilla JavaScript. And that's sort of JavaScript that the browser gives us versus JavaScript that we can write if we have the jQuery library installed. So we're going to talk a little bit about vanilla JavaScript. So one of the choices they made back in the day was, in order not to have to look at the DOM directly, we would just say, look, bypass all the shape of the document object model, which was a hierarchical set of trees and tags. Say, look, we're going to put this ID field on a tag, and then we're going to give document.getElementID as a way to look up and get our hands on a tag and then do something to that tag without having to work our way down from the body tag to a UL tag to an LI tag to a paragraph tag to a form tag, and work your way down and through the tags. And so it's like a jump right into the DOM, get your hands on something and do it. And so the actual shape of the document object model tree was less important. And so here is a really simple bit of code. And so what we've got is document. Okay, so document is always a document. Document.getElementID, and that's this method that was added to the document object model. And then you can look for a particular tag that has an ID, a person on it. And so in our HTML itself, I've got this span tag with an ID, a person on it. And that is my handle to get my handle on that span tag. Okay, so I can do a console log of that. I can get my hands on, here is the whole span tag, document, get element ID, person, and then inner HTML actually pulls out this little bit of text. So I can put a console log out and I can put it high there. And so you can see that in this JavaScript, I was able to pull out a little piece that was in the document object model. And then if you see, I can also then change it. So I can get my hands on the document object model, inner HTML, and I can put that on the left-hand side of an assignment statement, and then I can change it. And so this is what it looks like when you are console logging that get element ID by person, or get element ID of the person tag, the one that has ID equals person on it. And so you'll see in your console log that it's an object with lots of attributes and lots of methods. And this is, again, the document. This is just one little corner of the document object model and all of the things that we can do to that document object model bit. So like I said, you can change the document object model by putting it on the left side of an assignment statement. So what we have here is a real tiny bit of JavaScript, and the pattern I'm using now is I'm using the on-click attribute in a tag. And so this is a way for me to make a anchor tag that you can click on and have it so that it actually just runs some JavaScript. So it's not really going to send it to the server. The return false in both of these says, don't actually, I've intercepted your click, and I'm going to handle your click, and I'm not going to let it go to the server. I'm going to do something, and I, as this piece of JavaScript, have decided that I've satisfied whatever the user wanted to happen on this click. But that's what return false does. But before that, I'm going to sort of go grab the document, get element by ID by stuff. Well, that's this bit right here. And then inner HTML, which is this text, and I'm going to rewrite this and put the word back here in there. So if you click on back, it's going to look like this because this got overwritten and it's now back. And similarly, if I click on forth, then it's going to go find this and set the inner HTML and rewrite it again. So in a sense, the pixels of the browser that you're seeing, are fungible, they're modifiable, they're changeable by the JavaScript. The JavaScript can change what you see. And so it's a very powerful position to be in. The whole page is parsed and read. Right? The whole page is parsed and read, and then it shows you the page, and then you have registered a couple of event handlers. When this is clicked, let me run some code. And in that code, I'm going to do something to the screen you're watching, and then I'm going to say, you know what, I don't even want you to click on that href. I don't want you to go anywhere. I've handled it, etc. And so that sort of shows you the sort of read-write aspect of getting to and from the document object model from vanilla JavaScript. So here is a even more sophisticated little example. And in this example, you're going to see how you can actually modify and extend the document object model and add whole areas to the document object model that was not there before. So if we take a look at this code, and you can go and run this on DJ Free, I've got a little link here, more, and I'm going to call this add function and return false. That's just so I stay on this page. And then I have an unnumbered list, and that's going to produce this first item. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start some JavaScript. I'm going to have a global variable called counter. And so I just do this. This is a debug. And function add, that just sort of defines a function, and I'm going to call that later when I click on it. So when this page all is complete, it only shows first item. Now, so that's what's there. There we go. So first item is there. And then I click on more. So when I click on more, it runs this onClick, which calls the add function. And what it does is it says document create element. And so what that does is that creates an li tag, /li, an empty one. And it's not in the document right now. It's not on the screen. It's just like in a variable. So I've made an HTML tag that's an li tag. And then I can do things like set its class name, which is class equals, if I want. And then I can set its inner HTML to be the counter is counter. And then I'm going to add 1 to counter, so it starts out at 1. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab document get element ID the list, which is going to grab me this tag. And then I'm going to append a new child tag, which means I'm going to insert this little li tag that I just made right at the end of that, right before the end of that ul tag. And so when that code runs, the little counter equals 1 line shows up. And then I can click it again, and counter equals 2 shows up. And then there's nothing going on with the server at this point in time. I am simply changing what the browser sees by changing the document object model in JavaScript. And so there are some places that you would use something this for a purpose. I'm just showing you how the document object model can be modified by what you want to do in JavaScript. And you can make new tags and stick them in. It's not just changing a bit of text, but you can put whole new chunks of tags. And frameworks like React and other ones, that's what they're doing. They're actually completely changing and messing with the tags. So up next, we're going to talk about jQuery and how jQuery has made this act of messing with the document object model a lot easier. So now we're going to take a brief look at jQuery. And so jQuery basically solved the problem in 2005 that the document object models weren't all that portable. Because in 1995 they wanted the browsers to adopt JavaScript, but they didn't want to make as a prerequisite standardizing the document object model, which is really the shape of how the tags are all put together. And so in the early 2000s, as we started using JavaScript more and more seriously, we would write so much if-then-else code for one browser or the other browser that all that got sort of wrapped up into a couple of different JavaScript libraries. And out of that many JavaScript libraries, jQuery kind of emerged as the best one and the one that we tended to use the most. And so instead of just like calling the document object model directly, we'd call a jQuery function. And then jQuery would call the document object model. But if one browser did it a little differently, jQuery had those if-then-elses, so we didn't have to, each of us, keep track of the different browsers and how the different browsers did various things. And this was a great improvement because we could just start writing really fun interactive applications, and we didn't have to become experts in the browsers. We just would use jQuery. It was pretty cool. So jQuery was built by a fellow named John Resig. He just did it for himself because we were all kind of trying to solve the portability problems that we had as we would move from one browser to another browser. And really it solves two problems, and that is how to select and manipulate document object model elements, find them, select them, and manipulate them, and then how to register events. Now we've seen events. OnClick is a good example of an event. And it was released in 2006. And it was super, super duper successful. It had a very quick update, and literally we're sitting here at least 15 years later, and people still use it. There are very, very few things in technology that people like. Now we'll talk about at the end how the world is kind of catching up to jQuery, and there's sort of this movement to make it obsolete by making the browsers better, which I'm all for. If the browsers become better than jQuery, we all will benefit. So that lack of willingness to standardize the browsers in 95 led to the need to make jQuery in 2005. And then for the past 15 years, the browsers have been grudgingly kind of lining themselves up so that we didn't really need to use jQuery, which is totally cool. And John would probably agree, and he would say, well, now that they got it figured out, my library's not needed. I'm totally happy because now I can write code without having to worry about portability. So, I'm not going to tell you a ton about jQuery. I'm not going to give you an exhaustive list of things. I'm going to show you a couple of samples of the kinds of things you can do with jQuery. jQuery has great documentation, whether it's jQuery.com or the Stack Overflow. You just say, how do I make a button disappear in jQuery? And you have to kind of say, how do I make a button disappear in vanilla JavaScript, or how do I make a button disappear in jQuery? and you will find all kinds of wonderful things. And I really like the jQuery.com site because, I mean, it has a little bit of code, 8 to 10 lines that are pretty much what you want, and then you can add a couple lines and you're good. So I really have enjoyed using jQuery in particular because it's a very expressive language. It's easy to remember how to do things. It looks weird at the beginning, and I'll kind of talk about that a little bit. But we're just going to kind of get you the starting point because there is a ton to know about jQuery. So here is a bit of jQuery, probably the simplest jQuery that you can make. And so the first thing, of course, is you've got to include the jQuery library. jQuery is a bunch of functions actually wrapped up in one big function named $. And so you've got to load this. You can either load it in the head or you can load it at the end of the body. And if you load it at the end of the body, that's kind of best practice. I'm showing that best practice here. A lot of people load it in the head area, but you would like to pull your JavaScript loads down as low as possible so that it doesn't have to load so much stuff before it starts showing a page. But that's neither here nor there. I've got it down here. You certainly have to load it before you start calling it. So the interesting thing about jQuery, and this goes back to JavaScript, and if you remember, variables and functions in JavaScript can start with a $. That comes from Perl, and that comes from PHP, and comes from the Bash shell scripting language. And so when JavaScript first came out, in order to appeal to those people from those languages, it made $ possible. But there were so many people come from Java and C and other languages like that they thought that Java is cool and C is cool and PHP is not cool. And so any language that used $, Perl's not cool, any language that used $, in its variables was seen as like not very cool or not very classy. And but $, remained a completely legitimate letter or character, and you could start a function name or a variable. And so John Resig, when he was figuring out, he could have named his function JQ, or he could have named it J, or he could have named it uppercase J, but he didn't. He named the function that sort of captures almost all of the functionality. He named it $. $. Is not part of the JavaScript language per se. It is a function named $. That's a function call. $document. A lot of people look at jQuery and think that that's how JavaScript works, that somehow $ is like language syntax. It's not. He wrote somewhere deep in there, function, $, parenthesis, curly brace, yada yada, right? So $, is not special, it's just a character. It's like he called his function X, but he didn't. He called it $. So every time you see $, in jQuery, you'll know that that's not because it's a special character, but it does begin to look to us like magic jQuery, that is part of the language rather than whatever because of this use of $. Super clever. A couple other things back in the early 2000s were using the $, too, and there was a fight over who got to call themselves $. That's a long story. But those libraries aren't really too popular anymore, so it doesn't much matter. Okay, so one of the things that you need to do is set up a bunch of things once the page load is completed. And what we mean by page load completed is you've got your HTML downloaded, you've got your JavaScript files downloaded, you've got your images downloaded, and the page is kind of ready to be shown. And so if you think about that parse response part, when the response is fully parsed and all the other files are all ready, then you can say, you know what, now that I know the document object model is complete, I'm going to mess with the document object model. And there is a thing called body onload that's an event that you can do, but each browser triggered body onload differently. And so what jQuery basically said was, I will make it so that you can cause code to run that runs after the document is ready. And this is the syntax. Now, I'm going to go over this in some detail because it is kind of tricky. Okay? So, $document retrieves a jQuery wrapped version of the document, and then it has a member function called ready. And that ready takes one parameter, and this is the end of the function with the parenthesis. So ready, and there is one parameter. So it's like ready X. It has one parameter. But here's what's cool about JavaScript. Remember that a JavaScript object-oriented pattern is first-class functions. So that means that you can actually pass source code in as a parameter on a function call. And so everything from function to close curly brace is the first parameter, because what we're saying to jQuery, and this is where first-class functions are so cool, we're saying, hey, jQuery, here's some code. Just grab it, keep it, hold on to it for a bit, and when the document is finished loading, run my code. So you're in effect creating an event for later and giving your code to be run when the event happens. And the event that's going to happen is document ready triggers. And so all we're doing in this function, the other thing to just quickly notice is it's an anonymous function in that it doesn't have a name. It doesn't really need to have a name because it's code. It just stored in a variable. This code is going to be in a variable deep inside jQuery somewhere. And so in that code we have two lines, and it's going to do an alert and a console log. And it will wait until everything, and this is a really simple page, so it's going to come out right away. But that syntax, and so when I was first learning jQuery, I would just paste this stuff in, and I'd be like, yeah, I think I got a syntax error, but I don't know. None of it made sense. It just looked like someone put punctuation in a blender and made a punctuation smoothie. That's what I used to think. But now, and that's why I'm stopping here, to make sure that you have as best chance as you can to understand this, right? So this curly brace is the end of the function, and the parenthesis is the end of the ready. And $document is a function call that has a return value that is itself an object that has a method of ready inside of it. And the ready method takes one parameter, which is code. It looks monstrous, but it makes perfect sense if you understand JavaScript object orientation. Okay. But the other lesson here is this notion that you can register for later. As this is being parsed, the code does not run. It runs sometime after the entire document is parsed and loaded, and all of its sort of dependent pieces have been loaded as well. And then jQuery comes back and runs these two lines of code for you. So that's like event-driven coding. OnClick is the same way. OnClick basically says, you know, later, I've got this code ready. Later, when somebody clicks on this, come back and run that code. Okay. So two of the things that we do in jQuery is manipulate the document object model and manage events. And so this is a good example of an event. Okay. And so what we're doing here is, of course, we're including the jQuery and $window. And so if you think about, there's the $document. So if you think about a browser and you think about the actual document, there's a window, which is the amount that you can see, but there's a part of the document above the window and below the window. So the window, the document is the entire page that you might scroll up and down with, and the window is the part of the page that you're seeing right now. So it turns out if you resize your browser, the thing that's resizing is not the document. The document is the same size. It actually doesn't exactly have a size because it depends on the width of the window. But the window is the JavaScript equivalent. There's the document, which is all the text, and window is what you're seeing at this moment. So what we're saying here is $window, which is calling jQuery and passing the window variable into it, which is defined. Window is defined by the browser for us, and then that gives us back a jQuery object which has a resize method in it. And basically what we say, and the resize method ends here at the parenthesis, and then we have a function. And what the function is the code that's going to get called whenever the user resizes their browser. When the user grabs and resizes the browser, that means the window size changes and call me back. So this is how we build responsive websites, so that we can say, hey, if the window changes, I want to reorganize the thing or hide a thing or make it so that two things that are next to each other go below each other or something. So we often do want to get called back when windows get resized. And so in this case, we're not going to do anything. We're just going to log the fact that the new size of the window, and now we have $window.width, which is a method of the $window object, the jQuery's wrapping of the window object. Width, figuring out how wide the window is actually really tricky for browsers, because it turns out that windows sometimes have like scroll bars on their side, and sometimes they don't. And some browsers count the scroll bar as the width of the window, and some browsers don't count the scroll bar as it. And so there's all these non-portable things that are all cleaned up nicely by calling, hey, how big is the window? How tall is the window? Which is really the width of the window and the height of the window, the viewable part of the page that you're currently looking at. And so if you run this code and you resize it, you see the log just go, it goes back and forth really fast, because every time you resize or you resize and let go, then it calls this code. And again, you have asked jQuery to inform you by calling your code whenever a particular event happens. So registering events, one is the ready event, one is the window resize event, and so this is just sort of how that happens. Now there's on-click events. So in this one, we're going to play a little bit with more of the jQuery syntax to look things up, and a little bit more about how events work and how we hook events into the various parts of the document. So one of the things that we're going to do, so if you were to use this, go to this JQ03 thing, when you click toggle, this spinner comes on and off, and when you click red, this background becomes blue. So you can toggle it on and off. And so the first thing we do when we're going to use jQuery is we have to put handles on our code. And so we're going to take this paragraph right here, and we're going to put an ID tag on it so we can grab on it. That's how we're going to set the background. And the spinner is sitting here with a display none, style equals display none, and we put an ID of spinner on so we can grab it. And then we're going to put these two anchor tags, this toggle and this red tag, anchor tags. And you'll notice we didn't put an on-click. When we did this before we used jQuery, we used an on-click to accomplish this same kind of idea. And so this, in a sense, it's sort of the idea that this is HTML, it's read CSS with CSS, and it sort of immediately can be shown even before, right in here there'd be a load of the jQuery library, and the jQuery all starts up. I took the load of jQuery out right there. And the idea is that you have HTML, and then jQuery will augment that HTML. So we kind of have this below the line and above the line. We have a static HTML, and now we're going to do stuff to sort of get our hands into the DOM. And so the order is important, because the DOM is being built, but there is no JavaScript in there. That DOM is built really fast, and then we can then add to it. So the first thing we're going to do, and most jQueries sort of start out with this, is you're going to do some setup, and you're going to do it on a document ready event. And you're going to have some code. So all of this is the code that fires on document ready. jQuery document ready takes care of all when that fires and makes sure that we get called. And so we're going to do two things. The first we're going to do is we're going to use this on, and we're going to go find the tog bit, which is this bit, which is toggle, and we're going to effectively hook an event in that's going to run this code, right? And then the next thing we do is we go and say, let's go grab the red thing and do an on click, and then call, when that gets clicked, call this code. So what we've done is we sort of preset it so that we have sort of snuck in and said, add an event here, and etc., right? And so if we look at what's going to happen on the toggle, when we click on toggle, it goes and grabs spinner, and toggle hide, show, hide, show, hide, show, and that's how the spinner comes and goes and comes and goes. So if we then look at what happens when we click on the red, we click on red, and then that is going to run, you click on red, and that's going to run this code right here. And that is going to go and find para, which is this paragraph tag, and go to change the CSS and change the background color to green. We're being ironic by making it green. So that changes the background color to green. So you see this thing of, we don't put so much JavaScript in line because that slows the loading of the page. What we do at the end, once the page is all loaded, Then we sort of like hook in, hook in, hook in, add an event here, add an event there. And then when we as the user start clicking on things, things start to happen because then we're clicking and activating it. So it's just a very much a jQuery pattern to get everything all set up in the document ready, and then have the page have its interactive aspects that use jQuery. So this is a little more sophisticated example that sort of mirrors what we did with the document object model. And so we're going to re-implement this thing where it starts out and says first item, and every time we click on more, it adds another list item to that. And we're just going to redo it. So we're going to have this anchor tag. Now you'll notice I'm not saying on click here. I'm going to show you how to do that in a more jQuery-like way. I'm just leaving it alone. But I am giving it an ID so I can get my hands on it later. I am going to have an unsigned list with an ID of the list, and it's going to have a first item as it comes from the server before I do anything else. So again, you wouldn't see any of this stuff the first time it comes to the server. It would say more and first item, and that's it, nothing else. And then we include the jQuery library, of course, and now we're going to run. And this code is running, in a sense, as the browser is loading. It's not, well, yeah, it's going to register a bunch of events. So let's take a look at it. So I'm going to have a counter equals 1 global variable. I'm going to do a document ready, and that is going to pass in some function that says run all the code inside the document ready once the document is fully loaded, which is, sometimes after that very last line. When the document is ready, it runs another thing. And this happens to be go grab $ quote # the href says go grab whatever tag in the document has an ID of the href, and then that gets it, and then there's a method called on, and the on is the way to register interest in an event. So we're saying on click, and that's pretty much the same as putting on click in that anchor tag the way we did in the previous example. So we are registering, the page is displayed, and the first thing we do after the page is displayed is register our interest in click events. And then we have to say, oh, and wait a second, when the click event's going to happen, I want you to run some code for me. So now we have first class functions, again an anonymous function, right? And that's the code that's going to run when we click on more. So we have 3 lines of code that are going to run when we click on more. And when the page shows up, we see more, we see first item, and then once the page is ready, then it registers an on click with the more. You could click on the more, it would do nothing until the on click registration happened, which is like a blink of the eye after the page shows up. Okay? It's not a static thing, it's something that the code actually does. Meaning, if you did something like had a syntax error on counter equals 1, this wouldn't register. It wouldn't register. But it does, and we have counter equals 1. So now let's walk through what happens when we click on more. We click on more, and more, jQuery has registered an event for us that says run this code. And so that's what it does. It jumps in and runs that code. Console log clicked, counter ++, you know what that is. So then what we're going to do is we're going to go grab that unsigned list. That's this unsigned list. And then we're going to call on that jQuery element, we're going to call the append method, and we're just going to give it some text. We're going to say here's an li tag, There's nothing special. This is just a string, and this is string concatenation. The plus is string concatenation. The counter is going to show up, so that's going to be 1. And we're just going to append it to the list. So out of this append, another list item shows up. And then we add the counter. And if you click on it again, it's going to run, and the second counter is going to show up. And if you click on it more again, the third counter, you can click on it as many times as you want, and it'll just keep adding things to it. So we're extending the document object model. We've changed the text of it. We changed the color of it. And so these are the kinds of things that you can do. And you'll, as you get used to jQuery, I think you'll really like, it'll take you a little while to get used to this first class function syntax. just come back to this lecture and watch it again, and then maybe after the 4th or 5th time, you're like, oh, I get it. It's a first-class function. The function keyword returns code. It's actually, the function is executable code. It's beautiful, and a lot. I could actually write this code in a way that would make it a lot clearer what's going on with a couple of variables and assignment statements. But JavaScript people just love this first-class function stuff, so they tend to write this nesting. And there's a function nested inside of a function. It's okay. After a while, it's very succinct, and it's very object-oriented, and it's very beautiful. But it doesn't look like Fortran, right? It doesn't look like Python, because it's like just object orientation layered on top of itself. But after a while, you really will, I think, appreciate the amazing elegance of jQuery and how it looks. That's why it looks and feels like it's actually part of JavaScript, not really a library. But it's not. It's just one really clever object named $. Just amazing to me. Now, in 2005, the browsers were kind of a mess. Their document object models were all different. When we would write JavaScript, the stuff would break, and they would release a new browser, and it would break. jQuery has been around, well, no, more than almost 15 years now. And it's been around so long that a lot of people did not know what life was like before jQuery, and they just include jQuery, and they just assume that they don't realize that include statement, or that script tag that's pulling jQuery in, is the thing that makes jQuery possible, and those $signs just wouldn't do anything if it wasn't for that script tag. But jQuery has become sort of normal. It's the new normal. And so what was interesting is that jQuery sort of showed up the browsers, and the browser folks were, and the JavaScript folks were like a little bit, I would say, offended is not the right word, because they used it too. They're like, that kind of showed that we could do better. There was room for improvement in how JavaScript, document object model, and browsers work together. We've been writing jQuery for 15 years. And slowly but surely, the browsers have been adding one feature at a time, kind of borrowing the useful things out of jQuery. And that doesn't, I don't think that John Resig would be mad. I think he would say, finally. And in a way, what it means is that jQuery as a library has fewer and fewer if statements in it. Because now, if all the browsers support a way to loop through all of the objects, like in this little example that I've got, go through and find all the objects with a class of box and then hide them, well, that's how you do that in jQuery, right? Dollar quote dot box quote dot parentheses dot hide. Well, if in old days this didn't exist, but in the new browsers there is a way to do that. Now, what you find, honestly, is you find that the vanilla JavaScript way to do stuff is often a little wordier than the jQuery stuff. And I don't quite know why they didn't just make fake jQuery, but ultimately the only thing that really matters here is like the dot box and all this other stuff. Box style display is none. They chose not to change the document object model and give it a whole new sort of layer on top of it. But in time, when we can all use what's called vanilla JavaScript, and when you're Googling, you can say, hey, how do you hide a button using jQuery? How do you hide a button using vanilla JavaScript? Or how do you hide a button without using jQuery? Because increasingly people are starting to just use vanilla JavaScript. And I think that's a really good trend. But for beginning programmers, I think jQuery is just a little more succinct, solves our problems a little more directly, and the browsers are still catching up. So I think we got another at least 5 years where jQuery is going to still be around and very, very popular. But in a sense, jQuery is more and more a convenience wrapper on top of really powerful functions that are present in all browsers. And it's only in very older browsers and legacy browsers that jQuery does any real work. And that's okay. And then we can mix the old and the new syntax. And then we find, you know what, I actually don't need jQuery anymore. And then you just use what's in the browser. And the browsers have had enough revisions so that the new features in the browsers all work. On and on and on and on. And so it's pretty cool. And so we'll get there. jQuery for 15 years has been something that we've depended on heavily. And it has influenced tremendously the evolution of the document object model in browser-based JavaScript.
Hello and welcome to another recording in Django for Everybody. Today we're going to go through some of the sample code in jQuery. First we're going to talk a little bit about how the document object model works. I'll open this in a new tab. So let me view source, view page source so you can see this. So in this one we're just going to play with the document object model. Let me make it a little bigger, real big. Just play with the document object model. And as I mentioned, all of these tags, HTML, P, all of them, they are in some kind of a hierarchical object inside of the browser. But because in the early days the browsers were so incompatible in terms of how they represented the parsed HTML, they created this concept called document get element by ID. It's a kind of a clunky. I think part of it, they made it as long as they could so they didn't run into any existing methods inside the document object. But the idea is that document get element by ID has been around forever, and it basically got you a handle on the element. And so that's all of this, including the attributes like ID equals person and the inner HTML, etc. And so this itself is an object. Let's go ahead and refresh. I'll make this a little bigger. Look at the developer console. So here we are. So let me clear this and I'll come back and hit refresh on this. I'm just looking at it temporarily. And so the first thing I'm going to do is do console.dir, which is just dumping returns an object that represents all this information. So let's take a look at it. I'll hit refresh. And you see that span tag right there, that span tag is the ID of person, has all kinds of information inside of it, right? And somewhere in here, I hope we'll find inner HTML right there. And so you can look around, you can use a dump of this stuff in your console sometimes to figure out what you can do with these things. And I'm going to play in this particular one with inner HTML. And the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to read the inner HTML. I'm going to pull the inner HTML attribute out of this. And the inner HTML attribute is just this chuck, right? But I'm going to store it in a variable. Now I'm just storing in a variable. I'm going to console log it, and that's all I'm going to do, right? And then I'm going to put an alert out with that thing. And then I'm going to change it. So you can put these on the left-hand side because the JavaScript can change the document object model in the browser, and it will say Joseph, right? So if you look at the view source, that's what I'm looking at right now. View source here, you see that it's in this span tag, it says Chuck. So now we've run it, and it came along, and I'll hit refresh again so you can watch. In the middle of that alert box, right here, the data is still Chuck, right? And so look at the document object model right there is Chuck. And then as soon as I let the code continue, by pressing OK, you will see that it's going to modify it and it's going to say Joseph. Okay, now if you look, the source code that originally came from the server said Chuck in it, and now it says Joseph. Now you can, so this is not really the document object model. The HTML is the HTML. The document object model is what's inside the browser, in the browser's memory after the HTML has been parsed. And you've probably done this a million times already, but when you say inspect element, you are not looking at the source HTML, and it even looks quite different, right? This makes sense. It's like pretty and it's indented, and you see the document object model. And so this is the screen you're looking at, and this is the data behind your screen you're looking at, where it says ID person Joseph. But if I go back to the original thing, it never changed the source code. It says ID person Chuck. And so you can see how it can change the document object model. And so that's the first bit about this dom01.htm code. Okay, is that just you can change the document object model. So let's take a look at dom02. And so let's view the source of this one. view page source. So make a big, oops, make it a little smaller. Okay, so in this one, what we're doing is we're adding an onClick method, and we've been talking about this for a while. And in the onClick, we're running JavaScript. So this is JavaScript, document get element by ID stuff, inner HTML equals back. Well, let's find where stuff is. Stuff is the span tag that has an ID of stuff. Happens to have stuff as its text as well. So it means that when we click on the back link, it's going to run onClick, its onClick method. That's the definition of the onClick method, event-driven programming. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the string to back inside that span tag, and then we're going to return false. And remember, return false basically says don't do the actual click. So usually hrefs, anchor tags, cause a click to happen. And similarly, if we send it to fourth, if we click the other one, it'll put the string to be fourth. And so let's do so this is saying stuff right now, which is exactly what came from the server, right? So the server sent this document, the HTML. So if I do an inspect element, you will see the part that when you inspect the element, you see the actual document object model, what the browser is actually showing you. So you'll notice that now I can modify based on user action in an onClick method. I can modify it. So I click on back, and you see that the document object model changed. And as soon as the document object model changed, the part that we're seeing, there was no interaction with the server here whatsoever. And so I can click forth, and you see the document object model change, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, and you're watching the document object model changing. The source code never changes. That is long. At this point, that was 30 seconds ago. It retrieved it, and it built the first page. As a matter of fact, the fact that there was ever the word stuff in this span tag, that's just gone now. It's just not there. It's not remembered. We rewrote the document object model. The JavaScript code plays with the document object model, not the original response from the server. And so that's another little example of playing with the document object model, just to kind of emphasize how it is that, just to emphasize the fact that what we're watching on the screen is the document object model, and we're seeing the document object model on the screen, and the JavaScript can change it, and then if we do view page source, we are seeing what originally came from the server. Okay, and so this is the code that originally came from the server. And so we're going to do a couple things here. At the bottom, I'm going to have a global variable called counter equals 1. We'll just console log it, mostly because in case I want to debug what's in this UL tag, which got an ID of the list. And then I'm going to define a function, and we'll come back to that. I'm going to call that function when I click on the more string, right? And onClick says call the add function and then return false. And again, that's to suppress. Return false is to suppress the default behavior of the href, of the anchor tag, clicking on the text of the anchor tag. So I've got code that will run under more, and what the code does is adds to an element. And so let me refresh this. View page source. Oh, I didn't want to be view page source. I want to inspect element. Okay, so now we have the inspect element. That source code is just there. I threw that up with some clever JavaScript. So here we go. So we got this item, we got this UL tag, right? And so this is the document object model. And right now, because we haven't done anything, it mimics what came from the server. And now I'm going to say more. And you see that I got a new thing in the document object model. So if I go li, and close those all down, more, right? And so the document object model is changing, but of course the stuff that came from the server is not changing. So let's take a look at how this is accomplished, okay? So every time we click the more button, it comes into this add function, and it's going to use the document object model to create a new li tag model. I can give it a class. And if you look at the document object model, you see that my new LIs have a class, a CSS class on them called list item for no particular purpose. Just you can do this stuff. It's not. And I set the inner HTML. Now at this point, this X contains an LI tag that is not connected to the document, but it's fully sort of, and I concatenate the counter, which is why it says 1, 2, 3, 4 as these things are put on. But then what I do is I say, let's inject this little X, this little tag that's living out in a variable, let's actually move it into the document. So what I do is I say, let's go grab the list, which is the UL, and append a child. Well, this LI tag is a child to the UL tag. And when I'm done with this append child, I'm going to have another child. It could be something other than an LI tag. I just happen to be making an LI tag. So lines 13, 14, and 15 here are making a new LI tag, and then line 16 connects that LI tag into the document object model at the appropriate place. So the next one is going to come, we're going to append a new child. So at the end of this, now we got first item, counter 1, counter 2, 3, 4. There are 5 children for the LI tag, and if I click it again, there will be a 6th child for the LI tag. And so there you go. And so that gives you a sense of how we mess with the document object model using normal vanilla JavaScript. And up next we'll take a look at some jQuery samples that really give us a better pattern for messing with the document object model. Thanks. Hope this has been helpful to you. Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for everybody. So in this walkthrough, we're going to play with some of the jQuery examples. Before this, we did the document object model way of doing things. And jQuery, of course, is a better way or a newer way of dealing with the document object model. And there's other ways as well, but jQuery has been something we've used for a long time. So let's take a look at the first one and take a look at the source code. And here is some code. Let me just view source. It happens to be showing you the source in case you don't know to view the source, but let's go ahead and view the page source here. Make it a little better. This is my little, that's my little magic to show the source. But basically, let's just take, this is showing how to do basic things in jQuery. And so if I hit refresh again, you'll see it hits an alert button. Can I make this bigger? Yeah, make it bigger. Okay, so here's a basic jQuery. So the first thing is jQuery is a software library of a bunch of functions, actually kind of one function named $, that has a bunch of methods to it. And we load it, so you have to load it. So you'll notice that I have to load this before I reference this $. So, but I'm also loading it kind of at the end of the document. There is a discussion about where you load this, and best practice tends to want to load it in the document and have a line above which there's static HTML, and then pull your JavaScript down to the bottom of the document as much as possible. But a lot of people don't do that, but I'm trying to do it here. But this is about JavaScript. So the thing we talked about in lecture was how the $sign is just an object. It's not language syntax, it's just an object. And so we're calling the $sign a function, and the $sign function is being passed a parameter of the document. Document is the JavaScript variable document that represents the document object model. It's all the pixels and the things that are on the screen and the thing you see when you do view source. Now, the place we tend to start in jQuery is we use the document ready function. And so what this thing is, document ready, is a bit of code. And we go into first class functions here. Document ready says, please run this little function that I'm giving you when the document is ready, when the document loading has finished. So in a sense, when the whole document is finished and all the stuff has been parsed and all of the ancillary elements have been loaded, etc., then call my code. And we're using first class functions because we have an anonymous function that's got an alert and a console log, just so we can see when it happens. And so it's not very impressive. It's just, and when I hit refresh on this page, let me do a window developer console, console so you can see this, so you can see that, clear that. If I hit refresh, it's going to wait until the page is fully loaded, and then it's going to run those 2 lines of code. Okay, the alert happens first, and then the console log happens second. Now remember that alert is a very aggressive way of doing debugging in that it actually stops the browser in its tracks. Console log just sort of prints something and keeps on going. And so there's nothing, when it's in the middle of that alert, the browser gets to do nothing else. It doesn't like run the next line. It's really stopping everything. And so document ready, function, call the $ function, pass in document. It returns an object that has a function, a method called ready. And the ready function takes one parameter, and the parameter is some code to be run. So this is kind of what's called an asynchronous programming model, in that I am not running this function right now. I am telling jQuery to run the function later. The other thing to notice really quick is there is no function name here. And that's because we don't need to name it. We could put this in a named function and tell it to run function XYZ here. But instead, it's basically convention because of the awesomeness of first-class functions in jQuery, in JavaScript, to just put the code right there. And so it looks like syntax soup, but it's really not. Call a function, get an object back, call the ready method, pass in one parameter. Oops, don't do that. Pass in one parameter, which is source code. And then you have the end of the function, which is this parenthesis, and then this all here is in effect one line of JavaScript. Okay? So that's the first one. So now we take a look at the next one, and this one here. Let me window do a console. Turn on a console, web developer console. Okay, hide that. So when this page loads, there's another JavaScript constant called window. And so window is not the whole document. The document might be larger than a window, and if you have if your window, let me make it like this. So if your document is bigger than your window, you get a scroll bar. If your document is not bigger than your window, then you don't get a scroll bar. Okay, and so the window is the browser's concept of what you're seeing, not necessarily what's there. Inspect element is everything on the page. Now it's including stuff that might not be viewable. Now this one's so small, but you get it, the idea that DOM is always there. Window is what's here. So one of the things we like to do if you're building accessible responsive or accessible content, sometimes you want to check when this thing is resized. And so we say $, which is a function, the jQuery function, that returns a jQuery wrapped version of the window object, and we're going to call a method in that called resize. And what we're saying is this is another example of delayed execution. Say, please execute this code when the window is resized. Okay, so we're not executing the code right now. We are executing the resize function, but we're passing in data, and then jQuery is going to store that for later. And when jQuery detects that a resize has happened, it's going to call our code. Now all this code does is print out the current $window width and $window height. Now it turns out that in the old days, it was really difficult to figure out window width and window height, because width sometimes included the scroll bars, sometimes it didn't include scroll bars on different browsers and different versions. So jQuery is conveniently telling us what the width really is, so we can write code like to take 80% of the width, whatever it is we want. We can say 80%, and we know it's going to work consistently across all browsers. That was part of what jQuery did, was it standardized things that were different across browsers. So now, let's resize the screen. Right? Let's resize the screen, and every time the screen resizes, you can see that I am getting, my code is being called as a part of the method. Right? So my code's being called. So this is called event-driven programming. We are not running our code right now. We are asking the browser to run the code for us when something happens. And so that's part of jacking into jacking into the jQuery's event system. Okay, so I hope you found this useful. Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. We're continuing our walkthrough through the jQuery. In this one, we're going to play a little bit with the on-click event, and it's very similar to this DOM one, but showing you how instead, let me open them both. So if we review this DOM one, and we do a view source, page source. So basically what we did is we had an anchor tag, right, in the DOM. We have back and forth. And we have an anchor tag and we put the on-click. And we're using what we call vanilla JavaScript. And so we had a on-click, and then we would play with document get element by ID. And I want to show you how we do this same thing in jQuery using a similar kind of a thing. So let's just play with it. We're going to have a spinner come and go, toggle the spinner, and then we're going to turn the background red. Okay, so we're going to do it with a little different style. So let's refresh it. Let's turn on our, make it bigger, make it smaller, and then view console. Okay, so let's take a look at view source. We got that one. Let's do view source on this one. View page source. Okay, so I sort of mentioned the fact that we tend to like getting our JavaScript toward the bottom of the page. So if you look at the top part of this page, lines 1 through 8, you see that there is no JavaScript in there, not even an on-click. And so the key is with jQuery is there's this pattern of like having relatively static HTML and CSS, and then at some point start doing your JavaScript and then enhancing the page. And so we're loading the jQuery library on line 9, and then on line 11 we have a document ready. Now I talked about this in a previous walkthrough. Document ready is using the dollar function, passing the document as a parameter, getting back an object, calling the ready method in the object, and then passing one parameter, which is code, to the ready method. But it shouldn't take you long to just grab this line of code and paste it in. Document ready function, parenthesis, curly brace. And then you also have to paste line 19 here, which is close curly brace, parenthesis. And then you just kind of ignore those two lines and realize what it is that I want to run at the moment the document's ready. So pretty quickly, the whole document ready thing just is a thing you do, and you cut and paste it from one file to the next, and it looks kind of like syntax salad, but it doesn't matter, because then ultimately the code that runs when the document is ready is the part that matters, and you just work on that. So let's take a look at what's going on here, and we're again hooking up two events. So first we're doing is we're going to go look up the tag that has tog, #tog, and that looks up the tag, this anchor tag that is got an ID of tog. And then what we're going to do is that wraps that element in jQuery and then calls the on, which is a method, and then we have a series of events, and we're asking for that click event, and we're saying when that click event happens, run this function. It's only a one-line function, right? It's only a one-line function that says $spinner toggle. So this on-click isn't connected in until this line of code runs, but then it's like an on-click got added to the anchor tag. And so the ready function delays till the page is loaded. And then within the ready function, we're registering a click that's going to delay until the click happens, right? So the click hasn't happened yet. And the same thing is we're going to find the tag that has an ID of red, and we're going to, when that clicks, we're going to go find the ID of para, which is this tag right there, paragraph tag, has this text, where's the spinner in it, and we're going to change its background color to red. And so those are just two things. Now, at the end of this page, really nothing has happened, but we have augmented the markup, right? And so we can take a look now. We can take a look at like this. We can inspect the element for a bit, and you'll notice it says event. So that means that there has been an event listener that's added to it. And so toggle spinner has an event listener, and red has an event listener. And so that's what these 2 lines of code did, is they basically registered an event listener for these 2 links. Now, ultimately, it's not that different than if we put an onClick in. The difference is this is the jQuery way of doing it, and that is leave the HTML alone, just generate HTML, putting ID tags and class tags and style tags and whatever, and then later augmenting it in the ready function, and then we can use that. And so it achieves the same thing, but this is sort of the jQuery way of achieving. So # spinner toggle, well, that changes this display none to display block and back and forth. And then the background color red is just a CSS variable. So let's go play with this a little bit. Okay, so let's look, where's the spinner? Let's find the spinner. Here's the spinner. So here's the thing. In this spinner, you'll notice it says display none. Where's the spinner? So here's where's the spinner, and there's an image tag, but it's hidden. Now this is a common thing. Spinners come and go. We use them to indicate to our users what's going on. And this one's there already, but it's not shown. Now when I toggle it, the toggle is actually going to read this, figure out what the current status is, and then change it, and then toggle will go back. So watch down here where it says display none as I toggle it, and watch the fact that the spinner's there. And so the display none was taken out, right? So now that spinner's there, and we see it because display none is not there. But if I toggle it again, it goes away and display none happens. So it's not just markup that we can change. We can change CSS, we can change just about anything. So I can turn this spinner on and off, and we're modifying the document object model, and we're seeing the document object model modifications are being seen live, and we're seeing the results of the changes to the document object model as the spinner appears and disappears every time we click the spinner. Okay? And so if I look at this this paragraph tag, that's this whole thing. And if I turn the red on, you can watch as we are updating the document object model and changing the CSS. That will add a style tag. So watch. Boop. And so there we go. We added CSS, background color red, which of course took the whole paragraph to make it red, and away we go. And so I don't have a way to turn it off, but you could certainly rewrite this in a way that turned it off. And so this does no particularly interesting thing other than the fact it shows you how we sort of add ID tags and then connect events to those ID tags toward the end of the page rather than using onClick in the middle of the page. Okay, so so I hope that you found this particular walkthrough helpful. Cheers. Hello and welcome to another Django for Everybody walkthrough. We're currently walking through the various jQuery ideas. So in this one, we're going to replicate the code we did in the document object model. Let me go back and open both of these. This one and this one, jQuery 04, and so what we were doing is we're going to achieve the same thing. So we're going to click on this More button, and we can add a new item. And this is using vanilla JavaScript, and then we're going to do it again using jQuery. So I may come back and talk about that, but let's look at the one using jQuery. So again, every time we click on this, we're going to get a new counter. And let me take a look at let's just inspect element and then watch. So here we go. See, this got one LI tag. Doot, doot, doot. Okay, so it's not that different. We're going and appending a child here. So let's just see how we do this in jQuery. Okay, let's take a look at the source. So the first thing that we'll notice is in the sort of jQuery style, we have HTML that has no JavaScript in it. Then we include the jQuery library, and then we're going to do some jQuery setup, and we're going to augment the HTML up here. And so it's pretty simple. We do document ready, which means that after the document's fully loaded, lines 12 through 16 are going to run. Lines 12 through 16 are going to run. and we're going to hook in a event to this little anchor tag. So we got an on-click event, and when that's going to call a function, and so these 3 lines of code are going to happen when someone clicks on more. So what are we going to do? Well, when someone clicks on more, we're going to console log that we clicked on it. Then what we're going to do is go grab the UL tag, # the list, which goes and finds the element that has the ID of list. And then we're just going to append to it. And then we're going to create a string, which will then be turned into HTML. And we're just going to concatenate an li, counter is, and then the number counter, and then we add 1 to the counter. And so this I find this pretty clear. We're just adding a string as if there was a string here between lines 5 and 6. And away we go. So we will click more, and it will add an item. And of course, it's adding to the counter, and so the number goes up. And so if we compare and contrast, view page source. If we compare and contrast the document object model of this and the jQuery of this, now this is really simple code, okay? So in the document object model, we're sort of creating an element, we're adding to it, we have to know the various things that are in there, and then we're going to do get element by ID, because get element ID was, again, the thing we had in 1995, and then we're going to append a child. jQuery just feels to me just more like I can say what I want to happen. And so it's like jQuery is a higher level way of interacting with the document object model. And that's exactly what it is. And that's exactly what it is. jQuery is a library that's ultimately doing the exact same things to the document object model. It's just I don't have to write quite so much code, and I don't have to remember quite so many things, because jQuery says, you know, these are common things people do over and over, so I'm going to make it as easy as I possibly can and give you a pattern and say, just do it this way. And so that's how this all works. And so, like I said in the lectures, I'm not going to give you a ton of jQuery examples that I walk through code by code, because once you get the basic pattern down, it's just not that hard to use. So I hope you found this walkthrough useful. Cheers.
Hello and welcome to our lecture on Ajax and JSON. So we're going to change a little bit of how we have been working with our request response cycle. This is my happy little diagram of how these applications work, right? So you're sitting here in a browser and there's this thing called the document object model. And I like to think of the document object model as a data structure that represents, in a sense, the pixels that you're seeing on your screen. Like you're seeing me on a screen right now. It's that last little layer of the pixels. And the document object model is the data structure that the browser maintains to keep track of what it's going to draw. So if you scroll up and down, it knows what's below your window, etc. And when we're interacting, like clicking on things, we click on something in the document object model, and the browser goes, oh, I know what to do with that. I'm going to make a connection on port 80, send a GET request or whatever, and there's like your applications running in the server. It reads urls.py, picks one of the views, loads code up, maybe loads a form up, gets some templates, loads some data from a model, or maybe stores it in a model, and then sends, HTML plus JavaScript back. And the browser sees that from the server. It constructs the DOM, and then as we've seen, it sort of starts JavaScript. And that JavaScript afterwards, after, in a sense, there is no more connection, the JavaScript can talk to the browser. We've had it add things, delete things, change the color, show a spinner. We've done all that stuff, right? But now we're going to do something different. At the point where it is no longer connected, we are interacting with the DOM and doing things ourselves. We're clicking and scrolling and doing who knows what, right? But now that is going to be seen and intercepted by the JavaScript. And the JavaScript is going to make a request response cycle. It's still going to pick a view, going to grab maybe a template, some data, not so much form, model, and then send data back. And then Ajax is going to parse that data and update something on the DOM, and then you're going to see it. And it really allows a little chunk of the screen to be updated without having to update the whole screen. When we're doing the full request response cycle, like when we submit a form or click an anchor tag, that changes the whole page. Even though we've done things like put navigation across the top to make it look like it's not changing, now we are going to leave most of the page intact and change a little tiny bit of that page. And this is called Ajax, for a strange historical accident or whatever. So what we're talking about is data on the web. So the web was created in 1990, became popular in 95. And JavaScript came out in like 1995, and so almost 10 years later, we're looking at this JavaScript and realizing, if we just added one little thing to the browser and let the JavaScript make its own request-response cycles, then we could do a lot with that. And so we're like, this is a really cool protocol, and we have all the server infrastructure to send HTML back. Why don't we make it so it sends something else back? And so the idea was the data would go back and forth between JavaScript. JavaScript already could talk to the document object model. 2003 is just a little bit before jQuery was built, but by the time jQuery was built, this whole Ajax data on the thing was going pretty well. So the first thing everyone thought of in the early times was the notion that we would send XML back and forth. And XML looks kind of like HTML. It has angle brackets. And XML was being used as a data representation format in many kinds of situations. It's still being used as a data representation format. But it turned out it wasn't as easy to use as a data interchange format. So there's a difference between two pieces of software sending data back and forth to each other and storing something on disk for a long time and then reading it like a Word document back and forth. So XML, which was really good for documents, we originally thought it was going to be good for sending data back and forth. And that is why it's called Ajax, because the X stood for XML, even though these days we hardly ever send XML. And in this class, I'm not going to bother sending XML, even though I could do it to prove the point. Ajax now is more of a generic. It doesn't really mean XML. And so once we decided that we were going to move data, we had to figure out a wire format. And so what would go back and forth across the wire? And the idea is whether you're running in JavaScript or Java or PHP or Python, each of those has their own syntax for variables, their own syntax and their own methods, etc. And so those weren't seen as sufficient to move data back and forth. And that's why for a while we used XML as our wire format. So they would convert to XML and then convert from XML. But after a while, JavaScript turned out to be a much better solution as the wire protocol. And so JSON is a wire format, and at this point it's pretty much the most popular wire format. And so it looks like JavaScript constants with curly braces, key value pairs, and it also looks like Python, dictionaries and lists, which is really, in the time in 2005, 2004, Python wasn't all that popular back then. And the fact that it looks like Python is like a historical accident where Python became popular much later, 2008, 2009, 2010, maybe. Certainly now, 2012, 13, Python's like crazy cool. But back in 2002 and 2003, Python was still kind of like a shadowy language. Now, a wire format is a definition of what's supposed to run across the wire. So no matter what programming language, whether it's Python or JavaScript, you need to send it the right way. So inside of Python, you have a dictionary. Then you have to prepare to send it across the internet. And you have to do what's called serialize, which converts it from the internal format to the agreed upon external format. And then it's transported. And then the destination end grabs it, deserializes it, decodes it, and then puts it into whatever form. In this case, it started out as a dictionary and it came back as an object. And so that's the idea, that JSON is while it's moving. And serialization is encoding it for movement, and deserialization is decoding it for movement. So the notion of JSON, I mean, now is a pretty well understood concept, but certainly in 2002, 2003, 2004, it's like XML is better. And so there was this moment where the world, the powers, the smart architects all thought that XML was the answer. Because it was an answer to some problems. It just wasn't the best answer for this. But when they built it first time, they decided that they would send it as XML. And Douglas Crockford and others were looking for a simpler, lighter way to send data back and forth. And they settled on the object literal notation, which is key value pairs and an array. And so it's a pretty nice, extensible, with nesting, an extensible format. Douglas Crawford is sort of the one who popularized this, but claims he rightly says he didn't invent it. He just looked at it and said, I like it. I'm going to start using it. And then had the advantage that JavaScript understood it. So half of the deserialization part was on the JavaScript side was pretty easy. And we didn't want to write a lot of JavaScript code back in the day. So the servers could figure out how to write this JSON, send it, serialize it out, and then it would be easy for the browsers to write relatively little code to fix it. Now we've got pretty good parsers in the browsers and they understand JSON, but the early kind of quick prototypes, it was really easy on the browser side if it looked like legitimate JavaScript. And so one of the problems is it was almost underwhelming, the idea that you just take this constant format, the syntax for JavaScript constants, and you turn it into a standard that says everyone, Java, C++, C#, C, whatever the server language, you got to write JavaScript. People are like, I don't know, that's not a standard, you just made that up. And he's like, no, JavaScript is as much a standard as anything else. And so he registered JSON.org, and he talks about this in the interview between him and me. And he registered JSON.org, and he wrote up a document that is JSON. Unlike most standards, it wasn't a government funded, it wasn't a standards organization like IEEE or ANSI or anything like that. It was just Doug Crockford did it, wrote it. And it was such a good idea that people just started using it, and they referred to JSON.org. Now, there's a subtle difference between JavaScript constant format and JSON, partly because you can put variables in the JavaScript, and so he simplified it. And so he kind of made it a subset of the JavaScript constant format, or the constant syntax. And so this is what it looks like. Looks like a dictionary and list, or in JavaScript terms, an object and arrays. And so you have key value pairs, like name maps to Chuck, age matched to 29, college is true. You can have numbers, you can have Booleans, but you can have nesting. So you can have inside of an object, you can have one of the attributes that points to a list of 2 strings. And then you can have an attribute inside the outer object being who here, that has itself an object. And so for example, if I wanted to get to this 10, I would say who dot skills dot C, and that would reference that number 10. And so that's just an object that has an attribute that itself is an object, and then that's an attribute of the inter object. So that's the basic JSON syntax, and it's pretty easy. I mean, I rarely have to look it up, right? Because it's so intuitive, and so that's one of the things that a lot of people really like about the JSON syntax. And so here we have the JSON syntax, and it's in JavaScript. So that exact same text, I'm going to write it, who equals, and then I'm going to console log the who variable, and then out it comes. Okay, so it is really, that's also, this part here is also completely legitimate JSON to send across between a client and a server using Ajax, and that's cool, but it's also really and totally a legitimate JavaScript constant. Like I said, there are things you can do in JavaScript you're not allowed to do in JSON. So when there's a view and it's got to produce some JSON, well, you're going to go to some URL, and then you're going to map that URL to some view, and in this case, I'm just going to do a GET request, and so I'm not going to use a class, I'm just going to use a function based, and in this particular case, I'm going to import JSON response. And JSON response is like HTTP response, but instead it's known to be JSON. And so the time sleep makes it so that when I run this, it pauses for a second so I can watch as it comes back. That's not what you would normally do. Then I have a little dictionary, and that dictionary this is a Python dictionary. Key value pair. It happens to look like JSON, and then I basically say serialize that and send it back. Now there's other things that have to happen. So this is just a standard. I could have made that a list. It's best practice in JSON for the outer thing to be an object, and so if you have a list, you have that as an attribute of the outer object. So you tend to want to make the thing that you pass back on JSON response an object or a dictionary rather than a list. And so if you have a list, you put it inside of a dictionary. Okay, and so that's going to send that back. So if we were to hit this and just go to it in a browser and go to JSON Fun, and this browser that I happen to be taking the screenshot sort of can show the raw data, which is just, this is the JSON. Now it looks like the dictionary, but it's not. This is a serialized JSON thing that looks like the dictionary, and you can see that's exactly what came back from that browser and from that server. But then if you look at it parsed with JSON, then the browsers kind of know how to parse JSON, and so it looks up the curly braces and the single quotes, and it basically says this would make a JavaScript object where the first attribute is mapped to first thing and the second attribute is mapped to second thing. So browsers increasingly just know what JSON looks like, and so for debugging we get to see this, and it's kind of nice. Now the other thing that you would notice if you look really closely is if you took carefully a look at the headers, you will see that the content type is application/JSON. We've done a whole bunch of things. Text/HTML, we've done text/plain, we've done image/PNG. I don't know if you've done application/PDF or not, but application/JSON is how we tell the browser that this is going to be JSON. And when we send a JSON response back from a view, that's what indicates to send this set this content type on the HTTP response protocol. And so that way the browser knows that it's getting JSON and not plain text and not HTML and not a PNG. So up next, we're going to take this and turn it into a simple chat application.
Hello and welcome to another screen recording of Django for Everybody. In this one, we're going to play with JSON a little bit. So notice it says this test will be replaced in 2 seconds, too short. Okay, so let's take a look at how that happened. So the first thing is we've got a little JSON endpoint, so I'll pop that up. And this JSON endpoint feeds us a little bit of JSON. And we can see the raw data. It looks like JSON. It's just a URL, just says JSON. And if I take a look at the headers, we see that, as you would expect, the content type is application/JSON. So this is a URL. So let's take a look at what it takes to cause this JSON fun URL return some JSON. And we'll take a look first at our urls.py. And we're just going to map it into views. Now this is a non-class style view. So here is JSON fun. Now one of the things that I do is time.sleep is not something you do in normal code. I just wanted it to take a little bit of time. But then what I do is I create a Python dictionary, and using JSON response, which is kind of like the next door neighbor to HTTP response, I am going to, instead of this would be an, if this was an HTTP response, we'd be sending back a string, but instead we are sending back a dictionary, and so then it will serialize that into the right stuff. Now it looks the same. The difference is in Python it's a dictionary, and in JSON, it's an object. I mean, in JavaScript, it's an object, and it came across as JSON. So it's weird. It just so happens they have the same syntax, JSON, JavaScript object, and Python dictionary. But there is conversion here. And we could have much more complex stuff, nesting, etc., in here. And so let's then do this again. But now what we're going to do is look at the developer console and watch what really happens. So I will hit refresh now, and so we can watch in the developer console what happens. 2, 3, boom. And so we saw this console.log. So let's take a look at the source code of what makes that happen. So here we are in the source code. And first off, we've got this little paragraph, and that's what comes from the server. Now remember, what comes from the server when you do a view source, I just do that so fast. When I do a view source, I'm actually seeing what came from the server. The other time you can get it is if you go, I think, right here and get the right request and look at the response. Yeah, let's look at raw response payload. This in the network tab, this is showing you what actually came from the server. Exactly what came from the server. I don't know why that's missing stuff. Oh, maybe because I got a cursor over or something. I don't know. But view source is what came from the server. And so we put this ID in here, but that's not what's there anymore. So now I can see what's real. I can see the document object model. Oh, and me to view page source. I'm into inspect. Inspect element shows us what is the document object model, because so you saw that the JavaScript actually changed the document object model. So let's go back to view source so we can see how that's going to happen. So we've got our standard document ready function, these two lines at the beginning and end, just like whatever you put in here after it's loaded, as long as you have the jQuery library, away you go. So if this getJSON function within the $sign function, $getJSON, has two parameters. The first parameter is a URL to hit, /chat/JSON_fun. I've hard-coded it. I mean, it's hard-coded here. You'll see in a second how that is generated. And then when you're all done, call these two lines of code and pass the return data. So it's going to go grab this, and it's going to parse it, and it's going to turn it into an object, and then it's going to call our function and pass that object in there. The name data I just made up. So what it's going to do is it's going to use jQuery to go grab this, the ID tag of back on line 52 here, and then it's going to say, let's take data.first. Now data is an object, and .first is an attribute within that object, and if we take a look, data.first is the string first thing, and so that's how first thing ends up here. And then the next thing it does is just console logs, and that just gives me one more chance to talk about how awesome it is for you to console log things, and you can explore these objects and take a look. And there's two attributes in this object that came back, and so all the parsing is done, and it's turned into a JavaScript object. And so it's really quite beautiful that here at line 61 you have a JavaScript object that represents exactly the same information as in a Python dictionary. So this is it becomes Python dictionary, it's serialized, it's responded to, it's retrieved, it's deserialized, and then you just have it working in a different programming language. Two programming languages, data structures in two programming languages, going back and forth in a super beautiful, awesome way. And so we'll come back and we'll talk about this chatting. I wanted to just show you how JSON works and then build a real simple application for that. That'll come up next. So hope this has been helpful. Cheers.
So now we're going to use JSON to build a very simple chat application. I love to use chat applications to play with JSON because really they are, and there are so many better ways to build a chat application than the way I'm building it. I'm just using this as a great way to talk about JSON. So what we're really going to end up doing here is we're going to have two windows, and each of them, each of them will be doing the same thing. And they both have a chat button. There's a back end. And when we press the submit and send a new chat message back, the other one is in a loop. And it's polling. It's checking to see if there's new chat messages. And when there is a new chat message, it uses AJAX to pull that back. The chat messages, an array of JSON objects. And then it updates this part here. And so that's the idea of JSON, is that we can use JavaScript to update some part of the screen and leave the rest of the screen alone. And so it's not like this whole screen has to blink. Now, when we're doing things like making menus at the top and moving back and forth, we make it look like certain things are not changing. But in this situation, everything outside that little chat box is not changing. We're going to do a full request response cycle when you type in something and press the chat button. So that's the basic idea of this application. So here is how it's working basically. You see, if you watch the network, every few seconds, about 4 to 5 seconds, it's doing a retrieval. So it does a retrieval, does a retrieval, does a retrieval, and what it's getting is a JSON array of little messages, and then it reads this array, and then it displays them. It wipes this window out using jQuery, and then it redisplays the messages. And in this case, it's not really getting the new message, it's just getting all the message, and it's just rewriting the whole thing. And so if you got to watch to make sure that you see the new messages coming. So here's a bit of code in urls.py. We have just the main view to talk, to do the talking. And then the messages is just going to be our bit of JSON stuff. Okay? And our model.py, it's pretty simple. It's got an owner. We're going to use the owner pattern, even though we're going to do a little bit more of the work ourselves. And it has a text field, and that's pretty much it, other than the stock date fields that we normally have. So if we take a look at the views.py, we're going to do simply a rendering of talk.html. You'll see when we get to talk.html that the dynamic part, you might be surprised, like, where are all the old messages? The old messages normally would be retrieved right in here, but they're not, because we're going to do that in JavaScript, and that bit of like retrieve the messages, the most recent messages, is going to be done in the browser now rather than in the server. So it's going to be a request to show the page, and then the page is going to start and go grab the messages. And we just have a normal form, and we're going to grab the message text from that form, and then add the owner to be request user, and then save it, and then we're going to redirect back to ourselves. And so that's the view, and that's really quite simple. The interesting part is in the template, and so we have a bunch of stuff in the template. This part here is pretty straightforward. We have that form that's at the top, and the form is at the top, and we got leaving, we got reset, we got a chat button, we're going to post back in, and then we have this chat content, and that's important because the chat content is that part on the screen that we're going to replace over and over and over again. So one of the things that we're doing here is we're going to grab a spinner and grab a URL to a little spinner that we've got stored in a static area. And that spinner, you know, one of those little dot, 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 dot things that goes round and around, that's just an animated GIF. And what we're going to be doing is you put that out so that if it turns out that somehow your JSON is not working, the spinner stays there, and that's kind of a clue to you, at least as a developer, and maybe to your poor end user, that it's not running. But the idea is that spinner will be running, but then it'll be immediately be replaced by the data we pull in from JSON. So here's the interesting part. This is a function that right now it's just going to call a function, and we'll get this started up in a bit. This function is going to do the hard work. The function is the part that's going to get triggered every once in a while to go retrieve all of the data. So we'll just call this function update message, and what it's going to do is it's going to go give us a console log, and then we're going to grab get JSON, which is jQuery to retrieve a JSON URL, and then this get JSON takes two parameters. The first is a string, which is a URL. The second is a bit of code, and then the data that comes back from the JSON, meaning this data right here, which is an array of arrays, is going to be passed in as rows. So, you know, until you're really comfortable, I put a console.log so you see each time it's called. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do chat content empty, and remember the chat content is that little part right there that we're going to wipe that out. That's just a jQuery to wipe it out. And then I'm going to loop through the rows. Yeah, we're going to loop through the rows. For var, we're going to loop. There's two rows here. Rows.length is 2, and then we're going to grab it, and then we're going to say we're going to append a paragraph tag in the first part of the row, plus a break tag and 2 non-blank spaces. That's so that it indents 2 spaces. That's the time underneath the text. And then we're going to take the second element of that row and print out a paragraph tag. And so that's what is going to put the rows of the chat. That's going to wipe it out and then fill it back up. We just append it. Append around and around and around and go through and append. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the timeout to call ourselves again in 4 seconds. So that basically says this is actually part of vanilla JavaScript, and we're saying 4,000 milliseconds from now, or 4 seconds from now, call this again. And so it's only going to do this after it has successfully got the JSON back. And so if the system starts slowing down, after it's done the update of the little part of the screen with the chat messages, then it's going to say, and then run me again in 4 seconds. And that's what's going to happen every 4 seconds. But then what we're going to do is also, after that, we're going to trigger that we're going to get this thing started. And so we're going to say, under document ready, there's the document ready, these 3 lines, we're going to tell Ajax not to cache that data because we expect every time we're going to call, we want the new messages. We're going to call update message, which is immediately going to start an Ajax request and then rewrite chat content and then wait 4 seconds and then do it again and again. And so this is like priming our timing loop. Okay? And then once we've done that, the only thing left to do is look at what is going to happen in that code that's going to give us back all those Ajax messages. So this is the talk messages. That's our URL that's going to do that. It's a GET request, and we're just going to go read all of the message objects ordered by created at, the first 10 of them. So that's what that does. And we're going to, instead of just sending the messages down, we're going to augment it. And so we're going to take the message text, and then we're calling natural time. Natural time is the thing that says 13 minutes ago or 14 minutes ago instead of some long, ugly time thing. And that's something we're getting from Django. And so that is the result. The results is a new array. Messages is an array, and results is the array that looks like this. And what we've done is we've changed this second parameter basically for each of the messages using natural time. And then results, in this case, is an array. Actually, it's a list. I'm confusing my JavaScript and my Python. We're in Python right now, and so it's a list. And then we just return a JSON response, which serializes that into JSON and sends it all back. So you kind of get the idea of how you build a chat, and you can see how this is what's coming back, and it's hitting this messages, and this little cache equals false is adding this so that the URL does not seem to be the same URL from the browser's perspective. So it's really just taking a timestamp and appending it so the browser sees it not as the URL it retrieved before, so it doesn't have any chance of caching. And so that's really a quick look at how you might use JSON to build a really simple chat application. It's not the best way to build a chat application. There's a thing called WebSockets that makes your chat application more efficient and more responsive. But again, this is a very simple background task to retrieve information from the server using Ajax and JSON.
Hello and welcome to another Django for Everybody code walkthrough. We're going to do another walkthrough of a different part of the chat application. And so this time we're going to actually do some chatting. And I probably won't need this now. This chat is really designed to run simultaneously. So normally this would be 2 different logged in users. This chat doesn't really do anything particularly for logged in users. So I'm just going to use 2 windows logged in as the same user. But so the idea is, and we can see this going on right now. If we do a tools developer console, we can just watch. We can watch this. I'll clear it, and you'll see that every 4 seconds it's making a request and it's getting some JSON back. Requesting JSON. Yeah, I got it. Requesting JSON. I got it. And then we can watch in this other window at the same time. Clear this. Every 4 seconds, it's going to do an Ajax request, requesting JSON. Now, if we watch the network tab, we can see what it's doing. It's requesting JSON. Now, the page is not refreshing. What's happening is, in the background, in JavaScript, it's actually talking to the server, okay? And it's doing that every 4 seconds, and it's doing the same thing in both of them. So this is a polling application. These could be on completely different computers. It's polling to see if any new messages have shown up. So I'm going to say new message. Now, this is just a traditional form, and this is going to submit. So you'll see a post redirect that happens here. Boom, boom. post redirect. I'll come back to that. And then that new message already appeared just because the timing was perfect, right? And so I typed it in on this one, and it worked. So here is the post. It posted that message. Headers, parameters. It sent new message, and it sent the CSRS middleware token. And then the post did a redirect back to talk, and then it showed the messages. So this reset, cancel, chat, this is just a standard form. I guess let's just take a look at the page source here. This form is a standard form. It just is submitting it. It's submitting it with a post, and it's just standard stuff with a CSRF middleware token, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the posting of new messages is not the tricky part of this. So let's walk through the simple posting of new messages. Talk, the /talk, goes into my views.py. And so this is my talk main. And I guess I should probably, I don't need this one anymore. Let's take a look at the models file. Take a look at the model file. So there is a data model for this. It is a one-to-many. We got text fields. We got a primary key. Everybody can put more fields in, so that we do know who they're owned by, so that we know who is allowed. We do have an owner, but we don't have any trashing, so we don't have any delete. This is really quite simple at this point. And so we got the two fields created at and updated. Of course, are handled automatically. So do not worry about this bit right here. That's just so that for my online system, all it's doing is it's throwing away chat messages that are more than 60 minutes old. You could put code in there like this, but this really doesn't implement it. It just is something because of samples that's online. Don't worry about that. What it's really doing here is just rendering chat/talk.html. Okay, so that's what the GET request is. So that means if we just hit enter here, I'll come here, hit enter here, that's what happens. Okay, and then a few seconds later, I get the messages show up. But you'll also notice that when I just hit enter and I do a GET request to that page, for a little while I see a spinning GIF. Okay, and so that all happens here in chat/talk.html. But before we leave the view, it's pretty straightforward. When we hit the chat button here, it's going to send a post data and the name of this form. Inspect element, that's what I wanted. The name of this thing is a name message, right? And so I'm going to say post message, request post message, and I'm going to set the owner field. This is just a model, message model. Then I'm going to store it, and I'm going to redirect back to the GET request. All right. So that's how I do cool new message, and that's what happens when I press this button. Now we're going to find out how in this other tab, boom, cool new message shows up 2 seconds ago, right? I did nothing in here other than navigate to the tab. And now we want to see how that all works. So let's talk first about the HTML. It comes down here. This is the source as created, and this is the template that creates the source. It's a pretty straightforward template. You know, we got some chat main. The chat static is a little bit weird. And so let's take a look at how that works. That is this line 63. Chat static generates this. And if I look at my URLs, I'm mapping the static to something that's in a folder. So let's pop up a thing, ls-l. So in static, there is a single file called spinner.gif. And if I take a look at what spinner.gif, I think this will open it in a minute. Yeah, so spinner.gif is just an animated GIF image of this little spinner. Also looks kind of like a Walmart logo. And so if you look at the page that's generated from the view source, and we've been sitting here for minutes now, but if you look at what originally came from the server, you see that there was, didn't need to click there. Let's do it again. View source, come down. Here on line 62, what came from the server was HTML that put that spinner out, okay? And that just is our way. So I've put this spinner here in case the JSON Ajax doesn't work. Because if it were to blow up, right? If it were to blow up, that thing would run there. Now I've artificially slowed this down, and I'll show you how I did that, just to let that spinner show for 1001, 1002, boom, now it's gone. I can make that speed up a lot by changing this chat talk, but just understand that we often fill the areas that we're going to replace with a spinner so that if something goes wrong, we have given our users a clue. Okay? So then we're going to build function update message, and it's probably easier to look at it in view source. So oh dang, I did it again. I didn't mean to click on that. There we go. So update message. So $getJSON takes one parameter /chat/messages, which of course is the URL for chat::messages, which maps to urls.py, chat::messages, which is talk messages view, which is, we don't need this anymore. That's this view right here, talk messages. We're going to make it be a login required mix-in, and then we're going to read all the messages by looking at our message model, message objects all, order by, descending, create, add, and give me the first 10. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to call this natural time. Natural time is a really cool little Django feature that gives us times, and it says 7 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, rather than some big long time that looks like with long dates and February 22nd, Wednesday, 2020, or whatever it is, right? So I could send messages here into, I could send the messages back, but then I would have to convert these into prettier things, but I want to convert these inside of Django because I have this wonderful utility. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop through the message array that I got back, and I'm going to return, I'm going to make a new array, and it's an array of arrays basically, and it's a to thing where I got the text of the message and a pretty version of the time, and then I append that to the array, and then I return the array. So I'm returning an array. Now it turns out an array of arrays. It turns out that having the outer result, having the outer thing be an array is actually sort of tacky, but it's really supposed. So if we look at, for example, we go to the network, and we look at this, and we look at the response, we see that it is an array of arrays, right? Let me make this so I can click better on it, right? It's an array. The outer object, the outer thing in our JSON is an array, and then I've got just a linear list of arrays. And there's 2 items in each array. One is the time, one is the text, and the other is the time. And so this message payload that's coming back, this is that results. And of course, JSON response serializes it, and then we're going to see how we deserialize it, right? And I think I might be able to open this in a new window. Can I open? Yes, I can. So I've got this opened. If I look at the raw data, that's what the raw data looks like. If I look at the parsed JSON, it's an array with 0 and 1 and 0 and 1. And if I look at the headers, it, of course, is application/JSON. And all that work of producing the response is here in talk messages, where we create a data structure inside a variable inside of Python, and then we just serialize it and send it out using Django's built-in response. Okay, so that shows how we put messages in. That shows how we feed messages out in the format of JSON. Now let's talk about how we get those messages into the screen. Okay, and that's this update message. So So update message is just a function. We'll eventually in document ready, we're going to say, hey, Ajax, don't cache the messages. And so what that's doing is adding this little number that changes. It's really just the time, but that means that the browser is not supposed, sometimes when the browser sees the same URL over and over and over again, it's like, oh, I already got a copy of that. And we're like, no, don't let us. So we're saying, don't cache it, put a little thing on it so the URL is actually changing. It's just, this question mark is like a query parameter, and it forces the URL to change. Then what we're going to do is we're going to wait 2 seconds and then call update message. We could call update message right here if we were in a hurry, but I'm going to wait because set timeout is vanilla JavaScript that basically says run this code, run this code, and it's a string with code in it. But hey, it's JavaScript and code and data are kind of equivalent. And wait 2 seconds, 2000 milliseconds. So this right here, instead, I could say update message right now, and then it would start immediately, but this set timeout is why when I press refresh, I get to see my cool little spinny thing for a few seconds, then it's too late, okay? So otherwise I would just call update message. Got it? Okay, now, at some point, this timer will expire, 2000 seconds will expire, and then it will call update message. So, 2 seconds later, it starts calling this code. And so you see it says requesting JSON, and then it calls jQuery to ask for some JSON, and it calls chat/messages, parses it all, deserializes it all, and then calls my code with the resulting messages. The resulting messages, all those messages, which is an array of arrays, passed in as the variable rows, and I immediately console log it. So now if I'm going to go look at the console logging, I can say what's coming back. Oh, it's an array. How come there's only one? How come there's only, oh, okay, yeah, it's an array, and in that was 3 minutes ago. How come I'm not seeing all the rest of it? Maybe it's only showing me, yeah, it's only showing me the first one, but there you go. So I'm console logging it. I put these console logs in just because I'm so nervous all the time. Did it really work? Am I really running my code? Because the browser, when it blows up, is really quite silent, right? Very, very silent. Okay, let's go back and take a look at the web developer network. Yada, yada. Okay, so at some point, I am gotten called. I log it. Then what I do is I go up to chat content, which has initially it has the spinner on it, and then I empty it out. That's jQuery, just emptied out, and then I go through and I loop through all the rows, which might be 0. If it is 0, then you're going to see nothing. And then I'm going to grab the row sub I, which each row has 2 things in it, and then the message is the sub 0 element, and the time is the sub 1 element. And I'm just using jQuery append to throw a little paragraph in with that text. So if you were to do an inspect element here, you would see that this is a paragraph. Oh, come back, chat content. So let's see if we can catch it. We might catch it emptying it out and then filling it back up. It doesn't look like we're going to catch it. But basically it wipes all this stuff out. Oh, there it did. You see what it did? So here it is, and now it's going to wipe it out and then fill it back up with the same thing. Okay? So you'll see how it does an empty of that whole div, and then it fills it back up. And so we can see it. Here comes, emptied out, and then fill it back up, and it's got the same stuff. Now what's happening is it's all happening so quick that we don't see any flicker or anything here. But every 4 seconds, this is being rewritten and rewritten and rewritten. Oh, and you'll notice that my selection died because it's not the same. It's not the same text anymore. It's not selected because it got deleted. I selected something and it's about to get deleted. Here goes, deleted, come back. Oh, and you'll also notice the 11 minutes change. So, and at the end of this, when it's successfully returned, we say, well, run me again 4 seconds from now. So the set timeout, once it runs it, it's 1 time. There's another way in JavaScript to say run this every 4 seconds. But I actually prefer waiting for it to succeed, because it turns out, and I'm not going into it in great detail, but these things can have errors. And then you can put extra code in here to handle errors, but what I'm doing here is I'm only running this if it is successful. And so I'm only running it again. Why bother? And if it is slow, because this is asynchronous code, it takes a while, in this case a zillionth of a second, it takes a while between the time it starts the request and the time it gets the data back and calls our code. But let's just say that the server was overloaded. It might take 2 seconds between the start of the request and the call of the code. And so this just says that if it's it'll be 6 seconds everything, because if it's slow, I'm going to only add 4 more seconds. So I wait till it's all done, I wait till I get my data, and then I say, okay, run me again in 4 seconds. Now, this ultimately is a very simple polling application, which is inefficient, and there is a technology called WebSockets that makes this a whole lot better. But we'll talk about that perhaps some other day. Cheers. Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this particular walkthrough, we're going to play with the favicon. And so the favicon is a special little icon that shows up at your root /favicon.ico. There's a whole series of favicons, but this is sort of the original classic one. And you should be able to see it. And it's also what happens in your bookmarks or your little tabs. And so it's kind of a fun little way to brand your site. And if you've been grabbing my code, you have got a favicon sitting here in Django's home static favicon.ico. And if you look at urls.py down later, it adds a path using the static file server, and it sort of goes to the base directory of the Django application and adds home static. And then if there's a path that matches, this is the path that matches, then this is the file that it looks up, and then that serves up the contents of that file at favicon.ico. Now, what you want to probably do is make your own favicon. So let's go ahead and make our own favicon. Here is a favicon converter, and let's go ahead and grab a file. Let's see, Sakaiger. Going to make a little Sakaiger icon instead. And so I did it. It converted it to an icon. Let's see what we got here. And I'm going to download a zip file with a bunch of icons, and it'll go into my downloads. So here it came into my downloads. It's already downloaded it, and that is an icon. And so an icon is a special kind of an image. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to upload and overwrite this with a new file. And so here we go. I'm going to upload that favicon, and I believe it's uploaded right this second. Now, here's a weird thing. Now I should be able to go here, and I should be able to press refresh. I don't think reloading my application is going to make much difference at this point, but icons are heavily cached by the browser. So one thing to do is just, ooh, I didn't mean to start that. Didn't mean to start Camtasia. Sorry. Didn't mean to start that. So I can go here in a different browser, and I can see the icon. Or I can add a get parameter, and then I can see that icon. X equals 3. And now I can see the icon. So So if you come here and you press refresh, what you'll find is these icons are heavily cached. And that's just because you don't want to overload the server getting an icon on every page. So to really do this right, the way to force the cache, and we've seen this like in JSON, you can add a get parameter x equals 42. And that basically says it's going to ignore this, and it's just going to get, because that's a query parameter, it's not part of the path. And it's going to load the new icon. So it might take a while before you're going to see that icon show up, and so don't feel too bad. If you can do this thing where you go directly and you add this question mark, you should be able to see your brand new icon. and then later, or maybe if you run with a different browser. But if you've used a different browser and it's got a cached icon, away it goes. And you can go Google how to clear the favicon on my browser, and you'll find it's not trivial. So this is the way that I do it. I just add a get parameter, and then that does it. So I hope this little favicon walkthrough was helpful to you. Cheers. Hello, and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this walkthrough, we're going to look at social login. And we're going to use GitHub to do our login. And we're going to use a piece of code called Social Login Framework. And you can read this. This is the link documentation to social login. You can read through all this stuff. But I've actually, in my home, I've already done most of this. And if you based some of your stuff on the settings. So if you've been using my code for a while, every time you say manage.py, it says if you want to use social login, please see this file and which registration it's doing. And so we're actually going to, it's not really broken, but you'll notice now I'm going to show you where these messages are coming from and what we are about to change. So bring this one over here. So first off, where those messages are coming from is down here deep in the settings.py, about line 176. It's going to import from GitHub settings.py. And GitHub settings.py is a file, but this file doesn't yet exist. So if you go into DJ Free Samples, you will see that there is a GitHub settings dist, but there is not a GitHub settings.py. So this blows up, and otherwise, it prints that message. So there's where that message happens. And so if you look at the documentation, we're going to put the GitHub OAuth 2 backend, etc., etc. Okay? So what we need to do basically is we need to take this file. There is a file called GitHub settings dist.py, and we have to make a new empty file called GitHub settings py. So create that new empty file. And then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to just take all of this and we're going to paste it into it. So from the dist. So this idea of a file with a dist name, that means it's kind of the distribution file. It's not the real file. And so I'm just going to save this file for now. Now the problem, and so if I go here, back here, I believe that at this point it won't say anything because we have a file, right? And it says we've switched to using, it was using login, and now it's using login social. And so the login is a registration template. So this was the login that you've been using until you turn the social on. And it has some rules that says, you know, here's where you do the URL, you get a form, etc. So you get to set this login. This is a long time ago that we set this thing. But social login, if you read all the documentation, read all this documentation, social login, you have a different way of doing it. So this is asking if that social auth GitHub key has been set properly, and that's this key right here, and otherwise it's not set. So if it gets set, then it's going to do a link to this social begin GitHub. And this is something that's documented in this Django framework. So somewhere in here is the begin. Yeah, so this is an example of how you call Google. So you do this social colon begin. And this social, going back to settings.py, oh, we got to go into the urls.py. So let me go here and then go into urls.py. So there we do add something here, and that is that we switch to social login. We try to import that same GitHub settings, and if we do get GitHub settings, we switch to using the different template, and you say template name, and then use that as social for our social login. Okay, and then it prints out this little error message. Okay, so that redirects to social login, and we also have OAuth, the social namespace social for the social Django URLs. Now that social Django URLs is configured by some of those settings. Okay. Okay, so we have this file called github settings.py, but we can't use GitHub yet because we have to get a key and a secret. And so the instructions are right here. So we go to GitHub developer settings. Now I'm not going to show you the ones I'm using for the projects or the samples, but what you do is you just add a new OAuth app. My cool app samples. And I give you some example things to put in here. So this homepage is really samplesdj4e.com. Samples, and then you've got to set the login, and this is what you're going to need, although I got to update it. The application, I got to change this to be samples.dj4e.com. Okay, and then I register the application, and now I have an ID and a secret. Don't worry, I'm going to delete this later. So then what you do is you go into settings, not settings dist, and then you go in and you paste that in, and then you paste this secret in. I hope I got the secret right. Yeah, this secret. So now I save it, right? So I save it, and you go into my web tab, because this is my pay account. And I'm going to go to samples and reload samples. I'll just go over here and I'll do a manage.py check. And I hope everything is right still, but it's a good test. And it is using the social login, and it looks fine. Okay, so I've got that. Now let's just see what happens when I say log out. And now if I say log in, I get this login with GitHub because I set that. So if all goes well, I should be able to log into GitHub. Now what's happening is GitHub is asking Charles Severance, me, the logged in user, whether or not to share the data to my cool app samples. Okay, so I'm going to authorize it, and then it's going to send back, and then I'm logged in. And interestingly, now it knows who I am. It's a GitHub account. And like if I go into, where are we at? Where's the menus at? Menu, because that is based on that email account. That's a gravatar that's based on the email account. So now I'm logged in, and away it works. So that's the basic idea. It really comes down to create this GitHub settings, use the GitHub settings dist. And away you go. Yeah, the GitHub settings dist, and you copy that into GitHub settings, and then you put your real account in there. Now I'm going to go ahead and go back and delete this application so you can't use my keys. Now it's not going to work anymore. Okay, so there I go. So I hope this was helpful to you, that walk you through a little bit of what it takes to get GitHub authentication working. I would observe that the reason I chose GitHub is that you can do the same with Twitter and you can do the same with Google, but they're a lot, they don't trust you as much, and so you have to do a lot more work to prove to them that you're worthy of using Google and Twitter instead of or Facebook. Those are all much higher bars to get permission to use it. GitHub is really easy. So hope this was helpful. Cheers. Hello, and welcome to another of the sample code walkthroughs on Django for Everybody. This particular sample walkthrough is the favorite things. You can see the source code here in favs. Hopefully you have, like I do, the whole source code of this entire DJ free samples checked out somewhere, maybe on your local computer or maybe on a separate Python Anywhere website. In a way that you can watch it, and if you don't have that, you can play with these samples here at samples.dj4e.com. I'm going to run my local copy. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing. We're really demonstrating many-to-many accounts, but in this case we're also demonstrating Ajax. And I can show you how Ajax works at a high level. So normally if I click on, raindrops on roses and all things, you see an entire request response cycle. You see lots of things going on here. And if I click on this, I go up to here, the very first page is a bunch of HTML that came out, and then the rest of it is like the Bootstrap, etc., that was loaded by that page. And so, so you have to kind of scroll back up. But now I'm going to clear this. I'll go back to all things. So that was one page with lots of sort of derivative stuff. But what we're going to do in this is when we hit this favorite button, we're not going to see a full screen refresh. We've got some JavaScript code in here that's going to make this, when I click on it, it's going to make it filled in. But it's also going to have to update something in the database so that it remembers that this is one of my favorite things for the logged in user. So I'm going to hit it, and you see that I hit this favorite, and that called a view inside the server which updated the state. And now if I refresh the whole page, it's going to show it to me, and it's remembered this, right? So I refresh the entire favorite list. And if I add a new one, whiskers on kittens, this is just a normal bit of code that's not that different. Sound of music. So like this one I've got a favorite, this one I don't have a favorite, right? I don't have that favorited. And so, but Ajax is the way that we can both, well, it's just JavaScript and jQuery that's updating the UI, but we can change data on the server by just hitting a URL, in this case with a post request. So if we look at this, it actually sent a post request. If you recall, we're not supposed to change the server state on a GET request. So this is, to not be tacky, we're going to send a post request. And again, if you see this in the source, which we will, you don't want a spider to go down these GET requests. They'll see these URLs in the JavaScript, and we just hope, and they won't do it because they see it's a post request. So so if I hit refresh now, the data has been updated. So if I take a quick look at the admin user interface, oops, admin, and I look at Faz, this is my many to many, well, let me just stay here, right? So this means that the user, DJ4E, likes raindrops. And so if I do a refresh here, so that means that me, the logged in user, DJ4E, likes this. Now, if I say I would also like whiskered on kittens, it's going to update the database, see there? And then if I come over here, I can hit refresh, and you see that DJ4E likes raindrops. And it's just a many-to-many table with an outward connection to raindrops on roses and another outward connection to the user DJ4E. Now I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this from within the administration. Now this is exactly what the undelete button does. Now, the state of the system doesn't know that I deleted this in the background, but if I hit refresh, you see it now knows that it's deleted, and because it actually went and it queried all those tables, and there was really only one favorite. Okay? So let's take a look at the way this kind of comes together. We will eventually get back to all this JavaScript. So let's start with the models. The model, yeah. So thing, of course, has some title, like a lot of things, some text. We have a foreign key into owner because we want to be able to mark these things as belonging to somebody. This owner right here indicates who owns it, i.e. who will get the edit and delete, just like everything we've done that does that. Favorites is the new bit we're adding. And so we're basically saying, okay, we're going to, so this foreign key is a one-to-many, right? Because that's one user to many things. But this is the many-to-many. And this is also to auth user. Normally many-to-many is three tables, the kind of the left table, the right table, and the middle table. Well, in this case, we got the one table, but the right table, as it were, is the user model itself. And that's okay, because the user model is a table, and all we're doing with settings.auth user model is knowing what table that is. And of course, the created at and updated at and the title, that does. So this is our through model, and of course, when you're in the middle of a foreign key, you effectively have a foreign key to the left and a foreign key to the right. And so this is like we have a foreign key back to thing, and that's a one-to-many relationship, and then we have a foreign key to the users, and that's a one-to-many relationship. In this case, the onDelete models equals cascade means if a thing is deleted and there's a fav row that references the thing, the fav rows that reference the thing will be deleted. And the same is true for if a user gets deleted, all the fav rows except. So either side, either left or the right of this, we could, if one of those records goes, the corresponding records in fav will be deleted. And you can either delete things or you can delete users, and the fav rows are sort of automatically maintained. Now the one thing we're doing here is a little different than what we did in the comments one, is we've added this unique together. And that simply means that you can't insert more than one combination of a thing and a user. So it's not like you can favorite it a lot. If you keep hitting favorite, there's only one row. If there's a row in here that exists, i.e. right here, if this row exists and it connects the two, then it's favorited. So in the other examples, you'll notice that we modeled something at this connection. This is really a pure many-to-many. And this unique together basically says the only data that matters is the actual connection between thing and user. And this is just kind of a little fancy way to make it so that the admin user interface looks really cool. Right? DJ4E likes whiskers. That's what you're doing with these string classes. Okay? So, of course, you'll do your migrations when you get that. That's already taken care of. Let's take a look at a couple of things. Let's just start with urls.py. Make it a little smaller so it sort of fits better, a little wider. There we go. So this looks very similar to a lot of things that we've done. We've got a main view, we got a detail view, we got a create view, delete view. So those are all sort of, we've talked about those before and we've used those. This is the new thing here. And so this is the URL that we're going to hit if we're going to do a favorite or an unfavorite, and it is the primary key of the thing. And that's why I name this thing/thing primary key. I might want to even call that thing PK, and then favorite, right? And then that's going to call the add favorite view. And of course, this thing favorite is just a way to reference it in templates and in views. And the same thing for unfavorite. So we've got a little tiny add favorite view and a delete favorite view. And in terms of this, the only real code that we're going to change from previous examples is the list view, because the list view has to be augmented to actually show the little asterisks, and the list template has got to be augmented. As a matter of fact, the most complex bit of this is the list view, and these two have got to be added as well. So let's take a quick look at the views. Let me go ahead and cd templates /favs. So let's start with our list view. Okay, and come on, go a little larger. There we go. Here's our list view, and let's take a look at our list view. So the first thing is, because of that owner field, right, I am going to import the owner detail view, owner list view, and owner create view. And so I've got that, and actually I'm importing it from a different project. That's okay. This owner.py is in the myarts, but you might have it also locally. It'd be owner.py. So again, the whole idea here is that the owner field in the models, vi models.py, this owner field is managed, like in many of these, by us creating my /myarts owner. And basically we're creating this owner list view, the owner detail view, owner create view, and if you recall from these are the places where we've kind of overridden the original automatic create view, automatic update view, which we've used for lots of things, except when we're creating it, we've got to put the request user in right before we split the save into two pieces, and then we half save it, then we set the owner field, then we finish the saving, And then the update view and the delete view is more about the query set. And it basically says, I'm not going to let you retrieve this for update. That's what query set is. I'm not going to let you retrieve this for update unless you own it. And so that's what this is basically saying is, I'm going to also filter these based on the owner must be equal to the current logged in user. And this code right here, is exactly the same for delete. So what we're doing is loading the record prior to delete. And we're saying, look, if you don't own it, I'm not going to load it, which means you can't delete it because it gets a 404 not found. And so, again, that's in the delete view and the update view, right? That's all here because it's going to do a get or 404, right? And so in there, it does a get 404. Again, this particular one, we got to do our own get or 404. And inside delete view and update view, it's going to do a get or 404, get object or 404. And then this code right here, if it's like ID equals primary key and owner equals self.request user, the answer is no. And so this is going to blow up, this delete view and update view. Now, that's just a review of stuff we've been doing for a couple of examples. So I'm not going to go into super great detail. So what I want to do is I want to show you thing list view. Now, actually, it does owner list view, but if you go back and look at owner list view, it doesn't really do anything other than the base one. But so it's basically looks like most of these, except what we've done is we've overridden the get request. So we're overriding the get request. And some of this is the stuff that's part of the default, meaning it always would go get thing list objects.all. And it would always pass into the template thing list. And if you take a look at the template, right, what it does is it checks to see if there's a thing list, then it loops through it, and then it prints all this stuff out. And literally, a lot of this is very similar to everything we've done with previous sample code, right? But the problem is we need to get the data so that we can know the starting value, whether these are supposed to be filled in or not, right? And so what we do is we say, okay, and we only going to do that if they're authenticated, because if we're not logged in, if I log out, I don't have any favorites. I can't unfavorite thing. I can't favorite things because I'm not logged in. And so I don't do this, right? So if the user's authenticated, then I'm going to do this. And it also means that in the template, all of this stuff, this is the favorite code, only happens and only shows if the user's authenticated. So I'll log in, DJ4E, log in, and now it's actually pulling this extra data. And so here we are in views. If the user's authenticated, let's go to the current logged in user and get a list of their favorite things, but only the ID field. Now, this would give you a list of objects, and each object would be ID:1, ID:2, ID:3. And so we use a bit of list comprehension so that I end up with a favorites that's just a list of the IDs of the things for which I have a favorite. So in this case, if this is like thing 1 and this is thing 4. And so in this list, that list will be just 4 because 4 is favorited and 1 is not. So I might have 50 of these and you might only have 2 of them favorited. And when it's all said and done, this favorites list, if you printed it out, okay, let's print it out. Print favorites. Print that out, and you will see, let me hit refresh here, and then go over to my run server, and it's a list with the number 4 in it. So 4 is a favorite, and 1 is not a favorite. If I hit this, and then I hit refresh, and I look at this print, you'll see that 4 and 1 are my favorites, right? And then if I unfavorite 4 and I hit refresh, you will see that 1 is the favorite, okay? Now that then drives into that, and that just is passed right here into the template, yeah? And then we have this new stuff in the template. Now we're in the middle of looping through all the things, which this is the loop that goes through all those things. But here we are in the middle if the user is authenticated. And so we basically have some code anchor tag, href equals # is our key that says don't actually go anywhere. And the onClick is the method, and that's going to call some JavaScript, and it's going to call as a parameter, see I got a single quote here, the URL for the thing unfavorite of thing ID. And I'm also passing thing ID as a parameter. So if you do a quick inspect element right here, inspect element, you see that onClick, favPost, this is a URL to hit, and that's the ID. So I'm passing those in as parameters and then return false. We'll go through that JavaScript in a second. And I also give this an ID so that I can reference it down in that function that I'm going to build in a second. So that's here, ID equals favorite. Now, I need to decide whether or not to show which of these two to show. So it turns out that there's actually 2 stars. And what I'm really doing is I'm showing 1 star or the other. You don't notice that, but if you look down here, there are actually 2 stars. Here's 1 star, and here's the other star. So there's actually, I can see if I can convince it. If I can convince the, where is, oh, it's got to be here, display none. If I can change this to be display inline, you'll see that there's really 2 stars. And all I'm doing, now this is not going to be much, this is not going to work. I don't know how well this is going to work because I manually unhit it, but there's actually 2 stars, right? But what happens is that I hide the star that's filled and show the star that's filled appropriate. So let me refresh to get it so that, but there's 2 stars there. One is hidden and one is not. So it turns out that what this is this is 2 bits of making a star, and all I'm doing is I'm stacking 2 stars. I'm stacking an orange star on top of a blue outline star. And then what I'm doing it twice. So that's a link. But what I'm doing is if the current thing is in the favorite list, remember I did that, then I'm going to add a style equals display none. And if, in this case, that one's, if it's not in the favorite list, I'm going to hide this one, right? This is the unfavorite, and this is the favorite. And if it's in favorites, I'm going to hide the favorite. So if it's already a favorite, I'm going to show the empty star that's got an unfavorite link. Show empty star. Show a full star with an unfavorite link underneath it. My mind gets all messed up on this. And then if it is in favorites, show a filled in star with an unfavorite. Yeah. If it's not in favorites. Oh, right. I got, it's almost a double negative, right? If it's not in favorites, hide it. So this kind of flips, but okay. So this is an empty star that'll, if you click on it, favorites it, and this is a filled in star that if you click on it, unfavorites it. Okay? So let's take a look at this. Now then there's the tricky bit. The tricky bit is that when you click on the one that you can see, and in this case the one I can see is this one, right? So I'm here, I can see this one. So it's going to click on favPost, passing in fav's thing unfavorite, where that is the key of the thing. Here's the whole thing, right? And passing in that number. We'll see what that's for in a sec. Okay, so now I'm going to switch to the JavaScript that handles this. Okay, so now we got this function favPost, and you don't have to modify this. So this is the URL that we're going to post to. We're not actually going to send no data to it, and then thing ID is our, so we can have a number. So this fetch is built into the browser. You may have to do what's called a polyfill for fetch if you have a really old browser, but we're not. And so those are called polyfills, things to say like, oh, this is Internet Explorer 10 or whatever, and I need X. So fetch basically takes the URL and then a object with method post, yada yada. You can go look all this up. You don't have to worry too much about it. Content type, and I'm not sending any data. And so this is a post with 0 data. And then the way this works is this fetch function starts the fetch, but then it delays it because it could take a long time to go across the internet, go through the server, and come back. And then what it does is it comes back and then calls this function when the response returns back to the browser. So this is the browser talking to the server, and then you split your code into two parts. The part that gets it started, and then the part that in effect asynchronously reacts to the finished. So that's why I'm saying log finished. So you see, oh, it finished. And then the next thing I do is I go grab those two little stars and I flip them. I hide them. If they're visible, I hide them. And if they're hidden, I make them visible. So unfavorite star thing ID, which means it comes back to this little guy here, and it just toggles them. So when I do this, it's actually hiding one and showing the other, hiding one and showing the other. I could have done this with differently, but that's really what's going on. And you can see the display none flipping back and forth down here as I flip it. And of course, it's also changing it in the server with the post request. So if I sit here and I look at the network and I go unfavorite, favorite, unfavorite, favorite. And that's because as I'm showing it and hiding it, it's also toggling what happens when I click on it. If this is shown, then it's going to call unfavorite. Oh, this is now shown, it's going to call favorite. So the empty star is going to call favorite, and the filled in star is going to call unfavorite. Pretty cool, huh? I mean, you could probably come up with some better HTML, and so again, if you look at the console, this is quite nice. I got some debugging here, right? Favorite, favorite, finished. So that's actually going on here after the network shows when they start. Now that finished so fast, it's hardly whatever, but then this shows when it finished. Okay, and so that's how you debug this. Now you might have problems on your own code when you're doing stuff like this. Okay, but in this you just don't have to change much. So that is probably the hardest part of this. But then the last thing that we've got to do is we've got to go into the views.py and handle these posts to favs, thing, favorite, finished, right? So we got to hit the posts. So if you take a look at URLs, I'm probably going to need models. Keep models up. URLs.py. So this is the routes. So it's really simple. Remember, this thing is the primary key of the thing ID, not the favorite ID. Favorite does have an ID, but we're not really using it. We're using the combination of the thing ID and the user ID, basically, as the index in the favorite. So we go find favorite view. It's down near the bottom. And so if you recall, most forms we require CSRF, and we could have put the CSRF in here, but it was a lot simpler to just make it CSRF exempt. You kind of have to decide on security whether or not it's okay. Like, I could write a code injection that would favorite a bunch of books for you. Is that really that dangerous? But you could make this more secure. But what I did is I made it CSRF exempt. Okay, and so if you go read to Stack Overflow, you have to import these things and then add this little thing that basically says, hey, we're not going to blow up CSRF. If you don't, these things will get 403s, I think, which is not allowed, but you don't want that. And then after that, this looks like pretty much any other thing. It's a login required mixin, which basically means a session has to be established. We're not really caring, we're just extending a normal view. It turns out there's no UI to this. If you look at the response is empty. But that's okay, because the damage has been done in the server as a result of the post. So we got a post method. We're overriding from view, and we're taking self and request, which we always get, and PK, of course, which is the second number, right? I guess it's in URLs, right? PK is whatever this second number is. It's that parameter. And we get PK as the parameter, come back, views. There we are. Print some stuff out. I'm going to load the thing that corresponds to the PK or blow up with a 404, right? So you can't just guess. I can't just say, I can't, if I pick a PK that doesn't exist, nothing happens. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the old favorite. I'm going to create a new favorite, and I'm going to put to the left and the right the user value of favorite, right? So we're setting these two parameters right here. Setting thing and user. So thing is being set to the current thing we just loaded, which is got a primary key, and the user is the current logged in user. Now, we're going to save it, but we're going to do it in the try except block because what if there's already one there? And if you recall, you can't, because of unique together, you can't save the same combination of thing and user twice. And there's other ways I could have done this that are a little more complex, but I kept it simple. I just did a try and said it's okay if it blows up. That means it's already there. That because I don't let you really hit the favorite twice, but if you somehow could like click on this, if I could do an inspect element, and okay, and like so we're unfavorited. So, but I could unfavorite twice, right? All I'd have to do is somehow convince myself to grab this URL. It's not favorited, and you think, oh, don't do that. Well, the user can always like hand put this URL in. I just unfavorited it. What did I do wrong? Oh, too many favs. Come back. That's a second unfavorite. Well, I don't know why that blew up. Well, let's stop playing with that. Let's see. Did it complain in my thing? Thing one unfavorite. Favs thing. Oh, I know why. Duh. I'm doing a GET request. There is no GET request. Come back. Yeah, you can't always put it in a browser and make it work. Teach me a lesson, right? There's no def GET. And I can make it work, but that's a GET request. And so it's like, sorry, there ain't even a GET request here. Okay, so high level, we get the thing's primary key, we load the thing, we create a link, we create an object to put into fav with the two pieces, and we try to save it and don't really care if we've inadvertently double saved it because our UI is sort of keeping us from causing that to happen. Okay? So that's the favorite. The delete favorite is even easier. Right? So in delete favorite, we're CSRF exempt. We have to be logged in because if you're not logged in, then request user is going to blow up. This line's going to blow up because request user is not necessarily set if you don't have login required. So that's why we drop login required mix in right here. And then we load up the old thing. And that's because we need to put it in this effect filter. So this is like a where clause in SQL. Fav objects get user equals the current logged in user and thing equals T. T was the primary key of that thing. So if we can get it, then we delete it. Now, if again somebody manually found their way to the unfavorite button, even though we've hit it cleverly, they could still find their way, or a web browser might find its way. We're like, okay, we tried to delete it, it's not there, there's nothing bad, we'll just kind of fav not, it does not exist, and we're going to pass. And then we return an HTTP response, which is in effect emptiness. So when we come here, go to the network, refresh, clear everything, unclear it, right? There is nothing there. So we returned an HTTP response, but the most important thing is that we sent back a 200. So this, implicit when you're doing this is there is a 200 going back. And so it is successful. Okay? And so I think that this is pretty much all I have to cover on this, how to build a favorites. The quick way to test this is you should be able to turn these things on and off and watch the network tab. And then if you hit refresh, these two things, the state of these should be the same, meaning that you've properly recorded them in the database. So when I had it breaking, I would hide it and then I would refresh it and the little orange star would come back. So I hope this was helpful to you. A helpful little walkthrough going through the favorite sample code. Cheers.
Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this walkthrough, we're going to take a look at the sample code called well. The name well is based on a long time early pre-internet forum in Berkeley, California. And so you can go look up the well.
So the basic idea of the well is it looks exactly like MyArts. It's pretty much a clone of MyArts. So if you recall MyArts, you had articles CRUD, article submit, article CRUD, delete, just a basic article CRUD, right? So the only difference between this and the well is there's a search box here. So I can search for things that have yada in them, and then I can clear the search box. And that's it. So first, let's observe something that we can observe from the outside. When I do a search, the search is a get parameter. And the reason for that is that we want this, get parameters are get URLs are idempotent. So that basically says go to my blog and find all the blog posts that mention 1, 2, 3. So I could put that in as clear my search here, and I could do let's search for DSS DSS search here. So that is, this URL is the search for the ones that are DSS. So now I've bookmarked both these, and now that is going to be a short link to the ones that say DSS. So what I'm going to do is clear this search now, and this will show you something about idempotent URLs. I'm going to say yada 456, I was here, submit. So now I have 2 that have the word yada in the title, but watch what happens when I go to the URL that I bookmark. So I see now 2 posts. So the key of idempotent is not that you get the exact same page, you get the exact same logical page, not the exact same text every time. It's not like a cache that just clones the text. I go to this before, and then I go to it now, and if I then delete this one, and then I go to this again, that's the ones that have yada in them. And so that's why we're going to do a search for yada. And it's really quite simple here. I'll show you everything, but let's just start with an inspect element so you can see what's going on here. The first little trick here is you can construct that URL, and this goes way back. This goes way back to a form without a method equals post, which means it's a get method, which means that this name equals search becomes, it just goes on and it does a get request. So instead of doing a post request, which we've been doing for weeks now, this does a get request and it adds a get parameter. Okay, and so we've got in our view, our main view that is well, we're seeing a get parameter. It is not a different view. We're getting a view with a get parameter. And that also means that if I inspect element on this little undo icon that I made, inspect, all I'm doing is I'm making a link to /well without the parameter. So it's super easy. So like get rid of the search is just go to a different URL. I could have done it with, well, it is an anchor tag. It's an href tag. Look. So I've just gone to well and it's not there. It's the same view. So searching, and if you were to go and take a look at how Amazon or Google, they do search, they're forever putting that stuff in the URL so that you can then bookmark them. And so I'll get rid of those I'll get rid of those bookmarks later, but you see how that is idempotent. That's the get. When I said weeks ago, I said get URLs are idempotent. I can now sort of show you in code that we're writing how that works. Okay, so let's take a look at our code. I'll clear my search here. The code here is pretty straightforward. We've got a really simple model that was pretty much taken straight from the MyArts code. This is like it's got a name. I called it post instead of articles because I've got all these applications running at the same time, so I have to change a few names here and there. Related name is when we're poking a lot of we're putting a lot of foreign keys into owner across my Django project, so you got to be careful to choose a name for related names so you don't end up with a collision. You can't just say owner or whatever. So I call this post owner so that you don't back in the owner model. back in this model right here, the auth user model, we're pushing, in effect, methods or attributes into that model, and so we got to name them. And so this related name is really quite important to make sure across all of my applications. And what I mean is by all, these are all applications in one giant Django project. So this name here wants to be, and lots of these applications are using owner, and they're making a foreign key into the auth model, which is perfectly okay. It's just you got to be careful about the related name. Okay, so that's why that's there. So let's take a look at the urls.py. The main URL that we're going to change is this one, right? It's the list view, and here it is in the list view. And I don't know which way to go first here. Let's compare and contrast this list view with the views in MyArts. So in MyArts, the list view, I could just borrow owner list view, which was like extended generic list view, and I just say my model's article, and it was good. But now I got to do a whole bunch more work here. So I actually am going to, and I might have been able to do this by sort of overriding a few methods like we have done in the past, but I just decided that I would simply write all the code. And so I'm just extending view here. So I'm only extending view to make post list view. I'm still following the pattern so I can say what the model is. I'm not sure I even use that. Let's see if I use model. Yeah, I don't even need that. Template. I'm not using that. It was kind of, yeah, so I'm using the template name here. So I still am going to use the template name. But I didn't need the model because the reason I didn't need the model is I'm just explicitly using post in all the places. And so just get that. So it's not, I mean, I don't like code that does nothing. It's always a mistake. Okay, so the GET request. Most of this is in a GET request. There is no post here because in the list view, which is this view, there is no post. This form is a GET request. That's a GET request. And all it does is we are going to do a GET request, and we're going to do two versions of that GET request. And we're going to have one version of the GET request based on whether there's a search GET parameter or not. So we're basically saying go grab a GET parameter, put the GET parameter using the GET method of a dictionary. The big uppercase GET is the dictionary, and lowercase GET is the name of the method in Python. Search is the key, and then default is false. If we get a string, then we've got to search and filter. But let's start with this. All we're doing here is we're grabbing the objects, and this is the kind of code that is done automatically in owner list view, which is then generic list view, right? So this is just, I'm just doing the code. Now the thing I get to do with this that's really nice is I can go through and augment this object list. Now, so this is a list of objects, and I'm going to change each object, and I'm going to add a field. Oops, undo, undo, undo. I don't know what I just did. Undo, undo, undo. Okay, that I want to keep. So this is an object. So objects is a list of objects, and I'm going to grab it, and I'm going to add a field. So you can sort of in the middle, you can add this natural dash updated. And I'm going to base it on updated at, which is the long, ugly looking date. It's a real date, but it's a long, ugly looking date. And I'm going to run that through the natural time filter, which again is something built into Django that puts in this 15 hours ago thing, which is much nicer than just putting the date out. Okay, and so we're going to send the objects in as post list, which is the list of objects, and then we're going to send the string, the search value in. Just so we can show that, yeah, so that when we want to see this yada, so you can actually change this, right? So we want to put this back in, right? So we're going to pass that into the template, and then we're going to render the template. Dump queries is code just to show the queries that are actually being run. If I was running this locally, so let's take a look at the code. So for most of this, literally, it's the same thing, okay? So I'm just, I mean, it's basically looping through. It's doing a little bit more tricky stuff here. If the text is less than 100, I'm putting it all in. And in the list, I'm only going to put, so if the post is less, the length is less than 100, slice is 0.99. How come I can't see that? Yeah. Oh, that's because I'm not the owner. That's because I'm not the owner. Posted by DJ Free Samples. Who am I in this situation? Well, let's add a post. A title. Zap. 1, 2, 3. Submit. Yeah, so it's showing this detail. That's what I was confused about. See this little detail? Oops, not with that end if. That post text length greater than 100. So there's actually a bug in this code right here, and since I'm running it on samples, it'll take me a while to get it updated, but I'll just point out that there's a bug here and I'm going to fix it, because I really, this if post owner ID, that's our standard, like to show the edit and delete, and I inadvertently had this code that's showing the actual text. This is what I wanted to look like. I wanted a title and I wanted a short summary, so you'd have to go into here to get the whole summary, but the short summary of the text. So this code, when you run it again, you will see, after I update all this and push it through GitHub and run it in production, I will fix this, okay? And so that is what makes this, to keep that nice and short. 99 might be too long of a thing. I'd rather that stuck to one line, but whatever. Posted by the username in this case. There's the username. That's nice. And a URL into the post detail. So this is really straightforward stuff, other than that little cool bit there of putting the summary in. But the only thing we really have added here is this form, and we are going to do a form. It's going to, because we haven't said action equals on the form tag, it is going to post right back to the same URL that it came to. I mean, not post, it's going to do a get, because there's no method equals post here. It is going to get right back to this same URL, and I have the input with a placeholder. The placeholder is what gives me this little searchy bit thing. See that? It's not really the string search, it's a placeholder if it's empty. And then I have value equals, oh no, undo. Value equals search here, which is taking the old search value. Old search value. Ooh, Zap was there. And so that's putting Zap back in there. And of course it's escaping it. And so if we were, you know, there's no HTML entities problem here, or whatever. And I put this in an if, right? And that you don't have to put these on separate lines. You see me doing a lot of that where I'm having the if and end if on separate lines. But here I just have it like right in the middle of a line, and that just is going to emit that text in the middle of that line. I'm using a font awesome icon for the search so that I get this little search button. That's kind of cute. That's a thing called font awesome. You can go look that up. And then I have a link that goes back to well:all. I could probably call this like request.path or something, because it's really would be the same thing. Instead of URL well:all, I could just go back to the request path, which would be // but it doesn't matter. Well:all is nice. And then I throw another font awesome in there, which gives me a little undo thing. And we've been using these little font awesome creatures for a while now. And so that's really all that is needed to get this new bit of user interface into the output. And so really the only thing left to show you is the code where it handles the search. So there is a filter. So post objects all order by, that's what happens if it's not searching. So what you see here is all we've done is instead of saying all, we say filter. And there's a couple of ways you can do filters. You can do like, just if you're doing one field, this is a really funky syntax. It uses 2 underscores, title title is a field in models.py, right? Title is a field in models.py. Double underscore contains, that is like an operator, and then this is a string value, which is just a string here in our Python code. Now I want to actually search through both the title and the text. So I'm going to have to make myself a combined search. So I'm going to make a query. And I'm going to use this DB models queue, which means I can create a query in, and I could do it in a really long, yucky query there, but I'm going to start with a query that says the title contains the string, and then I'm going to add to that an OR clause. We're stuck in Python, right? It's not SQL. We're stuck in Python, so we got to have this funky thing. So this says these two things create a thing that basically says if the title contains that string, whatever it was, zap, if the title contains that string, or if the text contains that string, select it. And now instead of all, I put filter query, so I pull the query in, and then select related. This is an efficiency thing that says, look, I'm going to actually look at all the data. So run that whole filter, run the username, do a bunch of stuff. So I got a comment toward the bottom of this that talks about select related, and then the order by, and then show me just the first 10. That's the same. And there we go. And then we augment that, and then away we go. And so search is either, in this case, search is either the get request from the former get, this is that value in this particular instance, or it is false. And then that triggers, of course, this bit of code in the template. So that's pretty much it. I mean, I certainly probably over-talked it. It's not that complex. And then so I want to show you only one more thing for this before we wrap it up, and that is a new pattern. So you'll notice if you look in here, there is only one view. There is just the post list view. And if we take a look at articles, we've got these views, the detail view, the create view, the update view, and the delete view. And they all extend owner create view and then just change these variables. I overwrote this list view because I had a whole bunch of other things I wanted to do that owner list view wasn't going to do for me, right? And so, but you'll notice that in the well, I don't have those. So just let me show you how these are, and you'll notice I have edit views, right? I got them, they're still there. And there are templates. CD templates, well, the templates are there, okay? And as a matter of fact, in this one, I changed the default name of the templates because I'm kind of tired of putting underscores in front of certain things. But let me show you how I solved the problem of where are the views. They're actually fully in urls.py. So here is, so I import owner list view, owner detail view, owner create view, and owner update view. And so what I'm saying is map the post/int pk, which of course is the detail file, right? Post int pk. And I would like you to call owner detail view, which is a class that's come from myarts.owner, as view, and then you can put a series of key value pairs in that override the default values of, say, model and template name. And so I'm saying models equals models.post. I know that. That's the name of my model, right? And then template name equals, and now I'm even saving, I'm taking the app name, which happens to be sitting conveniently in a string here, and concatenating it to detail/HTML. And so that is the view. And of course, name equals is just part of the URLs thing. And you'll notice that when I do the create view, I set the success URL, the model, the template, and now remember, I want to hide some of the fields. I want to show which fields are there and which fields aren't, right? And so if we look at this views, you see like which fields you actually want to show, because I don't want to show the created at, etc., and the updated at, right? In the models, I don't want to put owner out. I don't want to put created at out. So I'm going to give a list. I'm going to give a list. Come back. I'm going to give a list of the fields I want to show on my create form. So again, these are sort of class-wide variables that turn into object instance variables when it makes this view, and it overrides all these things. And so all the stuff that I was doing in views.py, I am now doing in urls.py and just reusing owner create view. And you see an update, delete, they're all kind of there, right? And so I don't actually need to put the views in. And this is really, it looks a little more complex, but I think it's a lot prettier than putting these silly views in over and over. So that's a pattern that you may want to use. It made it easier for me to rename from well to something else if I wanted to, because really well is only hard-coded one place in here. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so there's a couple of lessons here. One is this searching. One is the search and how that works, but then also a new way to create views that never really leave urls.py. You could build, and remember, I built this owner detail view to meet my needs. So things like template view, that's something that is just a bunch of code somebody wrote. So, okay, well, I hope this walkthrough of the well sample application has been useful to you. Cheers.
Hello and welcome to a simple making of one of my lectures. So welcome to my home office studio. I've got a blog post on drchuck.com of all the stuff I bought to make this. You're in 360 so you can completely look around. I'm not going to move the camera. You'll see that I have a 3-light setup. Very important. They're LEDs. They're adjustable. Not very expensive, but the key thing is to manage the natural light and to match the LED lights with the natural light. So the window's kind of over here, and I've got it tamped down as much as I can. You'll see there's a little bit of shadow on this side of my face. I got a fill light over here that's cranked up as high as possible. I got a key light up there. Probably the most important thing of any light is diffusion. If you get lights close, they cause really harsh shadows and weird shapes, but then you can't control the light. And so I have a key light that's high so that I don't light the background, the walls and stuff behind me. I don't want to light the walls behind me. And so it keeps the light off, and so by keeping them close, then you can aim them down and get the area that's being lit to be relatively small. So like I got, like at night, if I really wanted to, if I did turn my overhead lights on, well, I should probably turn my overhead lights on. That'll fix the lighting a little bit. That's what I was missing in my lighting before, is overhead lights. So I've got daylight balanced lights everywhere in here. I've got key light, backlight to halo my hair. And then I have just like a fill overhead light, and that helps balance out the, but that fill overhead light, if you look, those fill overhead lights are daylight balanced, so they're 5,000 Kelvin. So that's lighting. Lighting's important. So let's take a look at the camera setup. If you can't quite see it back there. Oh shoot, I gotta move it. Now you can kind of see it. You see that I got a Sony CX560, and it's just a camera that I have. You got to pick the right HD camera. You could probably do this with a Logitech 920 in there, but I've got a Prompter Pro teleprompter here. It's like a $700 teleprompter with the little screen down here that's auto reversing and 50/50 glass. You got to pick your camera. You got to pick your camera based on, does it like send its data signals out? And I've got a remote for it, which makes it easy because I can start and stop and play with the menu from over here. Always keep a cup of liquid. This is coffee. Look, it's coffee that's got code that is probably either C or Java or JavaScript. Because the more you talk, then your throat starts drying up and you gotta do whatever. So, so then I've got all these cables down here that you can kind of see where I can reroute everything. But I've also got like a Sennheiser, I think they're called like G600 or something, wireless. And I got that because now I'm wirelessly mic'd up. I've got a wireless in my pocket and I can walk in and out. And if I need to do a teleconference, I always use AirPods. Because I really want to walk around. I don't want to feel, I used to use a wired microphone, and I had an Audio Technica, which I really liked, but I just switched to wireless because I had them from from my television production days. And so like it's wireless. I turn my phone on airplane mode because you do not want any distractions. I have a headset just to make sure that my audio is properly routing to the camera every time before I start. Now, right now, if you look at my camera, I've got it hooked up to the computer, but I also have the HDMI out. When I'm doing teleconferencing, I use a HDMI to USB converter so that I can stream HD video with all the lighting out of that camera. And so I've got, this is the HDMI out from the camera, and I'm going to unplug my laptop, and so you'll see that that little monitor is not at this point my computer, but instead it's now the video. And then I can frame the video up by moving it because I fiddle with it to show you the back. And so now I've got the video reframed up. I got a zoom. I can zoom in and out. I want it as close as I possibly can be so that it's easy to read the stuff on the teleprompter. I'm going to be making a Welcome to Django for Everybody video, and oh boy, who's bugging me? Some cat pictures from, let me get out of a message. That's another thing, is turn notifications off, notifications off, because now I would be in the middle of making a lecture and I'll get a cat picture. Well, it's the problem of being stay at home, is that everyone thinks it's time for a cat picture all the time. Okay, so back to this, right? So now I've got my camera properly set, and I've already tested my audio, and that's working. And then I can turn recording on with this when I want to do the actual lecture. And so now I'm going to disconnect. This is just a dual female connector. I'm going to disconnect the camera, and again, when I do that, I connect. I'm going to stream live with that camera. I just switch to this and then hook this into the computer, and that's just a standard USB 3 thing. That's a Meg. Well, I've had that for about 2 years. It's a fine little unit, warms up a little bit, but I can't complain. But most of the time I will just leave this little gender fixer in there, and then I'm going to plug. See, I got little marks on the blue, means that blue for that monitor. So this is the monitor, and so we're going to plug the monitor into the computer, which I've got it set up to mirror the display, just because I want to be able to look either way. I don't like typing over there. And so this is a really short lecture. This is just a Welcome to Django for Everybody specialization that I'm preparing to put up on all the MOOC platforms. And so this is how I do short lectures. I use PowerPoint not as whatever, but as teleprompter. And so you'll see when I start recording this lecture that I'm just using PowerPoint black on white with teleprompter. I just turn it up to full blast, and now you can see what my teleprompter looks like. And I'm just reading my teleprompter slides, and you'll see I just sort of like, I wing it. That's just to make sure I talk about all the things that I want to talk about. I'm never going to show that slide. I'm going to edit the whole thing later in post in Final Cut Pro. I guess I could show you that too. What the heck, right? Okay. So I think I've got everything I need to tell you about how this works, and it's about time to sort of check my hair, check to make sure I don't have too many wrinkles or dandruff or anything, and take the glasses off because I can't see here without my glasses, but I can see there. And so what I like is really relaxed. I like the feeling that I got a cup of coffee here. It's relaxed. I got a wireless mic. The lights aren't too much. It's not too bad at all. And so then I can just kind of like in the middle start talking and recording and make a nice little lecture. Okay, so you can watch as I record this lecture. That'll probably be about 2 to 2.5 minutes. So I'm recording. I can see the little red dot through my teleprompter, through my two-way glass teleprompter, so I feel good that it's recording. I could check my audio one last time to just because I don't like doing things twice, and I can hear my audio. Hang that back up.
I mean, part of that when you're doing a studio is you just want to get you right. You got to get your audio right. You want your levels right. You don't want to record things twice. There's nothing more frustrating than recording things twice. Well, this is only a 2-minute lecture, so I can record it twice. Okay, let's go. Hello and welcome to Django for Everybody. One of the things that I like to do at the beginning of each class is sort of say why. Why should you take this class? Why did I make this class? And in particular, why Django? There are some questions like, oh, why not Flask? And I'll get to that. So I just want to take you back in time a little bit. 3 years ago, I was a happy professor. We were teaching Python for our beginning users in our data mining, and then I thought it was really important to learn a second language, and so I taught PHP for our web dev. I liked PHP. It teaches you like how the web really works. I taught SQL, and I loved that, and taught about all the good stuff. And then we taught JavaScript, jQuery, and JSON as well. And I had been building that class literally for 5 years. I had been building the graders for it, the stuff, and one of my metrics as a teacher is how far do my students get at the end of class. And so I look at 15 weeks and what was the last assignment. And then that to me is the way I judge whether or not I've done well or not. And over the years, I try to get the students farther and farther, and I adjust the first part of the class to be more efficient so that I can be more effective at the end. And so I can put more useful stuff, because there's so much in the beginning classes that is just like, oh, the mechanics of it. And you got to learn the mechanics, and then you can apply those mechanics, but you just can't start off and say, here, cut and paste these 4,000 lines of code. It does you no good whatsoever. So 3 years ago, I had a very well-developed PHP class. And in not too many words, I was told that they didn't want me to teach PHP for web dev anymore because everybody wanted to do Python. And a lot of people were actually doing Flask in some of the more advanced classes, like our mobile application classes. So I was told to switch to Python, sort of told to switch to Flask. I've done Ruby on Rails, I've done PHP, which is pretty raw, I've done Cake PHP, which is a framework, and I've done a lot of programming with and without frameworks. And another teacher taught a class using Flask, and I didn't like how that class turned out. I looked at the end of what they were doing at the very end, and I thought, whoa, that's not very much stuff. But I started with an open mind. And so I actually had a whole year when I was teaching PHP, for 1 whole year. They let me teach it for the last year. That's also when I developed web applications for everybody, www.wafree.org. And that's also become a MOOC as well, which I love, and I think a lot of people use it. They use it. It's really a great MOOC. And I'm still convinced that learning more than one language is a good idea. So you might want to take web applications for everybody after you take Django for everybody. So I would go, everywhere I would go, I would ask everyone that I would meet, do you use Flask or Django? I mean, luckily, 5 years earlier, there was like 25 choices in Python. But by 3 years ago, it really narrowed down to Flask and Django. There's other cool ones like Sanic that are specialized. But Flask and Django are kind of like the big ones that everybody, not Web2Py, there were so many of them that I'm like, oh man, which one am I going to pick? And that's the problem with PHP frameworks, is there's so many of them. Although Symfony and PHP is kind of winning. So I would ask people, Django or Flask? And people would give me very passionate responses. They would say, Django is the greatest thing ever and Flask is absolute trash. I would go on to the next person. They would say, Django is trash and Flask is awesome. 50% of the time they would love one thing and hate the other one. It was amazing. I really got no trend whatsoever. And so about halfway through that, I'm like, I'm getting no data. I mean, I'm getting half the people love one thing and hate the other thing. And so I changed the question. I stopped asking whether it was Django or Flask. Because they were saying, what do you like? I was really asking, what do you like better, not what should I teach? And so I said, look, I can only teach one, Django and Flask. And which would you teach first? And then which would you teach second? What order? And then universally, everybody just had to accept the fact that Django was way better, way better to teach as the first class. And so I felt I got really strong data on that. So I picked Django. I wanted to use Django, and in retrospect, it's brilliant, right? I've been working on this Django class for 2.5 years now, and each semester I make it better. Each semester I improve the slides, and I do that thing where I try to like compress the beginning and get efficiently done with the beginning part so that I can do better stuff at the end, and I'm really pleased. And so what you're seeing in this Django for Everybody's MOOC is that 2 years of careful engineering of the class. And I'm really proud. You can go to projects.djfree.com and see some of the things that the students have built. I'm amazed at how much they can actually build on their own, and literally couldn't have done it with PHP, couldn't have done it with Django, couldn't have done it with Flask. Django is the only way that students would be able to produce complete functioning websites with a real user interface at the end of 15 weeks. And so that to me made Django a great success. And I wrote a Stack Overflow article, you might want to go find it, that talks about this, the whole process I went through in selecting Django and developing Django, which was, you know, a 3-year process. And I still think that you would be well served to take Django for Everybody first, but then go take Web Applications for Everybody, because you'll see 2 perspectives of web development in SQL. And there's certain things that are a little too magical and too easy in Django, and that's why we get so far in this class. Going back and learning sort of the basics, the more raw versions of what's going on, you, I think, will really appreciate Web Applications for Everybody after you've taken Django for Everybody. I'll close with, I just got done looking at the most recent Python programmer community survey, and I was surprised to see that the #1 use that they had of Python was web applications, and the #2 use that they had was data applications, which like floored me, because I know that Python is great for data applications and it's just super dominant. Part of the reason that it worked out that way is it wasn't like web was twice as much. Python is used for so many things, and so, you know, there was a lot of things on the list, and then web just edged out data analysis by a little tiny bit. So, you know, it might kind of been a bit of a false survey, but I think that going forward in the future, using things like Django and Flask in Python will increasingly be very, very, very popular. And I also read another Stack Overflow article about how you can be critical of Python web development, and my answer is, if it's not perfect, it's going to be perfect, because people like to write in Python and they don't want to write in Rust or Elixir or Scala. Those are harder to learn, and honestly, whatever the shortcoming of Python web development, it's going to get fixed. So welcome to Django for Everybody. I really enjoyed, and I've been looking forward to the moment where this was mature enough and well enough developed to become a MOOC, and so here we are, and I'm glad to make your acquaintance. Cheers. So one of the tricks, of course, is stare at the camera for a while so you can fade out. So let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. So I've got the camera done, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of this, get out of that, and I am going to take, if I get it right, somewhere in here, where is it? I'll find it. Somewhere in here is, there it is. This is the USB cable, so I gotta put my glasses back on because I'm getting to work. So I'm gonna plug in my big monitor now, and boop. So I'm gonna plug the computer in, the camera in, and hopefully that worked. How come it's not? USB connect. Okay, so that should mount the camera as a USB drive. Save that. Okay, so see, I still work in PHP. Goodbye. So let's start Final Cut Pro. Final Cut Pro, where are you hiding? Here's Final Cut Pro. So I use Final Cut Pro because I get data from so many different sources, right? So here I have a bunch of projects. This is the welcome project, and I've got this DJO, and then this is going to be a new one. So the first thing I got to do though is import the media. So I'm going to import the media from the camera, if all goes well. clip number 1. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Took longer than I thought. So this will take about a minute to import. Now usually I let the import happen. Let's see how long it's going to take. That's going to take about a minute to import. Yeah, it's not doing too bad. Sorry. I'll make you watch. Normally I'd catch up on my email or watch a YouTube video while this was importing, but for now we'll just talk. Let's see, is there anything else to talk about? I don't think so. I don't think so. You can see my new hobby, which is car racing. And you see that I got a car racing chair, and you see at the end of a lot of my little videos a picture of me in my car. That's my new hobby, is racing cars in the shape of the Sakaiger. Where's their Sakaiger? Here's a Sakaiger. There we go, that's a Sakaiger. 56% imported. Here's a picture of my Sakai car. It's a Dodge Neon with the markings of the Sakaiger. He's got a little thing in his forehead. He's got eyes and nose. So there we go. Come on, import, 77%. What else can I show you? I went to Japan. They got a full-size Boeing 787, one of the first prototypes that's in a cool museum. That's cool. What else? You done yet? 94%. Oh, I just got so much stuff. Oh, look how old I am. I have a cool Y2K clock. And it's working. I don't know what it's counting down to. Okay, import's done. Import's done. Woo, let's start a new project. Come on. File, new project. So I don't like to fiddle around, so this will be DJOO. Naming convention is really important. OOY, Django. Naming conventions are important because you're going to do so much of this stuff. Okay, so I got Y Django. Open on the timeline. Just grab clip number 1 in. There we go. Yeah.
Hello and welcome.
Okay, so got to trim this off. Trim. Trim. I didn't make any mistakes. If I'd have made a mistake, sometimes I make a clap or something, and it shows up in the timeline as like a blank area with clapping. That way I can remember. So,
Thank your acquaintance. Cheers.
so there we go. So we're done now. I've got another one open, so I gotta add like a title to this. Add my name. Hey, Dr. Charles Severance, Dr. Chuck, University of Michigan, School of Information. Now I got to put some sweet music on. This is music that I get that's copyright free off of YouTube. And it's so cool from these Jammy Jams guys. Oh, that's the wrong one. This music is by a group called Jammy Jams, and I kind of standardize on it. I pick a little bit of music for each of my classes and then use it over and over. I like a music outro because it lets students know that they've kind of finished, they're getting close to the end. So you'll notice that I just kind of bring in the music in sort of slow, and then I bring it in. So it just is a way to say, look, man, and you'll here's this pause. I'm sure I'm thinking deeply.
It's going to get fixed. So welcome to Django for everybody. I really enjoy.
Yeah. So you kind of see. That's just how I talk. So I'm gonna just put this music, and so I'm gonna bring this music in just a touch before I have that deep thought about the future of Django and the future of Python. So let's
on web development. It's going to get fixed.
Oh, I want that music come in a little earlier.
Or Scala. Those are harder to learn, and honestly, whatever the shortcoming of Python web development, it's going to get fixed.
So you can see, you may not hear it on this, but it's sort of sneaking in there, And now everyone knows that I'm going to wrap it up. And so this gives them like a 10 to 15 second wrap up. And the Ease Jammy Jams, this is a no copyright, no acknowledgement. But I'm an ironic guy, so I acknowledge them. Because if they're going to give me beautiful free music and say I don't have to acknowledge it, then by golly, I am going to acknowledge it. So there's that. So then I have this. I got some more to do because I wanna put some stuff up here. I want to put the PHP logo and the Django logo and the Flask logo while I'm talking about it. I got to put down here the URLs for Stack Overflow, and then I got to export it, and I got to downsample it. So well, let's see. Let's do a couple things here. So one thing I want to do is I want to crop it a little bit. I always zoom the camera out a little bit, and this is one of the things I like about. I don't know if that's the one I want. I think cropping is what I want. Yeah. I tighten her up a little bit. Now I'm going to give myself a little bit of head space over here. So I film at 1024 by 768 HD over there, and that gives me the ability, in case I move or something, I can adjust it so I don't zoom in too tight. I clean up where I'm going. Well, that's a bad look for me in post. Then I played enough with the audio that if you look at the audio here, you see it's sort of in the red. Some of you are smarter than me, but I always just take off 2 dB, and then I turn on noise removal. One of the nice things about these Sennheisers is I used to get hum. No matter what I did, I got hum. On wired mics, the wireless mics don't have hum. And so not only can I move around, but I also don't have hum. So I don't have to do hum removal. I used to have to do that on my wired mics. And again, this is why I like Final Cut Pro.
So many of them. Although Symfony and PHP is kind of winning. So I would ask people, Django or Flask?
So there I go. I wasn't making enough eye contact because I keep looking at you. So there we go. Now this is a simple one. My more complex ones, they have multiple layers, and if you look, I have layers that are sort of split screen with me and the slides and the scribbling. I have a scribble track, and then I have full of me, and there's different layers. So these 3 layers here, they make up that. There's a black background, there's the slides, then there's me, and then I underneath it, and then I synchronize all these things because I record the screen with my Wacom and scribble on it, and then I synchronize them all, and then I play with audio. So if you look at this audio clip, it's got the -2 dB on it. I don't know why it doesn't.
It sort of made the first one.
Doesn't have noise removal. It sounds okay. Oh, and that's the other thing I forgot to do. Big important thing is I learned about is you might not see it, but I am going to do modify balance color. And so what that does is it basically makes the color more like the real world. With this daylight balance light, the camera can sort of know what things are supposed to be like, what white's supposed to be, and so Final Cut has this really nice automatic balance, and that it looks amazingly good. This is me, right?
Years of careful engine.
Yeah, it looks really good. So that's another trick, is always balance your color. And just do it on your video ones, and do I have noise removal in this one? Do I even need noise removal?
Look, I can only teach one, Django and Flask, and which would you teach first?
I don't need noise removal. So I prefer, if I can avoid it, not putting on noise and hum removal. So I'll stop there. I hope you found this useful. I have a blog post that talks about the inventory of all this stuff that I bought. The one thing you'll have trouble buying is this CX560 Sony camera. And you just need a good camera that has HDMI out and a nice microphone in. You probably don't need a $600 wireless mic, but man, I like it a lot. So, and I already had one from my previous video production days. So it's a nice setup. Thanks for watching. Cheers.